Drone Swarm, The Last Stand, is the audiobook 3 of an epic post-apocalyptic dystopian trilogy. An original story by the author, Declan Conner. If you are coming to this story for the first time, it is recommended that you start the trilogy at Book 1, with the title of The Denverines, Ashes to Ashes. You'll find the link in the description. First, a poem from the author that encompasses the story content. When man and machine cannot adjust. If humanity is to survive, then fight them we must. For when machines gain a mind of their own, they will seek our extinction and evolve alone. They'll chase us down, till our last blood is spilt. Then rule this land without conscience or guilt. Chapter 1. Jack Cole at Colestown in southern Colorado. In the aftermath of the attack on our community, by ex-President Jackson and her band of reprobates, smoke drifted up the hillside from a number of the shells of trailers smoldering down in the community. Besides the stench, smoke stung my eyes. I rose from sitting on the boulder on the hillside, took out a rag and wiped my eyes. Holding the rag over my mouth and nose, I trudged down the hillside. When I arrived at the bottom, it was something of a hollow victory considering our losses. I'd never thought to have commandeered a fire engine on our travels when scavenging. If only I'd paid more attention to Pa saying to expect the unexpected, maybe that would have been a priority. People were scurrying around forming chains with buckets of water to douse the embers at the trailers. Others were lifting the corner of blankets over the corpses of those lost for identification of loved ones or acquaintances. People hugged each other for solace. Others fell to their knees or walked around aimlessly, sobbing. I was still devoid of emotion, as if in a surreal alternate reality. As tragic as their losses were personal to them. Though I could sympathize, nothing could compare to the loss of my family. That was personal to me. I rose from the boulder and trudged down the hillside. I could see Sergeant Gray and Grace scurrying around, giving orders. Maybe it sounds hard, but all I wanted to do was to get away from there. Dawn had broken with the sky overcast. The group of people with Sergeant Gray looked skyward and one of them pointed. I stepped over to them. "What is it you're looking at?" I asked. There was a glint in the sky. "Can't see it at the moment," one of the group said. "The Denverines could have sent up a drone," I said. "Not at that height." "It could be behind a cloud," said Gray. "It's there again." One of the group shouted, then pointed. I couldn't see anything with my eyes still smarting. Gray took out her binoculars. "It's a drone," she said, and handed the binoculars to me. I wiped my eyes once more with the rag and raised the glasses. It was a drone. Not a small one either. "Radio through to the Denverines and see if they have eyes in the sky," I said, and followed its path until it disappeared behind another cloud. "Negative," said Gray. I handed back the glasses. "Well, if you ask me, I'd say it was heading south," I said. "Looks that way. New Mexico don't have drones that size, but the protectorate of Texas have them. They used them in the border war. I doubt it's one of ours. We lost any of our attack and surveillance drones that were sent over the border during the conflict," said Gray. "I'd better tell Jara. To me it says the protectorate is behind all this mess. At least, if it is their drone, they'll see they failed." Green tugged at my shoulder and said, "Follow me." She led me over to the stack of confiscated rifles, picked one up and handed it to me. "Try firing around in the sky." I aimed skyward and squeezed the trigger, but it wouldn't move. "Is there a safety?" "If there is, I can't find one. None of the rifles I've tried will work." "But they worked during the attack." "Yeah, I had Jimenez ask some adelitas. They're baffled. They were working during the attack, as you say. They said they were all showing a green LED, but as you can see, it's showing red. The adelitas weren't the only ones baffled. The rifles were different from the ones we had. I'll take one back to Denver and have a technician see if they can work it out. They'd be a useful addition if we could get them to work." "Strange. Did you take any of the hostiles prisoner over at the Denverines base camp?" asked Gray. "No, none survived that I know of," I said. "Well, an adelita told Jimenez that Jackson was in charge of the mission over there, so that's her done with, I hope," said Green. "Yeah, let's hope so. It was hard to identify some of the bodies that were completely charred. Not surprise. I saw the phosphorus explosion over the hillside. Recalling the charred and smoldering corpses, a shiver ran through me, and I shrugged. Yeah, it wasn't a pretty sight. How long are you staying here? Asked Gray. Truth was, I just wanted to get away from there. Not long. I have an army to recruit. Look, I'd best be getting back. Things to organize, said Gray. You do that, I said and turned away. I headed over to the office to contact Jara. Once inside, I placed the hostel's rifle on the desk and picked up the mic. JC to Denverine Base Camp, radio check. Reading you. Jara was otherwise engaged, but the radio operator said they'd pass on the message about the drone. Sat at the desk, my eyes stung, not from the smoke this time, but a lack of sleep. I might just as well have been asleep, as I seemed to be stuck in a never-ending nightmare with all that had transpired. It wasn't only the current engagement with the hostels. Just sitting there in the office brought back images of Laura and our last argument. So many things left unsaid and unresolved. Many good times ahead were lost with the children now gone. As much as I had the satisfaction of knowing those who put an end to their life were dead, it still left the void in my psyche. It was a void that tore away at me in the times I wasn't otherwise occupied. A sigh escaped my lips at the dark shadow of loss in my soul. Guilt still struck at not having listened to Laura for us to have left the community. No amount of wishing it was just a nightmare would bring them back. I sighed once more. Thoughts turned to the task ahead. I doubted the protectorate would leave it at the incursion that had ripped our community apart. One thought struck me, and that was why Jackson would lead the attack on the base. I would have thought that some of her status would have hidden somewhere in the rear receiving intel on the action. The protectorate would surely have wanted her alive to restore her presidency over the northern and central states. That thought had me wondering if, God forbid, she had survived. At that thought, I rose from my chair and hurried outside. It was clear this was no time for grief. The sooner I recruited an army to defend our borders, the better, regardless of whether Jackson had survived or not. Chapter 2. Amanda Jackson. North of Colestown. Amanda Jackson had never thought of herself as the sort of person to have regrets about her decisions, or as someone to fall for a trap to be outmaneuvered, in politics, or in action. On this occasion, she cursed inwardly with a multitude of whys with a splattering of, if only I'd have done this or that differently, as she fled after the battle that she'd lost at the Denverines' camp. There wasn't any way to tread lightly in the haste to put some space behind her and certain death as she limped through the undergrowth. Twigs snapped underfoot, heightening the fear factor the noises would betray her. Branches snagged her and stung her as they scoured her face. Her eyes flitted in all directions, with the occasional glance over her shoulder, fearing a bullet would take her out at any moment. The smell of burning would hit her nostrils. She stopped mid-step, sniffing the air, and determined that the breeze was coming from the north. Jackson craned her neck at hearing distant voices. Stalking on, taking more care of where she placed her footsteps, she noticed campfires at a sizable sprawling camp through a break in the shrubs. She went to ground. The sight of the camp had her stumped. It hadn't been shown on the map that the protectorate had provided her with. She reckoned that she was around 3 or 4 miles from McClusky's base camp. Not enough distance to feel secure. Raising her rifle scope to her eye as she gathered her breathing, she homed in on the camp. No one in her line of sight appeared to act as if they should be alert. If she wasn't mistaken, they appeared to be indigenous Indians. She sighed, rose to her feet, and made her way to circumvent the camp, eating up precious time and energy. Slogging onward and with the camp now behind her a good distance, she continued on, knowing that her body was telling her that she was approaching the limits of her endurance. Eyes skimming in all directions, she crossed a barren patch of land out in the open. Jackson winced, gritting her teeth in a determined effort to limp to the cover of more shrubbery. All she could hope for was that once hidden, it would be a sufficient enough distance away from McClusky's base camp to avoid any patrols looking for her. Her body was now spent, and in severe pain. She knew that she'd gone her length, her legs now barely able to support her weight. Jackson cursed once more under her breath at the time taken to get there with the sun now rising on the horizon. When she reached fresh cover, she let go of her rifle strap, and using the trunk of a tree for purchase, she lowered herself to the ground. Lungs on fire, and breathing rapidly, she gradually recovered. Fingers trembled as she ran them gently across her scalp, then she flinched at touching a tender spot. Glancing down her body, blood stained her armored vest from the blood trickling from the wound a bullet had made when it grazed her scalp. A sense of panic gripped her at seeing the foil over her amulet had shredded during her escape. She reached into her pocket and teased out more foil. Fingers still shaking, she unfolded the foil and wrapped it around the amulet, hoping that Protectorate Garner hadn't picked up her signal. A shrug of the shoulders and she removed the straps of her backpack, and then set it aside. With difficulty, fingers still trembling, she tore at the Velcro straps of her bulletproof vest, relieving her of the weight of the armored plates, and pushed it away. It had saved her life, judging by the 2 indents that had left the flattened bullets still in there, but not protected her from her other injury from the shrapnel embedded in her thigh. The wound in her thigh oozed blood. Her pants leg sodden. The shrapnel still protruded. Jackson took off her comms headset and dragged a backpack strap toward her and gripped it in her teeth. Closing her eyes, and with her fingers on the small slither of metal, she bit down on the backpack strap. With a growl, she yanked the protrusion free, almost passing out at the intense pain of the extraction, and cried out uncontrollably. Shock over, with some semblance of composure regained, Jackson unclipped her radio and removed her belt, then removed her knee pads. She began to whimper, unable to remove her pants to inspect the wound on her upper thigh, such was the pain. Taking hold of her combat knife, she hacked away at the material, then finally removed her pants completely. She dragged over her backpack and dipped into it for her medic bag. Patched up, and sitting there in her tank top and panties, she knew she would have to put more distance between her and Cole's Town and whoever was at the camp she'd encountered. Fear of what might lay ahead was nothing compared to what might be her fate from behind if they found her. From the messages she'd intercepted, Myra's mission at Cole's Town had been foiled. That battle was lost. Knowing her seasoned unit had been annihilated back at the Denverines base camp, she became acutely aware that her survival would depend on her own wits. Alert to her surroundings, she lifted her head when she heard the sound of rushing water. She reached out to her pack and retrieved a map. Jackson located the river running alongside Cole's Town when she heard a faint crackling from her headset and picked them up to listen in. I want to team up at base camp with vehicles to tow the armored vehicles onto Denver for salvaging. The rest of our unit I want to go out on patrol in case any escaped. Jackson glanced back at her map. She located the spot marked that she was looking for. It was time to move on. She picked up her belt and fastened it around her waist, then put her boots back on her feet. Jackson gripped the barrel of her rifle and dug the stock into the ground for leverage to help her to stand. Scrambling on, limping through the pain barrier, she arrived at rocks on either side of the river. When she glanced down over the edge of the rocks where they narrowed, the flow raged below in a torrent of white water. Jackson took off her backpack and collapsed to her knees. Blood now soaked the bandages from the wound in her thigh. Lightheadedness and blurred vision had her wondering if it was caused by fatigue, blood loss, or both. She had hoped the hot metal fragment would have cauterized the surrounding wound, but apparently it had not. While cringing at her throbbing wound, it was looking as though the exertion of putting weight on the muscle while limping had opened it up further. She pulled her backpack over to her by the straps, and shuffling to sit, she opened it up to retrieve her medic kit. Exhausted, everything was an effort, even holding her breath in a useless effort to stave off the pain. Jackson removed the bandage, then cleaned up the wound once more. She ripped open some packaging with her teeth, then applied coagulant, wincing as it stung her open wound. Jackson took hold of a ball of cotton wool and teased it into the wound as a plug. With that done, she used a fresh bandage and secured it tight over the wound. Dressing the wounds couldn't stop the intense pain, so she gave herself a shot of morphine. Within seconds, tranquility washed through her. Taking a breather, she knew that she would have to hump on if she was to make good on her escape. Using her rifle for support, she rose to her feet to the sound of the thunderous rushing water below the rocks. The bridge on the map to cross the river was a 3-mile trek too far. Taking a look across at the rocks opposite, she determined it had to be worth the risk of jumping across, considering the short distance. Jackson stepped back, gritted her teeth, and letting out a roar, she ran, launching herself to the other side. She knew as soon as ever she'd pushed off with her weak leg and a stabbing pain that she'd made a mistake. Her boots just landed partly on the edge of the rock opposite. Letting go of her rifle and rapidly twirling both of her arms for her to gain forward balance, her toe-hold slipped off the rock. Jackson's body grazed down the rock edge. She planted her hand on the edge of the rock, swinging for a moment, then drained of any strength, she plunged into the raging white waters below. Chapter 3. Amanda Jackson on her escape north of Colestown. When Jackson hit the freezing waters, she'd taken a deep breath. Pushed along by the torrent, the fierce current hurled her ever forward. Jackson's lungs were at the point of exploding when she hit the surface, sucking in a lungful of air, only to be driven over a 20-foot waterfall. Feet first, she sank to the depths, her good leg kicking off the bottom. Surfacing and gasping for air, a fallen tree trunk cascaded over the crest of the waterfall, heading straight for her. Desperately, she thrashed at the water to avoid the projectile, the trunk missing her by inches. Both were driven on by the current, until they hit virtually still waters. Jackson threw her arms and upper body over the trunk, breathing hard, slowly drifting onward, until the trunk got stuck in shallow water. She wasn't alone. 3 clothed skeletons must have made the same error of judgment and were washed up on the banking, rats gnawing at the bones. Jackson rose to her feet. Numb with cold from her ordeal, she glanced at a now gray cloud-covered sky. It was all she could do to stagger to the banking, then she collapsed on dry land. It was clear the sun wouldn't be showing to dry her out. Before setting off again, she reached for her gun, only to find her holster empty. Jackson started to snicker, then laughed uncontrollably. Before collapsing, she'd seen that she was where she needed to be for cover before moving on it dark. It took Herculean strength and gritty determination to overcome her numb body for Jackson to cover the 20 yards through shrubbery, stumbling to the rear of an old gas station. Her spirits dropped to even lower depths than she'd felt at failing to leap across the rocks. Jackson's mood now matched her body's numbness. There weren't any vans at the back of the building that she'd ordered to be hidden there as a contingency for her if her unit had to escape. She thought it likely that the Sicarius given the task had gone AWOL. More than likely, she imagined, they would have already crossed the border on the way back to Mexico. Arms wrapped around her body, teeth chattering, she arrived at the dilapidated gas station back door. Her fingers, she noticed, had turned blue. Inside, behind the counter was a skeleton. A woman by the looks of the clothing with a long checked shirt and skirt. She wriggled out of her wet tank top, panties, and then removed her boots. Naked, she swiped away the cobwebs covering the skeleton, then stripped it of its clothes. That was when she noticed some of the foil had gone once more, probably from her encounter with the river, leaving an exposed area on the amulet. She scratched around under the counter below an empty food display. Relief washed through her at finding some foil and quickly wrapped a length around her amulet. A second scratch around and she found some cling film and wrapped reams of it around the amulet to secure the foil in place, then severed the roll with her teeth. Still dripping wet, she used a cloth from under the counter to dry herself, then dressed. Jackson wondered what the hell she'd been thinking back there when she jumped, leaving the backpack behind with her rations and medic kit. Now she had no rifle and had probably lost her gun in the torrent to add insult to her injury. Still groggy, she determined the morphine shot had dimmed her reasoning at the time. A quick look around her surroundings, it looked as though the gas station had been turned into a cafeteria at some time. There wasn't anything in there that could have been of use to her for an onward journey. Anything that wasn't fastened down of any use had probably been scavenged or was smashed to pieces. Likely fought over by the looks of the bullet holes in the drywall, she thought. Jackson picked up a shard of broken mirror from the floor and inspected her scalp. At least the graze was no longer bleeding. Jackson eased herself to sit on the floor and closed her eyes. She drifted to sleep when her head nodded and snapped her awake. Jackson flinched, then froze at the touch of something prodding the side of her temple and opened her eyes. "Don't move a muscle, asshole." Staying rigid, her eyes darted around. It was just the one guy, barefoot. She slowly turned her head to see her assailant with long matted hair, beard, and dirty clothing. His grimy face and hands matched his soiled clothes. Jackson hoped he wouldn't search her and find the knife in its sheath covered by the shirt for if the encounter turned uglier than it already seemed. He sure didn't look to be friendly to her. He knelt down on one knee, pointed his pistol at her face with one hand, while using his other to massage her breasts. Then he unfastened the top 2 buttons of her shirt. Crap, no. Not that, she thought. Do you know how old I am? She said with a sense of indignation, now having a good idea of his intentions, and turned away at the stench of his breath. Don't matter to me none as long as you're breathing. He struggled with the 3rd button and used the fingers of both hands to rip her shirt apart. Satisfied, she said as he grasped at her breast with his grubby fingers and feeling the calluses on his hands scratching her skin. His gun now pointed back at her face, and he stroked her cheek with the barrel. Get up and take off your skirt. I can't. I'm injured, she fired back at him. He roughly handled her and dragged her to stand, then stood back as she dropped her skirt. His lecherous grin revealed blackened teeth to add to his perverse disposition. We'll do it here, then I'll take you to my bunker for second helpings. Last bitch died on me, so good for me I chanced on you, he said, his snicker interrupted by him coughing up phlegm, and he spat it on the floor. Jackson was looking to buy time to think of a way out. How will we get there while I'm injured? She said, having avoided her instinct to spit the words at him this time, and she perched on one leg like a flamingo, her back resting on the wall. Don't you fret none, honey. I'll carry you over my shoulder if I have to over to where I'm parked. He stepped up close and personal, pushed her hard against the wall, his lower arm across her neck, gun still in hand, and pinned her there with some force. The guy went to put his hand between her legs. With her legs now crossed, she swiped his hand away. Let's do this right. No need to be rough, she said, raising a smile and rubbed his crotch. Then she pulled down his zipper. Whoa there. That's the way, honey. He released his arm and pushed down on her shoulders. She dropped to her knees. The guy reached out and leaned in with both hands on the wall. She looked to see his eyes closed as if in anticipation of her submitting to his perverse idea of what was to happen. Jackson had other ideas, and she took the opportunity to use one hand to take out her knife from its sheath. Jackson glanced upward to see his eyes close, but with the gun still in hand. With one swift slice, she'd relieved him of his phallic protrusion, then thrust the blade upwards just below his rib cage to the hilt and twisted. How's that for a bee sting, honey? She growled at him, then pushed him with both her hands. He staggered back. His eyes widened as if they were about to pop from their sockets, and he glanced at his wounds, the knife still stuck in his gut. Blood splashed on the floor from his lips and wounds. The guy lifted his gun arm, wildly firing off 2 shots as she curled into a ball. By the sound of it, one round took up the glass in a window. She saw the other round hit the ceiling as he collapsed to the floor, the debris sprinkling over her. Jackson used the counter to get to her feet. She reached down and picked up his gun, then put a bullet in the back of his head. It wasn't needed, but it tempered her disgust and the indignity at what he had intended. Stepping over to him, she tugged the knife free, wiped the blade on his pants, then put it back in her sheath. Mindful of the radio message that they were to send out patrols, she knew it wasn't safe to stay there. Not if they heard those shots. Reflecting on what had happened back there at the Denverines base camp, she knew that as soon as her blood started to circulate to her extremities, she'd have to get as far as she could from there and to get to one of the communities in the north still loyal to her. Jackson rolled over his corpse and relieved him of his jacket. It stunk to high hell, but she thought it was better than nothing. Jackson fastened up what buttons were left on her shirt, then put on her skirt. Tying the laces of her wet boots together, she slung them on the laces around her neck. Digging her hands in his jacket pocket, she searched for a control for his vehicle. She found keys instead, then tucked his pistol into her empty holster. Outside, she skinned around the hedgerow either side of the gas station, not catching sight of a vehicle. 100 yards along on the opposite side of the road was a gap in the hedge. She limped along the road, the hairs on her neck stiffening out there in the open. She grimaced all the way to the opening. Grit stung the soles of her feet however lightly she trod. Finally, she made it through the gap, and there it was. A vehicle of sorts. She recalled the make as a child, but what she'd not seen before was an inflatable plastic sack covering the entire roof with a pipe leading to, and on through a hole cut in the hood. Jackson opened the trunk and dropped in the pervert's jacket and her wet boots, then stepped around the vehicle and opened the driver's door. There in the footwell were the guy's boots. She partially tried one on, then discarded it with the other onto the back seat, deciding to drive barefoot. Jackson scratched her head at the sight of a stick shift, recalling her dad having one in his car, but she'd never used one. If memory served her right from her dad showing her mom to drive, there'd be an extra pedal to press and to release slowly till the transmission bit. Firing up the engine with the key in place, it roared to life. She studied the numbers and pattern on the stick shift ornament, pressed her foot on the pedal and selected number 1. When she released the pedal, the vehicle bucked as it moved out through the gap and onto the road. It was the same as she worked her way through the transmissions until she got the hang of it in fourth. Jackson allowed herself a smile as she headed north, with the heater blasting out warm air onto her feet, and with the blue tinge in her fingers gone. Warmth aside, it worried her that it was still daylight, but with 10 miles behind her from the gas station and around another 6 from the Denverine base camp, she doubted they'd patrol that far out. Her thigh was hurting like hell. Looking for somewhere to rest, she passed a rutted track into an area of bushes and trees. Not daring to stall the vehicle by working out how to select reverse, she slowed and did a U-turn. 200 yards of the vehicle bouncing along on its suspension along the track, the road had disappeared in her rear view. She pulled over and stopped. Lifting her skirt, she checked her bandages. They were soaked through, but there was no sign of bloodstains. The coagulant and plug had worked. There was nothing to worry about on that score. Jackson checked around the seat and found a handle. When she pulled on it and leaned back, it reclined, instantly relieving the pain. She closed her eyes to reflect. All she'd need to do after she found sanctuary, she thought, would be to scavenge a scoped sniper rifle. It wouldn't take an army next time. All she'd need to do would be to wait in cover for McClusky, Jed Ward, and Colt to show themselves. Chapter 4. General Jack Cole at Colestown. Jara and Jed appeared around the hillside in a buggy driven by Green, and she pulled over beside me. "What kept you?" I asked. "We needed to organize the damaged armored vehicles to be towed, or loaded onto flatbeds to get them to Denver. We've had samples taken of the corpses for DNA testing to be sent to the labs for the ones that we couldn't find data on their chips. The samples should have arrived in Denver by now," said Jara. "Let's hope Jackson's DNA is among them," I said. "Let's hope so," said Jed. "We have patrols out looking for any escapees," I said, when all heads turned as Wolf's RV drove toward us and parked. He climbed out and stepped over to us. "Any more prisoners?" I asked him. "No. Everything is clear south of here. They had a reserve force of armored vehicles, but we took them out. No chance of prisoners. Had to shoot any survivors when they fired on us trying to get away. We've checked right down to the border with New Mexico and there's no backup force." "Well, I guess that's it then," I said. "Guess so," Wolf replied. "Good, then have the ones ready to go with me to Fort Carson lined up in convoy and we'll be off." "Just need to find my adjutant," I said, and called over Sergeant Gray. Wolf said his goodbyes to Jara and Jed, then climbed back into his RV. "We should execute Jackson's recruits," said Jara. I turned and stared at her in disbelief. Still annoyed at her for her stubbornness in not allowing the community to be armed, I let fly. "Oh, great. Bite the hand that served you, as they say. We should take advantage of the training they gave them, and have them join the army. Without them turning on the others of Jackson's unit, it would have been a worse disaster than it already is. In fact, that's what we'll do. They can join me at Fort Carson, or they can try and make it back to Mexico." "He's right," said Jed. Jara scraped the toe of her boot in the dirt, avoiding eye contact. "Your army." "Your choice," said Jara, "then look me in the eyes. Just don't give them any weapons until they get to Fort Carson and split them into smaller groups to be less of a threat for if you're wrong." This new Jara of sorts was welcome. I wanted to smile at her last words as an act of her defiance. All I wished for is that she could have shown the same deference when I wanted to arm the homesteaders to avoid their slaughter, then maybe my family would have survived. Thinking that, I couldn't blame her intentions in following the laws for the sake of peace in the communities. It wasn't that I could lay the blame at her doorstep after I'd provided the homesteaders with weapons clandestinely, It looked as though our earlier bust up and standing up to her had the desired effect. Maybe it was a lesson to stand tall more often. I turned to Gray. "Have you seen my adjutant?" "She's in the mines, sir, with the children. I had 2 of my soldiers carry her there as the fight started. We've not let the children out yet. Thought it best to wait until the adults have cleared up the mess." "Good thinking. Have Shevchenko brought to me." "Right away, sir," said Gray. "Wait. When that's done, have Jimenez address those, what are they called?" "Oh yeah, adelitas. Have them ask if they want to join our army, or if they want to try their luck going back to Mexico. The ones that want to join, have them squeeze in the transport with the Cherokees." Gray saluted, did an about turn and scampered away. Jara and Jed followed me into the office. "The drone wasn't one of ours," said Jed. Jara's attention was drawn to the hostile's rifle on the desk. "Not seen one of these before," she said. "It's one of them we confiscated. None of them work. I'm taking it back to Fort Carson to see if they can see how to release the safety," I said. No sooner had I said those words, than Jara had the rifle stripped down. "It's jammed," she said. "Surely they don't all have bullets stuck," said Jed. Jara turned to Jed. "No, not that type of jam. It has electronics. I'm guessing it's jammed from operating remotely. Probably the drone you messaged me about had control of them when they saw the battle lost and disarmed them. I'll take it to Denver. We have electronics experts there. We'll follow you and go on to Denver." "Safer that way," said Jara. It was a relief that she would save me the task of taking the rifle. I had more pressing concerns. "When you get there, if your dispatch with samples for the DNA testing gets a hit for Jackson, have a dispatch sent to me at Fort Carson immediately." Jara looked to be taken aback at the manner of my delivery. "Right away, General, sir," she said, then let out a snicker in apparent jest, and tipped me a salute. Worthy of a return compliment, I pounded a clenched fist 3 times on my chest, then held out a fist in the air. "I'll take my leave now, Madam President, if you don't mind." With that, and a nod of her head, together with the both of us grinning, we set off on our separate ways. It looked as though we'd formed a new rapport, with a fresh understanding. I was thankful to see Shevchenko walk my way with only a slight limp, and unaided. "What are your favorite 2 colors?" I asked Shevchenko. "Pink and light blue, sir." "Then those will be the colors for the start of your chest ribbon and for your medal for services to peace on our mission to Kansas. I'll organize it when we get to Fort Carson." She stood there, open-mouthed as if struck dumb before replying. "Oh, wow, President McClusky agreed to that?" "Sort of. My army. My choice," I said. "Come on, let's be on our way." Over at the group of adelitas, Jimenez jabbered away in Spanish, I assumed to put the offer to them. I'd expected at least some of them would have chosen to go their separate ways to try and return to Mexico. I imagined that he'd ask the ones who wanted to join us take 1 pace forward. They all stepped forward. No hesitation. At least I hoped them stepping forward was to join us and not to go back to Mexico. Whatever their experiences, to my relief, they clearly saw the army as the better option when Jimenez had them peel off and march to the Cherokee convoy. Green joined us with Sergeant Gray and Grace. "Well, sorry, we have to go and leave you to clear up. It'll be all down to you 2 now and Wolf. He's agreed to be part of the committee with you to ensure integration into the community. I'll ask Jed to interview prospective replacements for the position of sheriff and deputies this time. Hopefully, he'll find ones that are less aggressive and have more people skills. Regardless, the new sheriff won't be appointed to the committee this time," I said. "Thanks," said Grace. "I'll visit Wolf. We'll need his help to get the homestead's produce in the fields harvested." "You do that," I said. "I have our transport ready at the head of the convoy," said Green. "Then let's not waste time." The journey was uneventful, my head filled with the horrific images of the dead and the dying in action, intermingled with thoughts of the deaths of my family. The latter sank me into an even darker corner of my mind. When we arrived, Jimenez carried out my orders to have the adelitas split into groups with at least 1 English speaker among them. Green guided the Cherokee contingent to an area to set up camp. Completely exhausted at having had little sleep in the last 24 hours, I retired to my quarters at the rear of the office. Stripped and showered, I sank into the mattress. I awoke to tapping on my door and groaned at the intrusion. "Shevchenko, sir. You have a dispatch." "One moment." I quickly dressed in a fresh uniform, then opened the door. She handed me the dispatch. "I'll wait to see if you need to reply." I stepped back inside and sat on the edge of the mattress. Opened the dispatch and started to read. The ones with charred corpses that couldn't be identified from their biochips, their DNA confirmed that they were all part of Wilson's old unit. That gave me a degree of closure for the slaughter of my parents and family, but it was the next paragraph that had me concerned as I read it aloud. "No match found for the DNA of Amanda Jackson at the scene. We have other samples to check that were found away from the scene and will advise when we have the results." I dropped my hands holding the letter to my lap and stared blankly at the wall. That she'd probably survived concerned me. With the protectorate behind her, it wasn't beyond probability that she could organize an even larger contingent of recruits in the same way as the Adelita had informed me. Worse, with the states that had already seceded behind her, that would be some army she could put together after she'd finished playing games with her ruses to get other states to join her. I lifted the dispatch and read on. It cemented my notion even more. According to our intelligence division, Kansas have announced their succession by word of mouth. Amanda Jackson is to be president with backing of the protectorate. What was of even greater concern than Jackson was that the sphere of the protectorate of Texas's influence was growing rapidly around our border. Just why the protectorate needed Jackson to accomplish the goal was beyond me. But that wasn't the only thought I had. I held that thought and stepped back over to the door. "Any reply, sir?" "No." "Do you have the latest figures for the recruits?" "It's not up to date with recent arrivals, but it's at over 8,000, mostly Denverine reserves." "Good. Have General Barker meet me in my office right away." Shevchenko turned and walked through the office to the exit. I closed the door when another thought struck me. For Jackson to have taken 2 attempts to assassinate Jara, she would likely not stop there. Jackson would probably make a 3rd attempt on the basis of 3rd time lucky if she had survived. Chapter 5. General Jack Cole at Fort Carson, Colorado. General Barker arrived at my office, this time with more respect than I'd experienced on my first encounter with him. He saluted as Shevchenko drew the door to a close and I returned the compliment. "May I?" he said, while holding the back of the chair in front of my desk. "Sure, take a seat. I understand congratulations are in order. Rumors of your successful mission close to our southern border are doing the rounds of the ranks," he said. "Appreciate the compliment," I said and lowered my vision to some paperwork on the desk, hoping to hide the heat I felt rising in my cheeks. I lifted my vision and looked him directly in the eyes. "Of more interest to me is how we are progressing here." He opened his briefcase and pulled out a file and a map. "It's chaotic just now coping with the exponential growth of recruits, but we're getting to grips with it," he said, with an expression that spoke of a tremendous pressure he must have been facing. "What problems have you had?" "Logistics to get an adequate supply chain of provisions for one. That's a lot of mouths to feed. Never mind housing them. That's before we even get to train them." I began to wonder if I'd placed too much responsibility on his shoulders. "If you need any help with the provisions, let me know. It's harvesting time, so no doubt they'll increase the taxes on the produce to supply our soldiers. Either that, or divert what's already taxed." "How long to combat readiness?" "Well, seeing as how that the majority are ex-Denverines with most of the rest Army vets, we can scratch together a defense, but not an attacking force. There are different skills the Denverines will have to learn for modern warfare. They'd be fine for clandestine operations behind enemy lines, but that's a different skill set." "How's that?" I asked, then felt like kicking myself at showing ignorance. "Modern warfare isn't fought hand-to-hand or in the trenches and tank charges. They'll need at least 3 months training with the equipment. Ideally, I'd need 6 months. It'll be a question of getting them to learn how to use the equipment and to coordinate with specialist teams who identify targets from behind the front lines with drones." I pushed back into my chair. 3 months and we could already have been invaded. As far as I was concerned, the threat was immediate. I picked up a pencil and chewed on it until it splintered. Much as I didn't want to appear more ignorant than I already was, I had to ask the question. Why don't we have an Air Force? Same reason we don't have a Navy, though one wouldn't be of any use to us inland anyway. Not enough alive with experience to pilot the planes or to crew the ships. Besides, drone boats packed with explosives en masse take care of ships, and dome air defenses on land have made fighter jets obsolete. Asking the question left me feeling inadequate in the ways of modern warfare. It wasn't anything I'd discussed with Pa when living off the grid. All I knew was from watching old war films from discs and reading books on ancient battles. It had left me without the knowledge of how a modern war would be fought. What about our signals battalion? How can we overcome adversaries listening on our communications if we have action? We're all but deaf apart from dispatches which take time to deliver, never mind sending back replies, I said. Already have that covered from the report I asked them for. It's in the file here. And what would that be? Telephone lines. Thousands of miles of them around the state that aren't used. Some lines are down and will need replacing. They've put in an order for field telephones and they're working on the exchanges to get them going again internally to the state, he said, then pushed back in his chair. So much for modern warfare. At least it was better than Pony Express, or our current dispatches delaying messages, I thought. It's all there in my report in detail. Our engineers have the biggest headache in restoring equipment and bringing it out of mothballs to get them operational. You're talking about a good percentage of the equipment and munitions that are at least 30 years old, much of it older. I glanced at the report on my desk. It was at least 2 inches thick. More than bedtime reading. From what he was saying, for us to have a functioning army would take more than 3 months. We have an immediate problem. He didn't need to ask what it was as I outlined the intelligence I'd discovered as a major threat to our borders. He unfolded his map and spread it over the desk surface. We both rose from our seats to study the map side by side. Red marker pen in hand, he drew a line across the border between Nebraska and Kansas. We need to make contact with the governor of Nebraska and ask her to send her National Guard to secure the border and make good defenses. No point asking them to send us recruits. That would be their likely next target. I ran my finger down the border. That still leaves a lot of our border exposed from any immediate attack. General Barker rubbed his chin, then tapped his lips with his fingers. Well, from what you said, the first thing we need to do is to secure the major highways leading from Kansas out east, and from New Mexico on our southern border as a priority, then the other minor roads. The main ones are the highways directly from Topeka to Denver as the shortest route, he said, and marked crosses at the border highways. Neither of us had taken our eyes off the map as we spoke. Our border roads look to be isolated from Oklahoma, so that's taken care of, I said. Yeah. Signals Battalion could concentrate on them having secure landlines to connect the defense teams along our border. Then connect them back to here and the Citadel, and later to the communities. If that's all, I'd better go and get everything we've discussed organized. You do that. He turned and headed for the door. Wait, I have a suggestion. The Mexican Adelitas and Cherokees that arrived with me could defend the southern border. The Cherokees have armaments and equipment, and my community can feed them. Both groups will be motivated until we have reserves ready to bolster them. Not least because the Cherokees have family there to protect, and the Adelitas have a score to settle with the liberators. Good idea. I'll get that organized right away, he said, and closed the door behind him. With the report in hand, I skimmed through it by speed reading. It didn't all sink in, with an amount of jargon and names of equipment and munitions that I didn't have a clue what it was, or its use. Nonetheless, it looked to be thorough. I'd made the right choice in Barker to command the effort. I stored the report in the drawer, considering that Green could translate for me when no one else was around. Startled, I nearly jumped out of my skin when a buzzer sounded on my desk. I hadn't noticed they'd installed an intercom, hidden behind my in tray. I have Captain Tremaine here, sir, and others of his team. I pressed the button. Send them in and you join me. Shevchenko entered, followed by Tremaine and the team. I want their names scrubbed from the duty roster. Have them assigned to me as personal escort. Right away, sir, said Shevchenko. Wait, shouldn't you be resting that knee? I'm fine, sir, she said. You have another dispatch from Denver. She handed it over and exited. It didn't go without notice that she still had a slight limp. I had to admire her dedication. With the dispatch opened, I read it open-mouthed. Chapter 6. General Jack Cole at Fort Carson in Colorado. It was hard to take in the reality of what the dispatch contained from the Citadel. I read it again and fisted the surface of the desk. Problem? Green asked. I'll read out the message. It seems our special unit will be required after all. Are you saying you were going to cancel? Said Tremaine. It was a consideration, but no longer. Here's what the dispatch says. I cleared my throat. A Denverine patrol found a backpack and blood-soaked bandages at a river crossing, 6 miles north from Cole's town. They also found wet underwear at a deserted gas station a short distance over the river with a mutilated body having a gunshot to the head and his holster empty. DNA tests on the bandages and fingerprints on other items have proved positive for Amanda Jackson. She is likely seriously wounded as they found an empty morphine vial at the river crossing with the bandages. All Denverine units are on alert and have initiated roadblocks. So, I take it that our mission is still on, said Tremaine. I didn't answer him right away. For it to sink in, I had to read it silently once more. Now there wasn't any doubt that she'd survived. It made it even more of an imperative to get the team trained and to seek her out for assassination. Yeah, it's mission on. Tremaine stepped up to the desk. She could die from her injuries, if she hasn't already, he said. I have to work on the assumption she'll be alive. If not, the protectorate will have to find another to replace her. Have you found the equipment and somewhere for us to train? I asked Tremaine. Leroy purloined all the equipment from the list I gave him, and I've located a suitable area to train half a mile away. Look, I know you outrank me, but while training, you're just one of my team. Are you good with that? I don't want you thinking I'm disrespecting you when I start cussing and hollering and not using your rank. Although he was being polite, it was said in something of a commanding tone, as a sort of take-it-or-leave-it proposition. Yeah. No problem. When do we start? I said, still trying to take in that Jackson had definitely survived, although injured, and by the looks of it, she had headed north. We start right away. You'll need out of that uniform. Leroy stepped forward and dumped a combat uniform on the desk. The rest of the kit is down at the training ground, said Leroy. Is the transport ready? I asked and picked up the uniform. Transport? We'll all be running to there, said Tremaine, eyes narrowed and with an evil grin on his face. Come on. Chop chop. Not got all day. I stepped into my room and changed, then joined the others. I turned to Tremaine. Better tell Shevchenko where the training ground is for if I'm needed. Outside, we gathered together and set off running at a jogging pace. Come on you nonces, pick up the pace, growled Tremaine and clicked his stopwatch. Okay, it's not a sprint. Follow my pace. When we arrived at a gate surrounded by tall hedges, it had a sign that read, Prohibited Area. By order of General J. Cole. The gate was chained and locked with Tremaine having us climb over it and onward to a prefabricated building. I collapsed to my knees. Everyone appeared to be in distress, but it looked as though I was the worst for wear. Tremaine stood there, hardly blowing, and shaking his head. For his senior years, he'd obviously kept himself in peak condition. Tremaine stood there, hand on hips. God help us when you have to carry a full kit on an extended run. On your feet, we have an obstacle course to build, so let's get to it as a team. It was hard to credit after the graft of setting up the obstacle course, heaving the heavy logs and rope netting into place as a team for the climbing frame, and the rest, including rolling heavy vehicle tires into formation. Tremaine had us all test the course. Not once, but 3 times until I didn't have an ounce of strength left and finished last according to his stopwatch. That's enough for today. I'll let you jog back. Miserable effort, but it's a start. Cole, I need a private word, said Tremaine. Miserable effort, I thought, imagining we'd endured the torture to a good standard for a first attempt. While the others jogged away, I followed Tremaine. At the side of the prefab building, there was a mound of camouflage netting. What's under there? Transport for missions that Leroy commandeered. Special Forces tactical armored vehicles, he said, and threw back the netting. I looked on in awe, having never seen anything of the like. far more firepower than the Denverine armored vehicles, and on the roof, antennas and comms discs. They even had mini-missiles mounted and a multi-mortar launcher in addition to 2 high-caliber machine guns facing front and rear. A glance inside, and it was packed with computer screens. He dropped back the netting. "Why is it you wanted to see me?" "We don't have enough personnel. We need a backup team. Any action is likely to be behind enemy lines, and one team might not make it to the target." That truth had me pause for thought. "What about the ones that we have? What are your views?" He stroked the stubble on his chin. "Leroy is strong as an ox and has plenty of stamina. He shirks responsibility, though, and looks for the easy way out. Something of a chancer. Not sure if you could rely on him as yet." "What about Green?" "I like the look of her so far." "And Jimenez?" "Too early to tell, though her language skills will be useful. Regardless, you need 6 in a team. You're short of a communications expert and someone who can get to grips with computers. So, if we're to have 2 teams, we need another 8, maybe one more." "Why the odd number?" I asked as we stepped into the building. There on a long bench was a stack of uniforms, arms, and protection gear. Stacked on the floor were bulky backpacks. I lifted the straps on one to test the weight, barely able to lift it, and set it back down. "What do they weigh?" "Around 60 pounds. Add the weapons and it'll take them to 90 pounds. I had a flashback to the torturous journey of carrying 2 packs of provision to the supply dumps and shivered. "You didn't say why the extra one. Wouldn't that make one team have an odd number?" He seemed to be chewing it over before answering. Then it dawned on me one of us might get injured. "Look, this is difficult, but you struggled more than the rest today. Are you sure this is what you want? I could see you have leadership skills, but if this were for real, I'd have cut you today for a lack of physicality. You don't have to do this. Not when you're a general with an army to do the work for you." Indignity struck at his estimation of me, considering how I'd survived in the wastelands to get to the Citadel of Denver to rescue my family. Self-doubt had me stood there open-mouthed, a feeling as if my innards had hit south. A punch in the gut to wind me couldn't have deflated me more. I had to wonder if the revenge for the slaughter of my family that I sought in a clandestine mission to take out Jackson to stave off a war was beyond my capabilities. There was no doubt the injury I had suffered when shot in the action outside the religious-based community had caused me problems lifting at times. It wasn't as though I looked in the mirror and questioned any frailties others might see. A sense of imposter syndrome engulfed me. Hell, I was even winging it as a 5-star general. I had a decision to make. Chapter 7. Amanda Jackson on her journey north in Colorado. With night falling and seeing the old city of Denver ahead, Jackson knew the citadel beyond was too close for comfort. The old city itself looked foreboding on the skyline in darkness against a moonlit sky. Jackson took the ramp off the 25 highway that would have led through Denver and followed the lane around to the exit ramp to take her east along the Colorado E-470 toll road. Refreshed after a long sleep, she hoped to arrive at her destination shortly. The sign she was looking for came into view in her headlights and she turned left. A mile from her destination at the community industrial complex and the vehicle engine sputtered, then died. She slapped the steering wheel, reached over the seat for the pervert's boots and put them on, only to find they were a size too big. She sighed that at least they were dry. Outside of the vehicle she saw the plastic sack on the roof was deflated, empty of whatever type of gas it had used to keep the engine running. It wasn't any easier putting weight on her leg. Nonetheless, she had to move on. The night air was nippy, but not so cold as she needed to endure putting on the pervert's foul-smelling jacket. Jackson slammed the trunk shut, and sighed, then hobbled along the road. Half a mile along, and she could see the factory units from the outside lights illuminating the buildings. It might just as well have been 10 miles away. She grasped a hand over her wound at feeling heat in the area and throbbing. Lifting her skirt, she saw there was a small patch of blood. She limped over to a road sign and used the pole holding the sign to slink down to sit at the side of the road. To have come so far, and yet her destination seemed to be an impossible distance away, and it irritated her. Headlights appeared from over at the factory units. Jackson flattened herself on the ground. As it passed by, it was a truck with a hard body. No sooner was it out of sight than she saw more vehicle headlights, this time heading along the road to the units. Jackson didn't like to flip a coin in her mind, but decided that whichever way her fate fell, she was out of options with the pain emanating from her wound increasing in intensity. She grasped the pole of the sign and hauled herself to stand, then limped into the road. The truck didn't appear to slow. She waved her hands frantically. The semi-truck shuddered to the sound of air brakes hissing as it came to a halt 6 inches away from her. She slapped the grill in anger, then limped to the driver's door. The window rolled down as she stood there with her hands on her head to show she didn't have aggressive intentions. "Please, I'm injured. I need to get to see Charlotte Stone. She's in charge of the community." The driver didn't respond, simply rolling up the window and drove on. Hands on hips and shaking her head as it drove on by, she cursed that she'd not pulled out her gun. Settled back at the sign, she hoped for better luck next time, and maybe to shoot the driver and take over the driving if that's what it would take. More multiple headlights appeared from the industrial area. With her back to the pole, she resigned herself to whatever fate lay ahead. The headlights stopped a short distance away, having her shading her eyes. Silhouettes charged toward her, heavy boots clomping on the road. On the ground, arms outstretched, someone ordered her. Jackson complied, seeing more boots as she lay there, then someone snatched at her arms, forcing them behind her, and applied restraints. They dragged her to stand. To Jackson's relief, she recognized them as community security. With her hair now short spikes and in unfamiliar attire, she thought herself lucky they didn't recognize her or ask who she was in the event that they weren't loyal. No questions were asked at all as they removed her pistol and knife, then they bundled her into a van and drove on. "Her mag is empty," said one of them, then clicked it back into place. Jackson cursed under her breath that she hadn't checked it for ammo. The vehicle took a left to the housing area and parked. The back doors flung open to a flashlight beam blinding her. "Cut her loose. Get her inside. Someone go and bring the medic." Not a word to anyone. She recognized the voice. The tension drained from her. 2 of them carried her inside and set her down in an armchair. Jackson thought it was time to act with less authority to gain her host's sympathy, and to throw her a carrot to motivate her for assistance. "Our savior. What happened to you?" "Please, Charlotte, it's Amanda." "Right now, you're my savior and I don't feel like I can save anyone," Jackson said, and then winced at the extreme pain. She clutched at her thigh. "Sorry, it's too long a story just now." Charlotte hurried from the room. She returned with a bundle of clothes and with the medic following on. "Let's take a look," said the medic, and touched Jackson's scalp. "That's nothing." "See to this wound first," she said, swiping away the medic's hand. She lifted her skirt to reveal the bandages. "Oh, dear. We need to get you upstairs and out of those dirty clothes and showered first." Charlotte and the medic helped her up the stairs and into the bedroom. Stripped and with the bandage removed, she showered. When she looked down at the wound, it had a redness all around it that was sore to the touch. Stepping back to the bedroom, the medic had her lay on the bed. Jackson gritted her teeth when the medic wiped around the wound with alcohol gel. "It's infected. The bandage over there smells like pond water. Good thing you plugged the wound. It looks like a surface infection. I'll give you some antibiotics and put some antibiotic cream on the wound then bandage it, but really it needs stitching. Do you have morphine?" "Sorry. I have strong painkillers, but nothing to stitch it up with. I'll have to bind it tight." "What's that on your wrist?" "That's nothing. Pay it no mind." With the treatment over and bandaged, Jackson put on fresh clothes and the medic exited. "So, what happened?" asked Charlotte. Jackson didn't relish the thought of talking about defeat, deciding to keep it to the point. "Ambush. My unit was annihilated before I could get to Kansas." "What's in Kansas?" "Haven't you heard? I'm president there now together with Oklahoma." A look of surprise appeared on Charlotte's face. "Oh, that's fantastic. Sorry about the ambush. We're not allowed to use the radio just now, so we hear nothing." "So, what will you do now?" Jackson knew it was time to test her loyalty, and not as someone who just paid lip service. "That's why I need your help and why I'm here." I need transport and as many of your ex-Denverines working here who are loyal to me as you can let me have. I have a plan to take back Colorado, but I can only do that from Kansas. Charlotte's brow furrowed. Well, it's a tall order. Trouble is, we've lost so many to Denver's call for volunteers to form an army. That news gave her room for concern. Really? So, they're forming a new army? Yeah, just started recruiting. Jackson pondered on the revelation. She'd been right not to simply announce who she was to security. The Denverines who had volunteered for the army obviously had no loyalty to her. Of more interest to her was this new army and who would be in charge. Charlotte still appeared to display uncertainty at her request by stroking her chin. Look, what I need is some of your ex-Denverine personnel and some transport to get us to Kansas, said Jackson. But how would I explain it to the powers that be, especially if they take our transport and weapons from storage, said Charlotte. Desertions, she replied. Good point. The question is, how many, asked Charlotte. 50 would do in case I have to fight my way there out of Colorado. They'd all need Denverine uniforms. Only those who you were 100% sure would be loyal to me. That's not a problem, security has spare uniforms. But 50? I could handle 30 going that I know for certain would be loyal. Jackson wasn't too pleased at that, but better than having an extra 20 who might not be loyal. Then that will have to do. When for? Tomorrow morning. The sooner I get to Kansas, the better. Don't worry, I won't forget your assistance when I take back the presidency here. Jackson patted Charlotte on her thigh and raised a smile. I'll need a new industrial recovery minister when I take back the presidency, she said and winked. Incidentally, what is it you're manufacturing here these days? Drones. We've just received a dispatch to tool up to manufacture telephone handsets alongside of the drones. Drones and telephones? That's an odd mixture. Any idea who is in charge of this new army? The dispatch we had was from a General Jack Cole. Jackson rolled her eyes at the mention of Jack Cole. With McClusky and Jed Ward spending time with him at Cole's Town, it had to be him. More reason than ever to have him on her hit list. Chapter 8. Amanda Jackson on her journey to Kansas. Jackson headed along the I-76 from Denver to Kansas at the head of her convoy, with her new recruits following. After an intermittent sleep during the night, the antibiotics from the medic had tamed the infection of the wound in her thigh, but not a dull pain that persisted despite taking painkillers. Her mind drifted over different scenarios of how her visit would pan out at the citadel of Topeka, attempting to have a plan for all eventualities. More than anything, she hoped her letter to the governor had worked to cement her loyalty. There was always the possibility she might have betrayed her to the protectorate and that she would turn her over to General Carter when she arrived. The sign for Burlington came into view, a stone throw from the border. Jackson leaned closer to the windshield, squinting her eyes, then wiped the glass with her sleeve. Give it a blast of water, and slow down, she said as they hit the outskirts. She lifted her binoculars to see army troop transporters with soldiers jumping from the rear, together with a number of armored vehicles. Soldiers were unloading a wooden barrier with red and white stripes and dumped it with a stack of others. Take a left, now! Almost upon the intersection, the driver spun the wheel. Jackson's heart thumped in her chest. She checked the side rear view to see the other 3 vehicles behind follow on. Is there another road that crosses the border? There's the I-36 signposted to the right ahead. Then take it but drive slowly in case they have it blocked. Jackson's eyes glued to the rear view, hoping on hope they weren't setting up the barrier to catch her and that maybe they'd spotted them when her convoy diverted. Contact the rear vehicle and tell them to keep an eye out for any vehicles following. The driver relayed the message over her comms. Their convoy turned onto the I-36 to some relief, with no sign of any roadblock, and they crossed the border into Kansas. The driver put a finger to her comms earpiece. Understood. She turned to Jackson. Troop transports arrived some distance behind us but stopped at the border. Looks as though they're sealing the border roads. Jackson had it in mind that someone at the industrial community had betrayed her. How long until we get to Topeka? 8 hours or so if the solar panel keeps up the charge with the sun out. If not, we'll have to stop around 100 miles short while we recharge. She shuffled on her seat, not looking forward to the journey, considering her mind would be fried by the time they arrived. The ride was so boring, Jackson kept nodding. Each time she awoke, it pained her to see only a few minutes had passed by. Jackson felt a dig on her arm and cracked open her eyes. This time they were 6 hours into their journey. Their vehicle was crawling along, then the driver pulled over and stopped. "What's happening?" "We need to check the road ahead. It looks to be blocked completely in the distance. Could be abandoned vehicles. We've passed enough of them already." "I can't make it out." Jackson lifted her glasses to her eyes and zoomed in along the road. It wasn't clear even on zoom. "Go and have scouts sent out to see what the obstruction is." "I can't make out any movement." She opened the glove compartment and took out a map. With no signs in the road, there wasn't any way of determining where they were. Estimating they were 2/3 along their journey, she ran her finger along the road to look for any intersections. Jackson climbed out of the cab to stretch her legs to see her recruits doing the same. "Anyone notice a turnoff back the way?" asked Jackson. "I saw one around half a mile back," said the driver of the second vehicle as she leaned through the window. Jackson returned to the cab and retrieved the map, then stepped back to the driver. "Any idea where we are?" Jackson asked and offered up the map. The driver stabbed a finger on the map. "Around here." Jackson sighed. The intersection the driver had spotted didn't lead to a route to bypass the obstruction ahead. Jackson noted the topography where the road cut through a hillside before the obstruction. She raised her binoculars to see her 2 scouts climbing the hillside and reaching the crest. Jackson's driver stepped over to her. "Just heard from the scouts. It's a roadblock. Armored vehicles. Damn. Ask them if they look to be Topekans or soldiers." Jackson hoped they were Topekans. If they were soldiers, they could be rangers or liberators. Topekans. A sizable force judging by the tent camp. She sucked on her bottom lip. A decision had to be made. That they were Topekans was something of a relief. Even so, there was still no saying if the governor had remained loyal. "What should we do?" the driver asked. Jackson laid the map on the hood. "We'll drive to the roadblock, but here's what I want the others to do. See those hillsides either side of the road? Split the group into 2. Have them gather wood from the trees over there. I want each to set 5 campfires 20 yards apart just below the crest of the hillsides. On your signal, I want them to light them. First get the vehicles off the road and have them gather branches to camouflage them. Tell them to camp there until we return, however many days it might take, and to keep the fires going." "Right away, our savior," she said, and pounded her chest in salute. On returning to her vehicle, Jackson leaned inside and unhooked her blouse and trouser suit from the hanger behind her seat. She stripped out in the open and changed her clothes, while the recruits carried out the orders to move the vehicles. "When you say we, does that mean we're to go along there without backup?" "Correct." Jackson could see with the perplexed look on her face that she couldn't work out what was planned. True to the Denverine code of do or die, it was all her driver said on the subject, and she simply nodded in acceptance. "I see the others accepted your command. Charlotte told me you were a commander before you retired. I think now is a good time for your position to be reinstated for when we get to Topeka and meet with the governor." "Thank you, our savior." They both climbed back into their seats and waited. Jackson couldn't help but wonder if she was overthinking it and they should have all just carried on. Drumming her fingers on her knee as time passed by, she glanced at the dashboard clock. They'd been gone for over half an hour. Enough time to carry out orders. Commander Davenport put her finger to her earpiece. "Stand by." She turned to Jackson. "They're ready." "Good, then drive on. Give the order to light the fires when we're 100 yards from the roadblock." As they approached, Davenport gave the order. Topekans with their rifles shouldered stepped into the middle of the road, with one of them signaling for them to pull over to the side of the road. "When we stop, get out and follow me. Salute when I ask you to get the map." Jackson opened the door and climbed out of her seat, then marched briskly over to the Topekans and faced them, overcoming her instinct to limp. "What the hell are you doing here? You should be blocking the road at the border with Colorado." "Who is in charge?" said Jackson. The lead Topeka looked to be taken aback. Who are you? She asked. Who am I? I'm your president, that's who I am, and this is Commander Davenport of my personal security. Now go and get whoever is in charge here before I have you disciplined. The Topekans lowered their rifles. The lead one, red-faced, scuttled away and on over to an armored vehicle. A Topekan exited and strolled over. I'm Captain Morgan, she said. Forgive me, but it's not every day we're in the presence of our president. Do you have identification? Jackson sent her a tight-lipped glare, then exploded. The impudence! If you look at the hillsides, I'll tell you what I have, and that's a sizable force waiting to make sure I get past to see the governor, or they have orders to blast our way through. Now contact her for your orders to let me pass. She turned to Davenport. Go and get my map. Right away, our savior, she said, and beat her chest in salute. The Topekan captain looked up to see the smoke from the campfires on the hillside, then snapped her heels and saluted. I'll contact her now, our savior. Use code. When you speak to her, do not mention my name. Refer to me as a VIP who sent her a dispatch letter regarding a promotion. While you're at it, tell her Colorado are setting up defenses at the roads crossing the border and that you should set up your roadblocks there to counter them and not here. They could be planning to invade. Chapter 9. Amanda Jackson on her journey to Topeka in Kansas. The Topekan captain returned to Jackson with her cheeks flushed. Jackson imagined she was either embarrassed at her asking for her ID or starstruck in the presence of her president. You're to go on ahead, our savior. The governor has instructed me to tell you all units are to move forward to block the border roads. Good, then don't waste time. We'll wait here until you all up camp and drive on. With Jackson harboring satisfaction at how it had transpired and with Commander Davenport by her side, they returned to their vehicle. Well, we just have to wait. Maybe us sitting here will have them expedite moving camp. When they're out of sight, radio our unit to collect their vehicles and join us here. Davenport nodded. Jackson adjusted the seat to lay back slightly. Hands clasped at the fingers behind her head, she pondered on what lay ahead. There was still no way of knowing if the governor was loyal, though on the face of it, it appeared so. She went over all scenarios she'd previously considered with the belief she was prepared for all events. What she really needed was an army behind her, and 30 Denverines wouldn't do it to counteract the protectorate's strength with the army it had at its disposal. All units, return to your vehicles and join us on the highway. Jackson opened her eyes and sat upright, adjusting the seat back into position. She glanced in the rear view to see a troop transport heading away at the back of a convoy. They're at the vehicles now. Won't be long. Good. How are we doing for charge? Asked Jackson, and turning, she glanced out of the rear window to see the vehicles heading their way. We should just make it to Topeka. Then let's go. We've wasted enough time. When they arrived short of the citadel, another roadblock let them pass without stopping. At the gates of the citadel, a Topekan instructed them to park in a rest area. You're to leave any weapons here and go through X-ray. Your Denverines won't be allowed access. Is that so? I'm guessing you were contacted to know who I am. Where's your salute? Oh, sorry, our savior, she said and pounded her chest. Good. Now that we've made the introductions, no one is going through X-ray, and no one is leaving their weapons behind. These are my personal security escort. Now open the gate if you know what's good for you and let us all inside. The guard stepped over to a security hut. Jackson saw her whispering to someone. Whatever was said, the small gate and the larger gates opened and she returned. Go ahead, our savior. Someone inside will escort you and your security to reception. Before we enter, are there any protectorate soldiers or dignitaries visiting? No. Jackson waved the Topekan away, then turned to Davenport. Once inside, have our unit escort us. 4 up front. 2 at our side, and the rest follow on. Tell them all to be alert with a round in the chamber. Have them hook up the vehicles on charge before we enter. Davenport hurried over to the Denverines and gave them their orders. Once inside, an escort guided them to reception. Davenport stepped over to the desk. The governor is expecting you in the meeting room with other dignitaries from our citadel. Our guide will show you the way, said the receptionist. Jackson stepped up from her escort. Contact the governor and tell her all the dignitaries can go. I'll meet with her alone. The receptionist didn't question her, but rushed off down the corridor. Jackson turned to Davenport. When we arrive at the meeting room, you go in and check it out. See if there are other entrances where someone could be hiding. Once it's clear, give me the go-ahead and you can all wait for me outside. No one is to pass, and I mean no one. Davenport nodded in the affirmative as the receptionist returned. You are to go ahead. The governor is waiting. Marching down the corridor, Jackson recalled the governor as part of her unit, fighting under her command against Salt Lake, and as part of her team that led the coup for her to take over the presidency. She hoped that she would be as subservient as she was then as they approached the door. Davenport stepped inside. Sorry, Governor. I'm the president's security. I just have to do a sweep of the room. Go ahead. Be my guest? Jackson heard her reply. Davenport returned. It's clear, but there's a camera with audio. Jackson stepped inside and on over to the governor, who rose from her seat and was about to salute. Please, Gloria, no need for formalities. Good to see you again. The dignitaries were all hoping to meet you. And they will, but first I needed to discuss important matters with you in secret. With that in mind, I see the camera and audio is active. Have it turned off. The governor walked over and stood in front of the camera. Stop recording. The LED extinguished and she stepped back over, beckoning Jackson to take a seat at the side of her. I'd better tell you, I've been getting grief from the protectorate's consul. They're not happy at the slow progress of us digging trenches for the fiber optic cable. I'm running out of excuses. Jackson had to think for a moment. She didn't think it would take long for Protectorate Garner's software to work out what was happening. Then have sections blown up and tell them terrorists are responsible. What about the Liberators and Rangers? Are they still on the territory? Asked Jackson. They've gone back to Oklahoma. The governor had the same idea as you've just said, so they left with General Carter and his troops to guard the cable laying. Jackson nodded her head. That revelation was a surprise, but heartwarming at the same time. It meant the governor was acting on the dispatch she'd sent her, and inadvertently, her actions to slow down the cable laying had drawn the Rangers and Liberators out of Kansas. Then maybe my idea is best not taken up. She could see the governor was still troubled when she saw her pick up a pen and repeatedly tapped it on her desk. What should I do with the consul? He arrives tomorrow, she said, concern written all over her face. Don't worry about that, I have a plan to deal with him. The governor sighed and let go of the pen. Thank goodness for that. I'm walking a tightrope here, burning at both ends. Well, it won't be for long. Now I've taken my presidency back in Nebraska. With an army from all 3 states, we can drive out the Protector's army and stop any further incursion from our southern border. Once that's done, I can take back Colorado. The governor leaned back in her chair. I hear you already have a sizable force camped 2 hours from here? I have, but as large and well equipped as it is, it's not enough for the plan I have. Jackson had all and not to snicker that her deception back at the roadblock had worked. There was a pregnant pause. The governor shuffled on her seat, then leaned forward. The fingers of one hand drummed on the surface of the desk. Jackson had a good idea of the subject she was stalling on bringing up. So, let's get down to the promotion I mentioned in the dispatch. I have to tell you I was considering both you and the governor of Oklahoma. Her fingers stopped drumming on the desk. And, she said, her eyes searching as if the answer would be in Jackson's eyes. It's all down to who I trust the most and who I consider the most loyal to take over my duties while I'm otherwise engaged. But it's also a question of timing. It's going to be difficult for me to visit Oklahoma just now with the Protectorate's troops there. Still. The governor interrupted her mid-flow. Oh, you can trust me. I'd never let you down. You know me as far as loyalty goes. We go back a long way to our younger days in the Denverines, remember? Her interruption showed her eagerness for the position. Jackson couldn't believe she'd walked right into her trap. It was time to put her to the test. Indeed. Then will I ask you to put your Topekans under my command and any National Guard you might have, for me to take back Nebraska, I take it that wouldn't be a problem? The governor settled back in her chair, her jaw hitting south. Her mind seemed to be working overtime as she clasped her hand over her mouth and tapped her cheek with her index finger. She removed her hand. No, I mean, yes, it wouldn't be a problem. Then you have it, congratulations, Vice President, she said, and they shook hands with vigor. Jackson thought that her newly appointed vice president looked as though she'd wet her panties, such was the excitement she displayed. There is one condition other than what I asked of you. Oh, and what's that? The excitement she displayed turned to one of apprehension. It can't be announced just yet. I have the governor of Oklahoma to consider. I can only deal with her when the action in Nebraska is concluded. None of the dignitaries here can know, but you have my word, you were my vice president. Surely the governor will accept whatever decision you've made? Jackson already had her answer ready and fired back. When I talked of trust and loyalty, unfortunately, I don't believe she has either of those qualities to your degree. I'll need to replace her. If she discovers I've chosen you over her, she could just as easy turn to the protectorate. Her vice president clasped her chin. She gave Jackson a sideways glance and set a serious expression on her face. You said that I'd take responsibility for your duties when you were otherwise engaged. I did. Jackson wondered what she was throwing into the mix. Maybe one of her own conditions. Then while you're otherwise engaged in Nebraska, I'll ask her to come here for a meeting and assassinate her, then appoint my deputy in her place. Jackson crossed her arms and sat back. She wondered if she'd read her wrong in her apparent eagerness to have her appointed as her vice president, and that she might have a plan of her own. Her own deputy would be loyal to her in that event if she approved her request. There was no doubt she hadn't risen from the ranks to be governor through naivety, if not some degree of deviousness. She could hardly forget her assistance in helping her with the coup. That experience could have left her with designs on the presidency and with the fingerprint of how to go about it to pull it off. Deliberating over, she leaned forward. Do that by all means, but appoint her deputy instead as a natural succession. Have the assassination appear to be an accident for public consumption. I already had that in mind as a definite plan, so no deviation. Remind the deputy that if she doesn't follow my orders, and prove unwavering loyalty to me, the same fate will befall her. The vice president slapped her hands on the table. Consider it done. Good, then write out the authority to your generals and commanders to hand over command in the field to me and have it signed and sealed. I'll reciprocate with a letter of your appointment. Jackson rose from her seat. She smiled at Gloria, then turned. Her instructions regarding the governor and her deputy from Oklahoma had been carefully considered and double-edged. It was a warning to the vice president not to go beyond her authority with any ambition she might harbor. Chapter 10. General Jack Cole at Fort Carson. 6 o'clock in the morning, and I stepped outside the office block and on over to the gymnasium. Tremaine's assessment of me had left me doubting my abilities going forward. Determined not to fail at his Special Forces training, I decided to build up my stamina. At that early hour, I hoped for there to be no one around as I entered the gym. My desire to work out alone proved not to be. A woman was in there pulling on a bar attached to cables and weights. I did an about-turn, deciding to go for a jog instead. General, is that you? When I turned, I'd already recognized the voice. Shevchenko stood there with her hands on her hips, her tank top stained with sweat at the chest, leaving nothing of her breasts to the imagination. She grabbed at her towel and wiped the sweat from her neck and face, then tossed it over her shoulder. Didn't know you did workouts? I said. Every day, sir. Not been able to exercise my legs with the wound, so I'm concentrating on my upper body just now. Please, no need for formalities on your downtime. Drop the sir. Are you here to exercise? Maybe. It's not something I've ever done. I just called in to see what equipment they had. The bullet I took that I told you about has affected my upper arm strength, so I was thinking about getting back into shape. Trouble is, I don't know where to start. She waved both her hands to beckon me toward her. I'll show you the ropes. Start on the lateral pull-downs I've just used. Great for upper shoulder and arm strength. How embarrassing. When testing it out, she had to reduce the weights that she'd been using. Still, I got the hang of it, then moved on to the next exercise. I was thankful to have her show me all the exercises. An hour into doing the rounds on the equipment, and with more exercise, I'd not be fit for training later. Appreciate the help. I'll go take a shower. See you in the office later. When I arrived back at the office, a Jeep parked outside. I have a dispatch, the driver called out as I was about to enter. I'll take it, and sign your receipt, said Shevchenko, having me jump out of my skin as she appeared behind me, like a shadow following in my footsteps. It's for you, from Signals Battalion. She handed it over. I'll go and get changed and be back to open the office at 8:30. You do that, I said and stepped inside. Tossing the dispatch into my in-tray, I entered my quarters, exhausted. A quick shower to wash away the sweat, and I took a moment to lay on my bed. Staring at the ceiling, the moment expanded to an hour of regression of my time with Laura and the children after rescuing them. More than anything, I labored on the disappointment of those last 2 years at the community and lack of intimacy with Laura. The distance between us had been a massive gulf. Considering that I added my year in isolation in the bunker during her captivity, our relationship had been more like that of brother and sister once we were reunited. While considering that, I imagine that was the reason I'd felt guilty in the gym when Shevchenko had guided me on occasion with my stance. Her feminine touch unnerved me. As innocent as it was on her part, I couldn't deny the thoughts I had that made me feel disloyal, especially considering that little time had passed between Laura's death. Asking her to drop the formalities had maybe been a mistake. With a shudder and a shrug of the shoulders, I dispelled the thoughts, and threw my legs over the side of the bed, then dressed. In the office, I took a seat at my desk. The first thing I did was to pick up the file General Barker had left for me, and I tried to take in some of the reports. I turned the page to a section headed, Signals Battalion, and slapped my forehead. Reaching out to the en-tray, I picked up their dispatch. Kansas have broken radio silence. The following radio message has been deciphered, it read. I continued to read through the message and then dropped it back on the desk. There was a knock on the door. Enter. Green entered and walked over. Anyone in the office out there? I asked. Some. I pressed the intercom button. Sir. Have someone contact General Barker to come here. Yes, sir. So, what is it you want me to translate? Green asked. Not a word to anyone about what I need you for. This report here. I want to know what some of the equipment does and what the jargon refers to, I said and passed her the report. She flicked through the pages. It would be easier if I just went through it and wrote notes in the margins. I can also write notes the distance of the projectiles will travel for the different munitions and missiles. You do that. Find a spare desk in reception. Don't let General Barker see what you're doing when he arrives. I don't want him to know I'm ignorant on some of the content. She nodded, and sent me a knowing smile, then looked at her watch. You do realize we only have 1 hour to get to the training area? I won't get through this in time. Don't worry, you can finish what you don't get to later. As Green exited, Shevchenko arrived. She placed a mug of black coffee on the table. Will you be going to the gym every morning, sir? I didn't look her in the eyes. Instead, I picked up the dispatch as if to read the content. No, I'll go jogging instead, and do my exercises in the gym late at night now I know what to do, thanks. When General Barker arrives, tell him to walk right in. Anything else, sir? Yes, I have another task for you. Go through records and see if you can find recruits with expertise in computers for targeting enemy positions. At the same time, I need experts in field communications. Say the names of 10 for each discipline. Right away, sir. No sooner had she gone, than General Barker entered. You wanted to see me? Yeah, I need you to see this, I said and handed him the dispatch of the radio message they had deciphered from Kansas. He read through it, then tossed it back on the desk. It's only what we would have done if we saw they had set up roadblocks at the border. I'll have our units contacted to see if they can check out the strength of the troops that they've sent just in case it's for something more serious we need to act on. We have all the roads blocked at the border right now. That's good to hear. Is this some kind of code they couldn't decipher when it mentions a VIP and promotion? He picked up the dispatch and studied it once more. The wording will be right. More than likely, they'll have used that wording as secondary code the receptor would understand without naming them. I could have kicked myself for not realizing. I took the dispatch from him and placed it in my jacket pocket. Ah, get it? I've used that trick a number of times. Anyway, I'm glad you asked to see me. I visited the Citadel yesterday late evening and we've been asked to attend Space Command in their bunker over at the mountains for a tour, Barker said. When? Tonight. President McClusky and her assistant will meet us there. I'll arrange for my driver to pick you up at 7. That hit me between the eyes. It wasn't anything I was expecting. Tonight? Did they say why the urgency? No. Then I'll not keep you if there's nothing else. I'm sure you have plenty to organize before we go to Space Force without us chit-chatting. I walked with him out into reception and glanced over at Green. She was sat there with nothing in front of her at the desk. As soon as the general was out of the door, Green lifted the report from her lap and placed it on the surface of the desk, then gave me a thumbs-up sign and a wink. Tremaine walked in through the front door. Just the person I wanted to see. About what was said yesterday, I said. You're not joining us then, he said and sent a wry smile in my direction. No, not that. I'll be joining you, regardless of what was said. He sucked air through his teeth. I couldn't read him, not sure if him doing that was to show his disappointment. Enlighten me, he said. It's about the additional recruits. Liaise with my adjutant to go through the records after today's training and see what personnel you can find for you to interview. She's already looking for computer and communication experts. Pleased you said that. I'll look for 30, because they all won't pass muster and there'll be injuries. I raised an eyebrow at the number he suggested, but didn't protest, thinking he knew what he was doing. He looked at his watch. Better make a start then. Uniform, he said and coughed into his hand. Oh, yeah, I'll go get changed and see you outside. Green rose from the desk and handed me the report. I'll check more of it out when we return. I'll join the others. A change of clothes and I met with our team outside. Jogging at the side of Tremaine, I turned my head. What can you tell me about the Space Command base in the mountains? Chapter 11. General Jack Cole at Fort Carson. Tremaine didn't answer the question that I'd asked about Space Command. Quite the opposite. Save your breath, and mine. We'll discuss it later, he said and jogged on ahead. When we arrived at the training area, I took Tremaine to one side. Look, about what was said yesterday. I know you might not think highly of me for this task that I hope to undertake, but trust me, I've endured more than ever you've endured in your lifetime in terms of physical and psychological challenges. He smirked. I know. What I said was a test. Shevchenko relayed to me all you'd gone through to rescue your family. Oh, did she? I wanted to wipe the smirk from his face with the back of my hand. He looked at his watch. We need to get to work. When do we get to try out the vehicles? I asked as we walked over to the cabin. Not until we've done with your physical and psychological tests. Even then, it won't be until we have 2 viable teams, he said, and then quickened his pace walking ahead. Tremaine had us enter the cabin and sit at small tables spaced out. I had expected to get to work on the obstacle course or to go on a run. Instead, after he had us take our seats, he dropped booklets in front of each of us with a number of pencils. Here's your task for today. Open the booklet when I say. There are 720 questions for you to answer. Most are multiple choice requiring a check mark. There are no right or wrong answers, so it shouldn't task your brains. Don't overthink it, just mark the first thing that comes into your head. There isn't a prize for coming first or punishment for coming last, but think on, I don't want to be here all day. I raised my hand. No questions. Open the booklets and start. I opened the booklet on the first page. Would you kill your brother? Was the first question. Not that I had one, but I answered, no. The second question asked, what drink do you prefer in the morning, goat's milk or water? I enjoyed goat's milk, and I was about to put a check mark at the side of it but hesitated. Do they want me to check the word water? I glanced over at Green and Jimenez. Both were checking away when Green turned over the page, racing through the questions. "Cole, get on with it or you'll be here at midnight. It'll take 4 to 6 hours as it is. Just mark the first thing that comes into your head." With my wrist aching and my butt sore, I marked off the last check mark. Green and Jimenez had already finished, having been dismissed. It was a relief when I saw Leroy still checking away. Then he finished and slapped down the pencil. "That's me done," said Leroy. "You can go now," Tremaine called over to him as he collected my booklet. "You stay here." None of the questions had made any sense to me as to what purpose they were for. I was just pleased not to have come last at something. What was all that about? Psychological tests. It tells me if any of you are psychopaths, among other things, like how you'd handle stressful dilemmas, and if you've been honest. That had me raising an eyebrow and thinking back to some of the questions, like what if my imaginary brother had been about to murder an imaginary sister? I shrugged my shoulders. How come Green and Jimenez finished so quickly? Because they paid attention to what I said. You need to be more alert. Distraction of thought in the field could cost lives. He gave me the evil eye at first, then smiled, lightening his demeanor. There's some truth in that, but I'm just playing. Both of them have done tests before for the Army, so it was nothing new. Just a ton more questions, that's all. What is it about Space Command over at Cheyenne Mountain Base that you want to know? Just what to expect. I'm going there tonight for a tour. He looked to be taken aback at that revelation. Surprise etched all over his face. Lucky you. I've never been. The public and us lesser ranks have never been allowed to sensitive areas. It's been closed to all but Space Force personnel since the drought started. So, you don't know anything? I didn't say that, he said rather sharply. I know that and what its purpose was used for, but it's changed over the years. It used to be under the command of the Air Force when there was one, before Jackson joined in with the other nuclear powers and they negotiated the international treaty to disarm everyone's nuclear capability. The North American Aerospace Defense Command used to have their headquarters at Peterson Air Base, with an alternate command base inside the mountain. With the drought, everything was moved inside the mountain base. It still left me wondering what they did there in the mountain base. So is Peterson still operative? Sort of. Peterson is just for rocket launches now since the ash cleared. Last I heard, Peterson Air Base, and the mountain base comes under the control of Space Command. Just what they do in there in the mountains, God knows. Especially since they don't have to look out for nuclear missiles heading our way. All I know is, I was training a batch of teenagers in the Citadel ready for the Army for when they matured, and the bastards commandeered them to go to the mountain base. It all left me none the wiser for what to expect. Well, I guess I'll find out what they wanted them for when I get there. I'll see you here tomorrow. No, you won't, he snapped back. I won't see you all down here for at least 2 weeks while I weed out any new recruits I can find. I suggest you use that time to build up your stamina by running. You'll need it for what you're going to face. Talk to Green, she'll have an idea what to expect. With that, he ambled over to Leroy's desk and picked up his booklet. When I arrived at the gate and climbed over, Shevchenko was parked there. Get in, sir. Hurry. General Barker has been sniffing around and wanting to know where you were. I told him you'd gone on a run. Instead of climbing onto the passenger side, I took a seat in the back, thinking it more appropriate after our encounter at the gym. Did he say what he wanted? I asked. No. He waited around for half an hour, then stormed off saying he'd call back. That was all I needed. I doubted I could keep it a secret forever what I was doing. We arrived back at my office. I headed straight on through and changed into my dress uniform, then took a seat in my office. The intercom sounded. Yes. I have General Barker here. Send him on through. When he entered, he strode into the office, clearly in a blinding rage, judging by the look on his face. Problem? I asked. Oh, we have a problem. We have some thieves. Transport have reported 2 vehicles have gone missing, and the arsenal have said thousands of rounds of rifle ammo, some high-tech rifles, and field missiles have been stolen. Then I hear we've had backpacks and uniforms stolen, among other items. They must have found a way of getting them outside the camp. Nothing has passed the security gates. Better take a seat, I said, when Leroy sprang to mind. Would they be special tactical vehicles and weapons? I asked him. How did you know? He said, dipping his chin to his chest and sending me a scowl. I took a deep breath. It was time for me to come clean. I ordered them to be stolen with the ammo and other equipment for some special forces teams I'm building. It was part of a test for the unit. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to tell you. Gave them the task before I got sent on the mission to Kansas and the skirmish we had at the community. It must have slipped my mind to tell you with all that's happened. He looked gobsmacked and dropped his backside on the chair. Yes, it has been chaotic. Special forces, you say? His demeanor changed as if someone had released a pressure valve in the top of his head. Yeah, thought with you in charge of operations, you'd have enough on your plate, I lied. I needed something to do to keep my hand in and prepare units to be at your disposal for if you needed them to work behind enemy lines. Ah, right, good. Please, that's cleared up. I'd better go and take a shower and change ready for our journey. It was a relief to have come clean, even with a white lie. Now I wouldn't have to skulk around. I spent the next half hour going through my in-tray, when Shevchenko announced my transport had arrived over the intercom and I stepped into reception. Shevchenko rose from her seat and stepped over to me. The general said you're visiting Space Command. Will you be back tonight? She asked. Not sure. It's only a 15-minute drive, so I would hope so, but they might want me to stay overnight, so don't worry if I'm not here in the morning. She looked upset. Shouldn't I be coming with you as your adjutant? Not this time, I said, and hurried to the transport. Settled in my seat alone in the back, with the general in the passenger seat, I wondered if not only it was a mistake to have had her help me at the gym, but maybe the medal I gave her could have also been a mistake. I knew it was something I'd have to work on, in not trying to be everyone's buddy like I did back at the community. Dispelling the thought, I wondered what it could be that Jed and Jara would want that was so important as to meet them at Space Command, and not at Fort Carson. Chapter 12. General Jack Cole at Space Force Command. Don't know what I was expecting when we approached the mountain base, but it was a much larger tunnel entrance than I'd imagined. The road was lined with multiple cameras on poles. For a supposed secret base, they'd had the name on the entrance arch illuminated with the road lighting, which I thought laughable. We passed through security and were given name tags. Inside we drove on for around 2 miles, the guard sitting at the side of me giving a running commentary of the base's history. We drove past a giant steel door at least a yard wide, and with the inner closing mechanism visible. That's the first of 2 25-ton blast doors. We can close them within 45 seconds, said our guard, who by now, his commentary grated on me. All I thought was that they put my entrance to the bunker back at the farm to shame. The vehicle pulled over and the guard led us to an elevator. Going up, he said and pressed the button. Looking at the buttons there were 3 levels. We arrived at the top level. Apart from the guard, neither of us had spoken since we entered the tunnel. We stepped outside the elevator and along a corridor, to be ushered into a room. This is the simulation area, said the guard. Walk over here and see what they're doing. The room had stations along the wall with high-back chairs with headrests, facing banks of monitor screens. That wasn't what got my attention. It was the youths that intrigued me, sitting in the chairs, varying from anywhere between 13 and 15 years old, mostly young girls. They were holding what appeared to be game joysticks mounted on the table with one hand, like the one I had as a child, while tapping on touch screens set at an angle in front of them. I guess these were the trainees that Tremaine had mentioned. Each station had someone older appearing to give instruction. What are they training for? I asked. Take a look and listen in, said the guard. There are trainee pilots. I thought it an odd choice of title considering there was no longer an Air Force. Though thinking that, I did wonder if maybe they had brought some aircrafts out of mothballs now the skies had cleared. Are those monitors meant to mimic the cockpit of an aircraft? The woman supervisor at the station snickered. No, these are trainee drone pilots. We have flight simulators for aircraft, but we don't use them anymore. The young girl in the chair ignored us, concentrating on the monitors, which now I looked more closely, they had images of terrain on the screens. The young girl exchanged messages over her comms headset, while moving the joystick to a crosshatch moving on the screen. Tapping at various indicators on the touch screen, numerical figures appeared on the central monitor, then back to the terrain. It was all too complex for my brain. The camera zoomed in on a vehicle and a number of people. "Possible RPG," said the girl. "Arming a destroyer missile." "Your call," said the supervisor. Missile away. Within seconds, a flash appeared on screen. As the smoke cleared, I could see a burning vehicle with bodies scattered around. The word "fail" appeared flashing on the screen to an intermittent buzzing. The young girl ripped off her headset. "Damn, what did I do wrong?" "You failed to correctly identify whether it was a weapon or not. Your own words said it, possible RPG." "Go again on the next simulation," said the supervisor. The guard looked at his watch. "Time to move on." "How come they're so young?" "They pick it up easier the younger they are," said the guard. "Once they're trained, they don't make mistakes." Exiting the room, we moved on down the corridor into another room. Jed was in there with Jara and one other person wearing a uniform with the insignia of Space Force. "I got your dispatches about Jackson," I said. "That's not the whole picture." "That's why I asked for you both to come here," said Jara. "We didn't want to risk a dispatch." "You brief them," she said, swaying her hand in Jed's direction. Jed dropped his backside on the edge of a desk. "We had a medic from one of our industrial communities arrived at the Citadel and reported that someone she believed was Jackson turned up there injured that she was asked to treat for a shrapnel wound." Jed had a coughing fit. I hoped he was about to tell me they had Jackson in custody. Jara passed him her handkerchief. "Sorry about that." Anyway, by the time a patrol we sent there arrived, she was gone. She'd taken transport, munitions, and 30 extemporaries with her. They arrested the one in charge of the complex. When they interrogated the community leader, we discovered Jackson was heading for Topeka, but we didn't know if she was lying, so we had a drone set up to look for her. Recalling the image on the monitor in the trainee pilot's room, it sent my mind into a spin. Don't tell me we're going to see a recording of a missile taking her out? The guy in uniform swiveled on his chair to face me. No, unfortunately. It was one of the recon drones without weapons. But we couldn't have fired anyway. "Roll the footage," said Jed. The guy in the uniform swiveled back on his chair to face the screen and tapped away at his keyboard. An image appeared on the screen. We're lucky that unlike Texas and the other states under the protectorate who have the means to detect and destroy our drone, they have no such defenses as yet in Oklahoma and Kansas, only the ones covering the citadels. "Ah, here we are," the guy said. "Everything the drone picks up in its cameras is stored digitally for recall at any time." The image showed the terrain and a highway traversing on the screen. The image stopped moving and zoomed in. The first thing I recognized was a similar roadblock to the one I'd encountered in Kansas. "Where is that?" "The I-36. It wasn't the same highway, but it was the same roadblock setup." The camera zoomed in. "There, those two facing the Topekans," said Jed. It was hard to make out who they were from the images overhead. One of the Topekans hurried away, then returned with another dressed as a Topekan and appeared in front of someone who appeared to be bald and wearing civilian clothing. Shortly after, they all separated. The two Jed had asked me to take note of, they climbed into a vehicle facing the roadblock. "How are you meant to identify anyone from that?" "It's not clear," I said. "I can't tell what gender the one is without a uniform." "Yeah, it's damn near impossible without they'd have looked up for our facial recognition camera to identify her if that is Jackson," the guy at the keyboard said. "Well, she did have a limp," said Jara. "Look, we know she's injured, and she was heading to Topeka. It has to be her." Glancing back at the screen, the image moved back to the road. I imagined it was wishful thinking on Jara's part, wanting it to be Jackson. "Why is the drone not staying on them?" I asked. "Our drone had to return." "Can't stay up there forever," said the guy. "So why bring us here if we can't definitely identify the one in the image as Jackson?" asked Barker. Jara gave him a stern look. "Because it is her." "I'm sure of that." "I think we should attack Topeka and do away with her," said Jara. Barker shook his head. "Not a chance. We don't have a viable army yet. Besides, They've sent troops to the border and set up roadblocks on all roads to counter our roadblocks. They'd know we were coming and have time to alert the protectorate to send in their reserve troops and armaments. He's right about the roadblocks. Our drone on watch along our border can confirm that, said the guy. It was time to back up my general. General Barker is right, I said. It'll take 3 months or more for our army to be combat ready, or we'd be sending them into a bloodbath. I glanced over at the screen to see nothing but the road and terrain passing by, and with the timestamp clicking away. Can you stop the footage and roll it back to where they appeared to be talking after one had walked away and then returned, I said. I slipped my hand into my pocket and surreptitiously looked at the date and time on the deciphered message about the VIP. Without them seeing, I slipped it back again. What have you seen? Asked Jara. Jed eased his backside off the desk and stepped closer to the screen. Nothing. I just wanted to take another look. There, stop it there when the Topican walks away and enters that armored vehicle. He had to wind it back. I looked at the timestamp. It corresponded with the time of the radio message. See anything? Asked Jed. No, nothing. It could be anyone, I lied. The last thing I wanted was for us to go off half-cocked on a hopeless mission while not fully prepared. Well, sorry to have wasted your time, said Jara, clearly agitated as she rolled her eyes. We'll come back with you to Fort Carson, and I'll stay overnight in my command RV. I don't feel up to the journey back to the Citadel, she said. I didn't believe her for 1 second, and guessed she wanted to see for herself whether the army was ready or not. Guilt struck at not revealing what I'd learned. There again, as much as I wanted to go after Jackson, Jara's impetuous trait of shooting first and asking questions later could have had us going into action and certain death before we were ready. All I hoped for was that as our commander-in-chief, she wouldn't overrule us, and she'd decide to send in our unprepared troops. Chapter 13. General Jack Cole back at Fort Carson. On the short drive back to Fort Carson, General Barker joined me on the back seat. Chattier than on the drive to Space Command, we exchanged pleasantries on the weather with Barker taking the lead. If I wasn't mistaken, I thought he was trying to ingratiate himself. My mind was elsewhere. It was looking as though the opportunity to take out Jackson had passed, but with good reason. More than anything, I was concerned that we were too thinly spread out with only roadblocks at our borders. Thanks for backing me up in there, he said. Don't mention it. Common sense. Listen, no offense to your experience, and don't take this the wrong way, but I've been thinking. We need to split our chain of command into two, a northern and southern command. What brought that on? He asked. A sleepless night. We have 2 different threats, and from what you've said, the landlines won't happen overnight. We need a shorter chain of command in terms of distance. What are you suggesting? He asked. It's not really a suggestion. I want you to appoint 2 senior ranks under you that you can trust to make autonomous decisions if lines of communication are broken. All our eggs are in one basket here. I was thinking it would be better to split the recruits to train in the areas where they could familiarize themselves with the terrain in terms of action and what would be needed in terms of equipment and to construct defenses. Ready or not, it would speed up any reaction to an unexpected attack. I sensed the general turn to look in my direction. No offense back at you, but I can see what the president saw in you. Makes sense. I'd need to appoint 2 lieutenant generals, and I know just the 2 who would fit the task. Then organize it as soon as we get back to the fort. In that one brief conversation, for the first time I thought I'd taken a small baby step up to merit the 5 stars on my uniform. However, I wasn't foolish to know there was a difference between common sense ideas and knowing how to plan an engagement. Back at the office, Green was at a desk, studying the general's report and scribbling away in the margins. I expected that of her, but what I didn't expect was to see Shevchenko at her desk at that late hour in her gym outfit. "Ah, you're back," said Shevchenko. "I thought I could change my time for going to the gym so we could exercise together." "Sorry, I won't be going to the gym. I'm expecting President McClusky and her assistant to arrive here shortly, and we'll have things to discuss." I could see disappointment written all over her face as she rose from her chair. She picked up her towel and whipped it over her shoulder, then marched from her desk and out of the door, closing it a little on the heavy side. "You have a problem there," said Green, and attempted to hide a snicker with her hand. "Don't know what you mean," I said, but I had a good idea of what she meant, sensing my cheeks flushing. "You must be blind then. She's got the hots for you with the questions she's asked and the way she talks about you." I shrugged my shoulders. "Ridiculous. You're imagining things. She's just loyal, that's all." Green smacked her lips. "Right, okay if you say so," she said, and buried her head in the report once more. I turned to the window to see headlights, then the sound of tires crunching to a halt on the gravel outside. When I stepped over to the window, it was Jara's RV. Jed climbed down the step and over to the office. "Where's Jara? Is she not with you?" "She is, but she's resting just now. She'll join us later. Come on through to my office." We took our seats at my desk. Jed pulled out a buff folder from his jacket and handed it over. "You need to read this." We were handed it as we left Space Command. They sent it over from Salt Lake. It's a report from a refugee from Texas that sought asylum. That had me raising my eyebrows, unaware that we now had contact with them, never mind an exchange of intelligence. I opened the file and read on. When I finished, I handed it back. Why would they be exterminating their citizens? It must be misinformation. That's what I thought and what Jara said. Maybe the guy concocted this story as part of his political asylum claim. It's the part about the Wolf Brigade that intrigues me. Remember when we questioned those two at the homestead and one turned out to be a robot? "Yeah, what of it?" I said. Jed stabbed his finger on the file. "It's all in there." The younger one in appearance said they were shipping in convoys of salvaged aircraft spares. That ties in with what this refugee has said about a gigafactory that's producing what he says is a wolf spider brigade. It doesn't go into detail, but as you can see, he says it consists of some kind of offensive land-based weapon, and he says there were rumors they have thousands of them hidden in silos. I stroked my chin. Probably tanks, or maybe rocket-launched missile equipment. It could be they've heard we're resurrecting our army and they sent the guy with false information in case we were thinking of attacking them, I said. Whatever, if it's true, they could be readying for a major offensive and not just for defense. Let's hope not. Elbow on desk, I rubbed my brow. That was all I needed to hear. Especially as our army wasn't combat ready. Jed leaned forward and tapped my hand. Don't look so defeated. We have our own plan for any defense, besides the army. We've done the same thing with decommissioned aircraft, only we've concentrated on manufacturing offensive drones and anti-drone equipment. I pushed back on my chair cushion. And you're only telling me this now? Hey, calm down. We were meant to tell you and General Barker at Space Force so you could add them to your assets and training. Jara was furious when you both said it would take time to get the Army combat ready to attack Topeka while she believes that Jackson is there. She decided to calm down and tell you both here. You know how she has mood swings. Jed's cheeks reddened as the door opened and in walked Jara. Who has mood swings? Nobody you know. Someone from our community. I lied to save Jed's embarrassment. How are you feeling with your injuries? Almost healed. I should be able to start exercising again in a few days. How is your special force coming along? She asked. It's not ready to go to Topeka if that's what you're after. We're still recruiting and starting exercises and equipment training for real in 2 weeks. Jara shook her head. I want a tour of the camp tomorrow to see how the training is coming along. I'd been right in my assumption. I'd known that's why she had decided to visit. These drones that Jed had told me about, do you have their numbers and capabilities? I asked Jara. Oh, those. Yes, I have the details for you both and I'll give them to you when we meet for the inspection tomorrow. About this special force team of yours. As part of my recuperation, I'm thinking I'll join you to get back to fitness. It won't do Jed any harm to get into some kind of fitness. The governor can assume my duties. She did fine while I was away at Colestown. I lowered my head and rolled my eyes. That was to be my second assumption, and it wasn't anything to do with recuperation. It was looking as though Jara would be joining our team. Goodness knows how she'd take to Tremaine when they would inevitably butt heads. Chapter 14. Amanda Jackson at the Citadel of Kansas. Jackson, With her security team front and rear and covering her flanks, they strolled through the garden dome at the Citadel of Topeka with Gloria, her vice president. Passing by a row of beehives, Jackson was fascinated by the worker bees returning with nectar to feed and to protect the queens in the individual hives, to the death if necessary. The hives reminded her of the ones they had on their farm as a child and her collecting the honey with her mother. In many ways, she mused that their society and hierarchy matched her own ideas of how things should be ordered. She noticed Commander Davenport's step on ahead when two of the units stopped an approaching protector. Davenport returned carrying a letter and handed it to the vice president. Gloria opened the dispatch, read it, then slipped it into her pocket. "You might have a problem crossing our border into Nebraska," said Gloria. "The dispatch was from our border patrol. It looks as though the governor has ordered her units to set up considerable defenses and they've closed all the border roads." Jackson pushed out her bottom lip, then sucked air through her teeth. "Has she now? Then that could work to my advantage." With over 4,000 troops now at her disposal, it didn't concern her. It wasn't as though she planned to spread them out to look for a breakthrough along the border in a prolonged battle. As much as her priority was to take the Citadel and to depose the governor, it was the state-of-the-art hospital facility that she hoped to keep intact. "When are you expecting the Protectorate's consul to arrive?" Jackson asked. "It should be any time now. I have the safe room ready with your plan to get him in there and to assassinate him. Our intelligence officer is going to say he needs to see intelligence reports on sightings of you on your travels. Then let's hope you succeed in getting him into the skiff so that he can't communicate with Garner with his amulet. That said, I'd best get back to my room and you can send a protector to tell me the consul is no more." "What about the governor of Oklahoma?" Jackson asked Gloria. "All arranged. If she accepts my invite with her deputy, she'll be here in a few days." "Good." Gloria parted ways and Jackson set off back to her room with her escort. At the entrance to her door, Jackson signaled for Davenport to join her. Over at the dresser, she opened the drawer and pulled out her map, spreading it out on the bed. "We have plans to make." Jackson pored over the map. "We need to send out scouts." "Not our unit. We'll use some of the Topekans." Jackson stabbed a finger on the map northwest of the old city of Fremont. "That's our target, the Citadel of Fremont," Jackson said. "But how will we do that if they have the border guarded? How will we get our heavy vehicles through if they have the roads blocked?" "Are the scouts to find a way through over the terrain?" said Davenport. "Yes, sort of, but not over the border with Nebraska from here. We'll need a road route through the back roads of Iowa close to the border and travel at night. They'll be least expecting an attack from the east. With their Nebraskan troops tied up at their southern border, their defenses will be weak. Take the Citadel and their troops will be ours when we install our own governor. That'll double our numbers and then we can deal with the Protectorate in Oklahoma. What if we're spotted in Iowa?" Jackson turned and stood akimbo, jutting out her chin. "Then we'll take out whoever spots us with an advance unit. They'll hardly have their National Guard on alert, will they? Besides, their Citadel of Cedar Rapids is a good distance away." Jackson glanced at Davenport. She appeared to display uncertainty of the plans. "What are you thinking?" "The plan is good. But what about Nebraska's border with Colorado? When they get word of us taking over Nebraska, it would only be a 7-hour journey for their troops to arrive to try and take it back." "See there, the I-36 from Denver, then the I-80 to Fremont," said Davenport. Jackson stroked her chin. "You're right, we need to have a contingent go to the border to block the roads in greater numbers that we have over there. We could have some of our troops use the same ruse we used back at the roadblock, only this time have them set up tents to make us look as though we have a bigger force than we'll actually send to block the roads." In her haste to make plans, Jackson realized that she had overlooked the fact that Colorado were building an army. The last thing she wanted would be an all-out war before she could add the troops from Oklahoma. She doubted the Protectorate would stand still once they learned of her actions. Jackson flinched and ducked. Her deliberations were interrupted by a massive explosion, with the rattle of the dome glass outside. "Go see what's happening," she shouted. Jackson reached over for her rifle. She unloaded the mag to make sure it was full, then clipped it back. Davenport opened the door to exit at the sound of a siren sounding and boots clomping down the corridor. Jackson ordered two of her escort into the room, closed the door, then dropped her backside on the bed. Lock the door. No one is to enter. She sat there, her mind short-circuiting with scenarios of what could be happening. Jackson ran over the various possibilities, from terrorists, to Denver having sent in the army, or the protectorate sending in General Carter and his troops, having been betrayed as to her whereabouts by spies. No amount of deliberating could give her an answer as she waited for Davenport to return. There was no plan B if they were under attack, other than to fight it out to the end and to hope her luck would hold out. The wail of the siren diminished, then stopped. Jackson covered her mouth and strained to listen for any clues, but all was quiet. No gunfire. No sound of boots running in the corridors. It wasn't that it could have been a gas explosion, as everything ran on electricity. She snapped her vision to the door handle when it twitched along with her eyelids fluttering, and she aimed her rifle at the door. It's Commander Davenport. Unlock the door. It was as if someone had uncorked her as a fizzy drink after having given her a good shake, such was the outpouring of relief. When Davenport entered, Jackson rose from the mattress. Her eyes swamped her vision over her commander. What happened? The special compartmented information facility. Blown to smithereens with the consul and the intelligence officer inside. Jackson stood there open-mouthed, temporarily stunned. Her mind racing over the possibilities. The skiff. But who would plant a bomb in there? Gloria was ordered to have the officer dispatch the consul with a gun to the back of his head where communications were blocked. Only an idiot would have planned to blow him up in there. She'd better have a spare skiff. Well, the guard outside said there was the dull sound of a gunshot, then the explosion ripped the door off its hinges, almost taking her out. Jackson thought for a moment, casting her mind back to the industrial unit when Garcia self-destructed. Her legs weakened and she dropped her butt on the mattress. Shit, he was an android. Android? I'll explain later. How did he get through the X-ray? Same as us, I guess, said Davenport. Jackson placed her rifle at the side of her and tucked her hands under her backside, not wanting Davenport or the guards to see her fingers trembling. Pour me a glass of water and all of you leave. I need to have a think, she said. Davenport poured her a glass of water, placed it on the dresser, and then left the room with the two guards. Jackson chugged down the water and cast the glass aside on the mattress. Not knowing he could have been a robot aside, she wondered if she was getting sloppy in her senior years. It was one thing masking his communication in a secure communications room, and another thing once Garner realized the consul was missing for good. It wouldn't take an idiot to work out the consul had been disposed of at the Citadel, never mind with the processing power of Garner to hand. That would mean Garner could send General Carter with a bunch of troops to find out what happened to him. Jackson growled at her lack of thinking through the consequences of having the consul assassinated. She decided that would be for the governor to worm her way out of while she put some distance between her and Kansas and to carry on with her plan. She rose from the bed, smoothed down her pants, rotated her head, and then composed, she walked over to the door. Outside in the corridor, she called over to Davenport. Arrange for the scouts to go now. Then contact the general and the unit commanders and have them break camp. We're to leave right away. Jackson had her guards escort her to the transport outside the Citadel. They worked their way through the garden dome. She glanced at the beehives and smiled. She thought that she wouldn't need 50,000 worker bee stings to guard her. Not with the amount of troops she now had at her disposal, soon to double once Nebraska had fallen, and with far more munitions than ever the Queen in the Hive had at her disposal to protect her. She marched on. A sense of invincibility followed her every step of the way. Chapter 15. General Jack Cole at Fort Carson. With dawn breaking, I rose early ready to go for a run. Green, Leroy, and Jimenez were waiting for me in reception. Your report, said Green and handed it over. It's all done. Any questions, just ask. I stepped back into my office and locked it in my desk drawer. Back in reception, Leroy handed me a backpack. I've weighed our backpacks. Filled them with rocks. 60 pounds in each, he said and grinned. I'd carried much more when setting provision dumps for the journey to rescue my family, but it was such a long time ago now. All I could hope was that I would still have stamina. How far? I asked Green. Half a mile there to the training ground. Take a rest, then the same back. Each day we'll need to increase the distance. After a week, we'll have to find rough terrain for hiking. We'll also need to increase the weight to mimic carrying additional weapons, ammo, and armored vests for when we go humping. It was no good shying away from what was required. Trekking with a burden was a lot different without one when running or jogging. Green was the one with the most experience of what was required. I let her set the pace and jogged beside her. Listen, about Shevchenko and what you said. Any idea how I should manage the situation? Tell her straight you're not interested. It's always been a thing in the army not to fraternize with senior ranks. Not saying it hasn't been done, but word has a way of getting around. When that happens, respect and reputation is lost with the ranks. Nothing worse for causing disharmony and jealousy. You only have yourself to blame. According to her, you gave her all the signals you were interested. I gulped at that revelation. It was as though I'd just been chastised by my mom with her last sentence. Just how I'd go about telling her there couldn't be anything between us, I wasn't sure, other than I knew I'd have to resolve the situation head-on. That was all that could be said on the subject as I began to blow hard when we reached the training ground. On arrival at the gate, we took a break. What the hell, I said on hearing Tremaine's voice barking out obscenities. Looking over the gate, there were at least 100 or more recruits running around the perimeter. I unloaded my pack and climbed over the gate. What's going on here? I asked. I thought you said 30 recruits. Yeah, that's right. That's what I'll probably whittle them down to before the real selection process begins. I have another 100 lined up after these once I've sorted the wheat from the chaff with this lot. I showed him my palms. You know best, I said and turned, shaking my head on the way back to the others. The backpack reloaded, we set off back jogging to the office. By the time we arrived, I was fatigued as if I'd carried an adult on my shoulders. We parted company and I walked on into reception. Caught by surprise, Jara was sat with Shevchenko. I looked at my watch. It was just coming up to 8:30. Hi, didn't expect you so early. What time do you want to meet for the inspection tour? I asked Jara. I saw you set off on a run. After you showered and changed will do. Say an hour. I'll have Barker meet us here. The rest of our admin team arrived, working their way around me to take their seats. A glance over at Shevchenko, and after a brief exchange of eye contact, red-faced, she averted her gaze. In my office, I removed the straps from my shoulders and left the pack next to the coat stand. Showered and changed, I took the report from my drawer and studied Green's notes in the margins. It now made it more interesting to read and easier to take in. I placed it back in my drawer and psyched myself up to tackle Shevchenko. I buzzed through for her on a line. If you've finished with President McClusky, come on through. Sorry, sir, Shevchenko isn't here. She's been allocated back to admin at the Citadel. We were told there to send another adjutant over to take her place. The revelation had me sitting upright, with my back stiffened. Who ordered this? President McClusky. Is that so? Yes, sir. Anything I can help you with? No, it doesn't matter. Okay, so I was relieved, but at the same time, I wondered how what had just happened came about. I'd have at least expected a goodbye, or an explanation from Jara. Whatever, my brief encounter with Shevchenko had been a lesson. This wasn't the community where I wanted to be everyone's friend to gain respect. Not if I was to have the deference a general would expect from the ranks. It was also a lesson to keep my animal instincts in check to avoid giving off the wrong signals. Jed arrived first. How was your run? He asked. Difficult. It'll be your turn for the torture once Jara decides for you both to join us. Jed raised his eyebrows. Yeah, don't remind me. Has she said why she's ordered my adjutant back to her admin? He shrugged his shoulders. No, but I did tell her you said that you had a problem with her after Jara left us yesterday, but you'd not gone into detail. Problem solved, I'd say. She did say she'd talk to her and see what the problem was, but she's not said anything to me. That didn't surprise me, seeing as how she wasn't over-talkative. Well, she's not said anything to me either, but I'll just leave it at that. The intercom buzzed. Yes? I have President McClusky and General Barker in reception waiting for you. Tell them I'll be right out. I made my way outside. We climbed into the transport for a tour of the fort. General Barker had been busy. The encampment of the Cherokees had gone, along with the Adelitas. A mass of troop transport vehicles and equipment were lined up on the roads, along with columns of soldiers. What's happening there? Jara asked. They're getting ready to move out, said General Barker. Why? I turned to Jara. I gave the order. We're splitting command into northern and southern divisions, I said. She didn't question me further on the subject as we drove around the fort. We passed troops on the various parade grounds, then on past fields of equipment with engineers working away on repairs, and onto shooting ranges. General Barker had given a running commentary on the progress made and what else was required to get the army up to strength. Finally, we arrived at the housing area. Gangs of soldiers were clearing out the accommodation. Most had the windows smashed or were boarded up. Okay, I get the picture and you were both right. I've seen enough. Let's get back to the office. I have details of our drone assets in a file back in my RV for you to look at, said Jara. We drove on past the Special Forces training ground. Wait, stop here. Jara climbed out of her seat. I followed on and up to the gate. She tapped the sign with the back of her hand. It must have been the sign she'd seen that had given her an interest as to why it should be a forbidden area. This is where we'll be training if you do join us, I said. A group of around 10 glum-looking soldiers arrived at the gate, followed by Tremaine. Oh, you're back, said Tremaine as the soldiers climbed over the gate, giving half-hearted salutes, and they slouched away looking dejected. Jara, long time no see, said Tremaine. It's President McClusky to you now, she said with an expression as if she'd just sucked on a lemon. Really? He said, not standing to attention and with no salute. When I glanced over into the training ground, I could only see around 25 soldiers, some lined up and with others working their way down the obstacle course. He'd obviously been weeding them down. Jara turned to Tremaine. I'll be joining you with my assistant for training to join the team, Jara said. Is that so? He clicked his tongue, then shook his head. Are you sure the affairs of state won't crumble while you're away? Jara stabbed him a look. No one is indispensable, as you always said. Until we've taken care of Jackson, I have someone to fill the hole I'll be temporarily leaving behind. Tremaine hawked some phlegm, then spat it on the ground. Exactly. As far as indispensability goes, it'll be the same if you don't pass muster here. I'll have someone waiting in the wings to take over from you in your allocated unit permanently. I won't give any quarter. And just so you know, don't expect special treatment or to use your title here. Is that clear? I wanted to crawl into a hole, though I can't say it was unexpected of Tremaine. Yeah, well, just so you know, if I don't think you're up to getting us up to standard, now you're in your senior years, you won't be indispensable either. Is that clear? Tremaine grinned. You always were a feisty bastard. I'll give you that. Let's hope you've not lost any of your determination from when you were a snot-nosed kid. I expected her to explode, but with that said, she turned, and I followed her back to our transport. I'd had to stifle a snicker. It was looking as though our training just got a whole lot more interesting. Chapter 16. Amanda Jackson at her base camp on the Ohio border. 2 weeks of preparation, and Jackson's command RV pulled over just short of the Ohio border. With no recent rain, it concerned her that the convoy created a mini dust storm as they pulled off the road and into fields to make camp. Even without the dust when it eventually settled, Jackson worried that it would be impossible to hide such a large force and hoped night would quickly fall. Commander Davenport knocked on her open office door. Come on in. Any news from our scouts? I have. The advance party had to eliminate a patrol over the border in Ohio, so it's now clear all the way to the border with Nebraska. They've left units at intervals to report of any other possible obstacles that might occur by relaying short-distance communications back to command. Good, then we need a meeting to discuss the way forward. Go and have the General of the National Guard and the Supreme Commander come here. Jackson waited, agitated in anticipation of what plan they would put forward. The general of the Topeka National Guard and the supreme commander of the Topekan units arrived and entered Jackson's office. "Well, General, you've had enough time to consider the way ahead. Have you come up with a plan?" asked Jackson. "I have. As per your instructions, the plan is for them to surrender without damage to the Citadel." "And just how do you hope to achieve that?" He opened his briefcase and took out his map and spread it out on the table. "We need to aim to be in position by 3 o'clock in the dead of night. Surround the Citadel at different distances with no means of them escaping. Multi-rocket launchers at 30 miles. 120mm mortar positions at 1 mile, with our troops behind the Topekan lines at half a mile. We'll use your idea of using campfires. Topekans are to gather wood kindling on the way and circle the Citadel and to light fires when ordered, then withdraw some distance behind them so that any incoming will target the flames. We can input the coordinates of any heavy defensive fire with some of the equipment, ready to take them out with our long-range missiles if needs be, but it won't be accurate. That'll have to be a last resort. Without GPS, we'll have to rely on manual laser-guided units to identify some targets using handheld equipment from closer positions. Other targets we can use our laser-guided drones." Jackson stroked her chin. The plan made sense, but it was missing something. "What about their communications? The last thing we need is for them to get a message through to Denver." She didn't like the condescending look the general sent her way. "I was coming to that. That'll be our first priority. Topekan teams will take out their communication antennas with drone grenades once everything is prepared. Then we'll have them drop messages at the security position outside the gate, leaving them with only their short-distance radio frequency for them to communicate their surrender. All we have to do then is to wait. If they don't respond, first take out any security outside the Citadel. If that doesn't work, we'll gradually increase our firepower until we get a response." Jackson wasn't sure what he meant by gradually increasing firepower. "If they don't respond, what will that mean in terms of damage?" asked Jackson while stroking her chin. "Total destruction of the Citadel with our multiple rockets from all compass points. We have the firepower to take out a square mile." Jackson shook her head. "No, that won't do. I want the Citadel to be intact. I have use for its facilities which I won't have anywhere else." The commander of the Topekans interjected. She took out a plan of the Citadel and laid it over the terrain map. She stabbed her finger to the east of the Citadel. "There's a blind spot there. We had the Citadel checked out a few years back when we had problems with them for if a conflict broke out." "So, what are you suggesting?" asked Jackson. "We have the advantage of the night. Once everyone is in position and the fires are lit, and I've had the long-distance communication cut, they'll be alerted by the explosions. I can have a large force there to work their way around to take out their security guards at the main gate. They should be otherwise engaged in the Citadel, while they concentrate their firepower at the campfires. The opening of the gates can be operated from the security office outside. If we are successful in gaining entry, we can take a guard prisoner. They can relay our terms over short-distance comms without dropping grenades, dropping a message which they might not see. Our units could split up to take out their defenses, firing at the campfires outside the domes. There might not be any need to destroy the Citadel." Jackson tapped her knuckles on her chin, then stroked her finger on her lips. She slapped both palms down on the desk. The general of the National Guard didn't look pleased at that idea, pushing out his bottom lip and shaking his head. Jackson guessed he was hoping to let loose his considerable firepower. "I'm not so sure about that," he said. "It's a risk." Jackson decided not to give him a chance to put forward any more negative thoughts. "Regardless, all life is a risk." "Right, both of you coordinate the plan of action along those lines." She turned to the general. "Under no circumstances is the Citadel to be destroyed. If we have to warn them, have the munitions explode close to the outer domes. Is that understood?" "Loud and clear, our savior." "Then go and plan together en route. Let's get this mission underway. I want a list of codes using single letters of the alphabet and what actions they refer to in order so I can monitor progress." With that and a sway of her hand, the general and commander exited her command vehicle. When they arrived in Nebraska, Jackson had her command vehicle stationed a distance away from where the action would be. She waited nervously for word from dispatches that all the troops and assets were in place. She picked up the sheet of paper with the codes and attempted to memorize what they stood for. There was a knock on the door. "Come in." One of her guards entered. "We've had the final dispatch arrive. The action is about to commence." She glanced at the time on her laptop. They were late. It was 10 minutes to 4. She picked up her binoculars and the list of codes from the desk and followed her guard outside. Raising her binoculars to her eyes, she zoomed in on the glow of the lights emanating from the domes set against the night sky. As much as she wanted to be in the action, Jackson knew she'd learned a lesson after her last mission almost cost her life. A sudden flash of light and an explosion, and she heard the letter A on her comms. That was the comms mast down. Immediately following the explosion, a ring of fires ignited. Her comms crackled, then the metallic voice relayed the letter B. That was the guards nullified at the entrance. All around the citadel perimeter, flashes of light and explosions told her their defenses were alert. Munitions crashed down on the ring of fire. C and D rang in her ears. That was the prisoner taken, with the announcement of the siege and terms of surrender relayed to the powers that be. But more than anything, it told her that they had entered the citadel. All the while their defenses pumped out rounds at the ring of fire. It was clear the units had success in silencing some, but not all of the guns. F, she heard over her comms. Jackson let her binoculars drop on the strap. She bowed her head and struck her forehead with a clenched fist, twice. The defenses were stronger than she thought they would have been with their troops ordered to the border. That last message indicated the Topekawan units were tied down, forced to defend themselves. Q, I repeat Q, she heard in a panicked tone, to a staccato of automatic gunfire in the background and more explosions. That message represented the answer to their terms of surrender, and it wasn't what she'd hoped for. The general marched out of his RV and joined Jackson. I have units in place with laser sights. It's time to let loose. I've given command for them to launch the missiles. What? No. Wait. She turned to her guard. Have the Supreme Commander come here. She turned to the general. Why didn't I hear the code for your order? My National Guard use a different frequency. Jackson scowled. All it would take would be for a mortar or missile to miss its mark, and it could destroy the only thing that could give her freedom from the one thing that could prevent her success at taking the citadel intact. Chapter 17. Amanda Jackson at the siege of the citadel of Fremont. Rage boiled inside of Jackson at the incompetence of her forces having different frequencies. From her vantage point standing there with her commander Davenport, she didn't need her binoculars to see the missile trails heading for the citadel. The Supreme Commander of the Topekans arrived by her side. She showed her the flat of her hand and turned to the general. Stop any further missile launches, she spat at the general, then turned to the Supreme Commander. I want orders given for the grenade drones to go in there to defend your units. There was the deafening roar of the dome's missile defenses launching. She looked on as the opposing projectiles headed for their inevitable collisions at all compass points. The explosions when the dome's missiles hit their targets created their own ring of fire in the night sky, with none getting through. A second wave arrived. This time one got through, exploding at the perimeter, to Jackson's relief. Why are you not using your mortars? We've wasted our missiles, she spat. I was about to give the order, said the general, to flashes and the sound of the drone grenades exploding inside the perimeter. The third wave of missiles arrived. Two got through at the outer perimeter, when a third rogue rocket crashed into a dome. If you've noticed, we're not wasting missiles, but depleting theirs, said the general, in a disparaging tone. Her rage intensified, despite the general's logic, unable to curtail her anger that a missile had damaged a dome. Jackson turned around in a circle on the spot, drawing her pistol. The general probably hadn't heard her rack the slide with the roar of explosions and automatic gunfire. She squeezed the trigger in a fury. To a muzzle flash, the round smashed into the back of the general's skull, and he crumpled to the ground. She turned to Commander Davenport. Remove his headset and radio. I'll relay any orders for you to transmit to the National Guard. Jackson clicked her fingers at her guards and pointed to the corpse. Get that pile of crap out of here. Map, she snapped at the Supreme Commander. The commander fumbled in haste to retrieve her map of the Citadel. See if you can work out which dome that rocket destroyed. She waited for a response. The Supreme Commander raised her binoculars, then checked the map. From what I can make out, it appears to be the governor's administrative building on fire. Jackson sighed with relief. The mortars were now pounding the outer perimeter defenses, when Davenport grabbed at Jackson, dragging her to one side, but not before she'd seen a flaming projectile heading her way. She hit the dirt beside her RV at the sound of a loud crash and the thuds of what was likely downed rocket debris hitting the ground around her. She lifted her head like a tortoise in the direction of where she'd heard the sound. Davenport was laying over her. Her radio operator stumbled out of the door of her command RV, blood pouring from her scalp, the RV on fire and the roof caved in. Medic kit, a guard called out and ran over to assist the radio operator who was now on her knees and screaming out in pain. Davenport climbed off of Jackson and helped her to stand. She brushed herself down, thankful for Davenport's intervention. But for her, she could have been dead. A guard used her gloved hand to pull out shrapnel from Davenport's backpack, over her armored vest, and smoldering where a shard had hit her. Jackson simply nodded approval at Davenport. Z, I repeat Z, she heard an excited voice call out over her comms. With Davenport none the worse for her bravery, Jackson barked orders for both of her commanders to stop the mortars and drone grenades. Looking out at the Citadel, the explosions stopped to the occasional automatic gunfire. Then all went quiet. She wondered if maybe she'd been overzealous when assassinating the general. It looked as though the missile that struck the governor's administrative dome had been fortuitous and had likely convinced them to surrender. She hadn't expected capitulation so soon. She turned to the Supreme Commander. Have all your units enter the Citadel. Cancel all codes, we can talk freely over the radios. Have the governor detained, along with her governing body if they're alive. I want you to go in there and report back when we are in total control. Yes, our savior. Right away. Jackson turned around to face Davenport. Clear out the general's staff from his RV. We'll use that to go into the Citadel. Then round up our guards ready to escort us there. Davenport saluted, then scurried away. Jackson allowed herself a grin. She looked up at the sky and breathed deeply through her nose. The familiar odor of the residue from the action reminded her of her failed siege she took part in at the Citadel of Salt Lake. Of all her battles, she felt that at last she had been redeemed for that failure. Jackson strode into the Citadel through the main gate with Davenport by her side and flanked by her guard, only to be greeted by the Supreme Commander. The governor and her administration have survived, though some were injured when the missile struck by the looks of them. We have them in the common room dome. All their units have been disarmed. Then lead on. After working their way down the maze of corridors, they entered the common room. The governor and her administration were huddled together, all turning their heads as they entered. The governor had her head bandaged and was covered head to toe in dust. Not one of them had a look of fear, more like cold stares of disdain. The governor stepped forward. Pleased you saw sense in accepting our terms of surrender. Bloodshed has been spared, said the governor. Her manner of address had made it seem to Jackson as though the governor had won a small victory out of defeat. Jackson reached into her pocket and handed over a wax-sealed letter, addressed to Jara McClusky. The governor reached out with her cuffed hands and took the letter. Hand this over as soon as you and your administration arrive in Denver. The governor took the letter and nodded. Jackson was in no mind to make further discourse. She turned to the Supreme Commander. Have them taken to their transport. 2 of our guards will escort them to the border but arrange for one of the governor's guards to drive. Jackson had Davenport line up her unit, then Jackson addressed them. You've all done your duty with honor, and you are to be rewarded. Commander Davenport, you are now the governor of Nebraska. Davenport saluted, allowing herself a smile. Your governor will appoint each one of you to her administration to see to it that the state is governed exactly the way it was under my presidency. She will decide which one of you is worthy as commander of a new personal guard for me, and to recruit from the Topekans with the assistance of the Supreme Commander. They saluted in union. At ease. I'll allow a period of congratulation while I discuss matters with Governor Davenport. For now, until a new guard is put together, your duties to protect me will be the same." The Supreme Commander entered the room. "They are on their way in a troop carrier as you ordered. I've had a white flag issued to them for when they arrive." "Good. My guards know what to do when they get to the border with Colorado, but hold back on sending them on their way just for now. While you're here, I need your map of the Citadel." She handed it over. "Have someone find the data manager and have them report to their posts. Your next task is to organize a broadcast to the citizens to announce the new regime under my presidency. After that's done, I want you to join Davenport to recruit a presidential guard from your units. 50 will do. I'll let you know when I want you to send the governor and her party on its way." "Yes, our savior." "I'll take my leave." Jackson called over Davenport. "Bring the guard to order. Let's see if keeping the Citadel intact was worth the effort. Follow me." Chapter 18. Amanda Jackson at the defeated Citadel. Jackson handed the map of the Citadel to Davenport, and with her guards escorting her, they set off down the corridor. "Where to first?" asked Davenport. "The data processing room." Jackson breezed into the data processing room, not surprised to find it empty at that early hour. "Take a seat while we wait," said Jackson. Davenport pulled out a chair and sat opposite Jackson. "Appreciate you appointing me governor, but it's not something for which I have experience, or the training." Jackson knew she was right, but at the same time, there wasn't any other option. She leaned forward and clasped Davenport on her upper legs, then let go and sat back. "You underestimate yourself. You have exactly what's required of a governor by the bucketful." She could see the puzzled look by the expression on Davenport's face. "Well, I'm pleased you can see something in me for the position, but what exactly is it you see?" Jackson snickered at Davenport's naivety. "You have experience of commanding people to carry out orders. But more than anything, it's your display and actions of loyalty to me, and that's priceless. That outweighs experience any day of the week." She noticed Davenport's cheeks flush. The door opened and she turned her head. The Supreme Commander entered, together with Topeka guards who escorted someone into the room she assumed was the data processing manager. Davenport rose from her chair and stood alongside Jackson. The guards forced the person to sit in the chair Davenport had vacated in front of Jackson. Jackson rose from the chair and circled the manager. "Don't look so alarmed. All I want to know is if you kept the AI servers functioning that I ordered placed in mothballs at the beginning of my term as president to preserve them." Despite her assurance, the manager looked to be petrified. "They were decommissioned as you ordered, but no, we didn't keep them functioning. However, they're sited underground at ambient temperature. That's not to say they'll still function when switched on. Connections could have corroded." Jackson threw her arms in the air. "Damn. Regardless, have your team assembled and fire up the servers to see if they'll work. If not, get the engineers to work on them." The manager looked puzzled. "But for what purpose? The data they hold is at least 28 years out of date." Jackson snapped back. "That's not for you to know. Just do as you're told. I'll expect you to have the servers operational for when I return shortly. If not, I'll have someone replace you." With that said, Jackson turned to the Supreme Commander. "I can't risk having their Nebraskan troops returned here from the border. They might not accept the situation. Here's what I want you to do. Have your National Guard go to the border with Colorado and set up defensive positions, then allow the governor's transport to pass through. I've already sent a dispatch to the generals and commanders to return from the border with Kansas to here for a meeting. Once we weed out the ones who might not be loyal, we'll have the rest order their troops into Kansas to take your troops' place. That'll keep the vice president on her toes until we return." "So, you mean you want a complete exchange of troops?" "Yes, that's exactly what I want. You're to take over command of both your Topekans and the National Guard here. Just make sure all of them use the same frequency." The Supreme Commander saluted. "I'll go and arrange that now." Jackson had another idea as the commander was about to exit. "Wait. Have a small contingent of the National Guard go to the eastern border with Ohio to set up roadblocks. We need our flank covering. Don't want any surprises. When they arrived at their second destination, it was a hive of activity. Her radio operator was there, sitting on the edge of a gurney with a nurse inspecting her wound. Some of the injured were whimpering, others crying out loud for attention. Nurses and doctors frantically dashed around, attending to the wounded. Others were loaded into body bags, with orderlies removing them, freeing up their gurney space. Davenport grabbed a passing nurse by the shoulder. "Where's the heart physician?" She pulled Davenport's arm from her shoulder and pointed down the row of gurneys. The physician was inspecting one of the injured. He turned to a nurse and ran his finger across his neck, then stepped to the next gurney and picked up a clipboard from the bottom of the gurney. Davenport and Jackson walked over to him. "You're to come with us," said Davenport. "I'm busy." "Can't you see?" he snapped at Davenport. "It's not an option. It's a presidential order." The physician looked Jackson over. "President Jackson?" "That's me." "A word in your office," she said. He turned to the nurse. "Have the orderlies take this one to Surgery 3, Dr. Ahmed." They followed onto his office. Jackson whispered to Davenport. "He'd better be loyal to me." Small in stature, as thin as a rake, and with an appearance that he was in his 90s, Jackson wondered if he should be on one of the gurneys and that he'd not last long enough for what she needed of him. Jackson and the doctor took their seats. "What's so urgent?" "You can see how busy we are," he said with some degree of irritation. "You're the only heart physician that I know of that's survived with the experience I require. I have a shrapnel injury in my thigh that needs stitching." The physician scoffed. "And you're wasting my time for that. Any of the nurses can stitch a wound. If you'd let me finish, of more importance, I need my pacemaker changing right away for one that can't be adjusted externally." The physician shook his head and rolled his eyes. "Really? I'm not sure if we have one of those ancient devices. I'll have to check. Is it really necessary?" Jackson exchanged glances with Davenport, unhappy at the physician's manner of delivery. It looked as though Davenport was of the same opinion with the scowl she directed at the doctor. "It's imperative. If you don't have an old one, have a technician find a way of disabling that feature. But it has to be done right away." "I'll check the inventory," he said, and sighed as if the request was a nuisance. The doctor typed away on his computer. Jackson wasn't one for rituals, but she crossed her fingers. "Yes, we have one in the medical museum." "You're lucky." "Though saying that, I have to warn you they can be dangerous and not last as long as the ones we use now, even though changing a pacemaker is only classed as minor surgery." Davenport stepped forward. "Were you reunited with your family when the new regime took over?" "Yes." "Why?" "I'm your new governor, and if you want it kept that way for you to have a family, I suggest you show some respect. I'll be in surgery with our Savior when you carry out the procedure. However minor you might consider the surgery, if anything goes wrong, you won't see tomorrow, nor will any of your family. Is that understood?" Chapter 19. General Jack Cole at Fort Carson. It had been 2 weeks since our meeting and debrief about the drones available to us. What I hadn't expected was the immense scale of the numbers of them as they arrived. It was one thing when told numbers, but another when actually seeing them. More than anything, the multi-purpose robotic attack dogs intrigued me. I was just thankful it was time to get down to training with Tremaine. I looked at my watch while standing outside the door to my office. On time, Jara's RV turned the corner, coming to a halt in front of me. The door opened and out stepped Jed, already dressed for training. "How are you?" I asked. He wasn't looking best pleased. "Not looking forward to this, that's for sure. Jara has already had me running with her every day. Not sure I can take much more punishment." "How is Jara?" "Recovered and raring to go," she said, as she stepped out of the door and down the step. A tank of a woman and who was a good 6 inches taller than me, she followed her outside of the RV. "This is your new adjutant," said Jara. "Pleased to meet you," I said. "Follow me inside. I'll show you where you'll be working." With my new adjutant introduced to the team, we set off to the training ground at a slow jog. Jed was blowing hard when we arrived at the gate, and I had to help him over to the other side. "I really can't do this," said Jed, bending over and holding his knees. Jara called Tremaine over to us at the gate, and the both of them converged in front of where I was standing. "You're late." "What is it you want?" snapped Tremaine. "It's Jed here, my assistant. I want him involved, but he isn't up to it when it comes to training." "Is there anything in admin or planning he can do?" Jara asked. Tremaine looked at the ground and shook his head. "You mean you want me to wet nurse him? As if I don't have enough on my plate without carrying passengers. You're all too old as it is for the training program." Jara gave him a puppy dog eyes look. "I'm asking nicely," said Jara. Tremaine stroked the stubble on his chin. That she'd said nicely, I could imagine her next words would be less than nice, depending on Tremaine's reply. Looking at Tremaine, I guessed he could be thinking the same. "Okay, I'll have him take notes for me during training." Relieved there wasn't to be a conflict, I noticed that there were more new recruits than I'd anticipated. Tremaine had us line up in 10 rows of 5 per unit. In our unit there was Jara and I, Green, Jimenez, and Leroy. It was a good thing that Jed had dropped out, or someone would have had to have picked the short straw. There were still only the 2 special unit vehicles under cover, so I wasn't sure how that was going to play out. Tremaine had a separate line of 10 recruits. He signaled for them to peel off and each one join a team. "These are your computer and comms experts. Look after them," said Tremaine. Our expert joined the back of the line. Jed stepped over to me. "Do you know who that is?" "Who?" "Your computer guy. Isn't he the one we had as a prisoner at the homestead?" I leaned out and looked down the line. He was right. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. To me it started warning bells ringing. It was something I would need to talk to Jara about. "Get back in line," Tremaine called out. Tremaine addressed us all. It was something of a relief that he was to kick off with weapons training. As the day progressed, it wasn't just firing off rifle rounds at targets. There was sniper training and learning to blend in with the terrain. We even had to strip down our weapons and rebuild them with the stopwatch ticking. The most tasking exercises were learning to disarm an opponent with either a gun or the barrel of a rifle aimed at you. While it was good fun, it was also exhausting. I finally managed to talk with Jara. "Isn't our computer guy a security risk?" I asked her. "Not with the information he volunteered our expert interrogators." All the same, I wasn't happy that he joined our team. Tremaine paired me with Jara for the final exercise of the day. I poked my rifle at her chest. The next thing I knew, I was on the ground on my back. Jara straddled me, her knees either side of my body, my rifle pointed at me. "I have you at my mercy," she said at the click of the trigger. That would have been me dead if it was for real. Playfully, I bucked her off of me. Only by the look on her face, she wasn't for playing. The next I knew she discarded the rifle and wrestled with me. We rolled over and over, then came to a halt. She was on top, pinning my arms to the ground, and leaned over to whisper in my ear. Only she didn't whisper, but blew in my ear, then climbed from off the top of me. Just what that was about, I didn't know, but it had me blushing. Tremaine called a halt to proceedings. With the day drawn to a close and training finished, I saw the adjutant at the gate waving a piece of paper. "I'll run over and see what she wants," said Jimenez. When she returned, I held out my hand for the message, but Jimenez sidestepped me, and she handed the sealed letter to Jara. She broke the seal, opened the letter, and then read the message. She rolled her eyes, then looked up at the sky. "Problem?" "That's an understatement," she said. "More like a catastrophic seismic event." She handed me the message. "Follow me," Jara said. I followed onto the gate while attempting to read the message. The first thing I noted was that it was signed, President Amanda Jackson. The dispatcher was with my adjutant at the gate. I overheard her talking with Jara. Signal Division decided not to put it in a written message, but I'm to tell you the governor of Nebraska and her administration were driven over the border by one of her security guards. They were found in the back of the vehicle, slaughtered, riddled with bullets. We scrambled over the gate. Jara climbed into the dispatcher's vehicle with Jed. "I'll see you back at my RV. Contact General Barker and have him meet with us as a matter of urgency." I read the message in full. It was our worst nightmare. Jackson was informing Jara of her taking over Nebraska as president and insisting she surrender Colorado back to her rule or to face the consequences. There was no guessing the consequences, considering the fate of the governor and her administration. I hopped into the back of the adjutant's vehicle and we sped to the office. When we arrived, General Barker was already there outside of Jara's RV. He was talking animatedly with Jed and Jara. "Let's not discuss it out here," said Jara, and we all headed inside to my office. We gathered around the map on the wall. "First thing first," said General Barker. "The dispatcher is saying that the National Guard has set up a sizable camp and roadblocks at our border with Nebraska. Have your adjutant get hold of Lieutenant General Durkin of the Northern Sector and have him set up roadblocks on our side of the border. Tell him to have our Rapid Deployment Force on alert. Then have her send someone to Space Force Command and have them send up surveillance drones to see if they're amassing an army ready for a conflict at the border." I buzzed through to her and gave the general's instructions to my adjutant. "Why send Kansas Topeka National Guard to the border and not the Nebraskans?" I asked. General Barker shrugged his shoulders. It was Jara who answered. "As the invading force that's defeated Nebraska, I'm guessing Jackson believes they'll be the most loyal to her and they'll likely have installed a new governor." "Makes sense," said Jed. "Look, there's nothing we can do here, only wait for word back from Space Force," said Barker. "I really need to discuss this with Durkin to cover all eventualities. We should get together again when we have more intelligence on the situation." "Agreed," said Jara. With everyone gone, I took a seat at my desk. The general had seemed to be in his element. I was the opposite, feeling as though I were a critter immobilized by headlights. For all her bravado, Jara had for the first time given off vulnerable vibes. I swiveled around on my chair and stared at the map. To say that we were preparing for both the defense of Colorado and to restore the lost states to the Union, there was no doubt the noose was tightening around our borders. The office door opened, which brought me from my trance. When I turned, Jara had entered. "My shower isn't working. Can I use yours?" "Sure, go on through. I'll show you where it is." While waiting for her to shower and change, I pulled out a change of clothes from my closet. Jara walked into my bedroom with a towel around her. "Why were you blushing when I straddled you earlier?" she said. That question caught me completely off guard. "Blushing? More like rage that you got the jump on me." Jara snickered as she brushed her hair. Her towel slipped, showing more than enough of her side boob. I stepped into the shower room, uncomfortable at having a woman in my quarters. That was especially so as the towel had kept slipping when she brushed her hair. When I closed the faucet, I heard the buzzer in my office. "I'll get it," Jara called out. Just about to put on my pants, Jara stepped back into the bedroom. I almost fell in my haste to pull them up and sensing the heat rising in my cheeks. "We're needed at the Citadel. We have to go right away." "What, me?" "Yes, you. We'll need General Barker with us. The envoy from the Citadel of Salt Lake is going to be there for a meeting with their general." Just why the envoy and their general were visiting, I didn't have a clue, but it was obviously for something important. Chapter 20. General Jack Cole at the Citadel of Denver. General Barker and I followed Jed and Jara in our vehicle to Denver. I'd left my adjutant to explain to Tremaine we might not make tomorrow's training, fearing a backlash from Miss Tum. Though thinking that, I guessed it would only delay matters for when we returned if we were late, or worse, we didn't make it back. It was only a short journey when we arrived early evening at the Citadel. At least this time I was entering through the front gate, and not clandestinely through the labyrinth of sewer tunnels. There wasn't time to dwell on the past when we were directed to a conference room to meet with the Citadel of Salt Lake's dignitaries. Jara hadn't exactly spelled out why we were there for the meeting. "Why are they here?" I asked Jed. Jara asked for the meaning. She wasn't holding her breath. "They'd accept, but clearly, they have." "Yes, but why?" "I don't want to look stupid in there, and I'm sure General Barker will be thinking the same." Jed threw me a look. I'd have thought it was obvious, seeing as how we have enemies at our borders. "She's seeking an alliance," said Jed. General Barker walked alongside us, taking in what was said. "Good luck with that," said Barker. "My only dealings with them was from the barrels of our munitions." Once inside the room and with introductions made, we took our seats. A dispatcher entered and handed Jara a note. "Any reply?" asked the dispatcher. "No, that will be all." "You can go now," said Jara, and handed the note to Jed. Jara pointed the remote at a large screen on the wall. Jed rose from his seat, picked up the remote from her and walked to the screen, now displaying a map of the states. Jed cleared his throat. "Thank you for attending. On behalf of our President and the Union, I'd like to show you the problem we are facing and which, if not contained, it will likely spill over into Utah. As you know, we face the secession of New Mexico following a border war in which the Protectorate of Texas joined in the fight on the side of New Mexico. New Mexico is now under the wing of the Protectorate, along with Oklahoma and Arizona, which effectively takes up our entire southern border as the demarcation line between us." The envoy shook his head and interjected. "How is that our problem? We're not exactly against secession, seeing as how we were the first state to secede." Jed snapped his vision at the envoy. "Okay, so you fought for and gained your independence. Keeping it might be the problem you face if you'll let me continue. As you are aware, President McClusky negotiated a treaty with the Protectorate and New Mexico to end hostilities after she deposed President Jackson. As you are aware, the Protectorate already had Arizona under its control. The problem is that the Protectorate has taken Jackson under its protection and seeks to reinstate her as President of the Union. She has already taken over Oklahoma, Kansas, and now Nebraska. She now threatens us here unless we accede to her control." The envoy leaned forward. "I repeat. How is that our problem? I'd say the problem is yours and your precious Union is finished. All it leaves you with is the wastelands of a few states up to the Canadian border and with Wyoming and Idaho uninhabitable since Yellowstone blew. I'd hardly call that a union." I could see the fury in Jara's expression at the tone the envoy had used. She unfastened the clasps on a briefcase, removed a buff folder and slid it over to the envoy. "Those are Jackson's plans. She had to invade Utah and to destroy your precious citadel of Salt Lake before I deposed her. So, for all the sanctimonious grin on your face, I suggest you wipe it away and take seriously what we have to show you. If Jackson is successful in restoring her presidency here, she will undoubtedly resurrect her plan to take Utah under her control, and this time with an expanded protectorate behind her." I had hoped our meeting would be cordial, but right then I cringed at the way she'd spoken to them. Hardly diplomatic, I thought as she continued. "Perhaps it would be better if I talked directly with your president?" The envoy and his general exchanged glances. "No, that won't be necessary." "What else have you to show us?" said the envoy, this time with a more conciliatory tone of voice. Jed stepped over to the screen. We had drone surveillance carried out at the Nebraska border. Another drone ventured close to the citadel, but their dome defenses took it out. "If you look at the screen, here's what we found." Jed kept reading from his message as the scenes on the screen unfolded. "As you can see, they have set up roadblocks. What you can also see is that there is a sizable, tended camp with campfires, but no troop movement visible of any consequence. It's either a ruse, or they've built an advance encampment in preparation for an invading force. From images relayed from our drone that they took down with their missiles closer to the citadel, we estimate they have a force of 4,000 to 5,000 Topekans and National Guard at their disposal. They have the same amount of Nebraskan troops at their border with Kansas. Just why they are still at the border, we don't know, other than they have only just taken over Nebraska, so they could be awaiting redeployment." General Barker shuffled on his chair. Their general leaned forward. "So, if I'm reading that correctly, if you had the troops available to them of all three states, even without the Protectorate, that's around 15,000 troops they have available," said their general. "I'd say they have you outnumbered 2 to 1. I would have loved to have wiped away his sanctimonious smile with a slap. "Exactly," said Jara, "and that's the reason we have asked you here. We've already sent out our envoys to some of the other surviving independent states out east, but if the past is anything to go by with the distrust that ensued after they seceded, and communications were cut, we can't count on their assistance." Their envoy interjected. "Okay, we have the picture. All I can say is we'll report back to our president and after consideration, we'll get back to you." With that, the envoy and the general, they rose from their seats. No handshakes. No pleasantries. They simply turned and exited the room. Well, that went down like a landslide, I said. I'd say we can't count on them. We'll see, said Jara. Let's call it a day. We'll travel back tomorrow for training. Jack, I need a word in private. I'll go back to Fort Carson now, said General Barker. I need to have more discussions with Lieutenant General Durkin now we've had the drone surveillance. Jed stepped over to us. My son was with the envoy's escort from his garrison at the border. I'll go and talk with him before they set off back, said Jed. With the room emptied, Jara turned to me. Wait here. I'll have someone sort out a room for you. They can organize some casual clothing and I'll send a vehicle up in say an hour to pick you up. There wasn't time to ask what we'd be meeting for as she hurried out of the room. A protector entered the room. You're to follow me to your quarters. She guided me along the corridor to her room. I'll be back for you in an hour with some transport for your meeting with President McClusky. I closed the door behind her and turned to see clothing laid out on the bed with shoes on the floor. Seeing as how she had the correct sizes for my uniforms, I guessed they'd fit like a glove. I showered and dressed. I wasn't wrong that the clothes would fit me. I didn't have to wait too long when there was a knock on the door. When I opened the door, it was the protector. Where are we going that we need transport? I asked her. Chapter 21. Jack and Jara at the Citadel of Denver. I stood there waiting for the protector to answer my question as to where we were going. The protector smiled and beckoned me outside of the room with the sway of her hand. I'm to take you to the recreation dome to meet with the president. Her answer left me none the wiser as I closed the door behind me and followed her down the corridor and onto the outside. I climbed into the cart beside the protector, and we drove on. A glance at my watch, and it was just approaching 10 p.m. Night had fallen some time ago, with the glow from the domes creating an eerie ambience on the outside. We pulled over at the entrance to a dome. Once inside, it was packed with residents lounging around on couches and armchairs set in alcoves allowing privacy with dim lighting. Soft piped music played in the background. Water sprayed from a fountain with underwater lighting of greens and reds which gradually changed to purple and white lights, then a cascade of other colors. A stream from the fountain had multicolored goldfish swimming around flowering water lilies, which were mesmerizing. I could see why they called it the recreation dome. Over there, said the protector. She's waiting for you. I looked over to where she had pointed but could see nothing of Jara. Then, as a woman sitting alone turned her head, I recognized her. Saying recognized, she rose from the couch to greet me, looking nothing like the Jara I knew. She wore a low-cut red mini dress, showing her ample cleavage, and more than enough of her legs. Her hair was down to her shoulders and silky under the lighting, and she'd used makeup, with her lips colored pink, similar to the images of women I'd seen in old magazines. I had to admit, she looked stunning. Nothing like the tomboy look that was normal for her. I recalled the only other time I'd ever seen a real woman with makeup. It was when Laura turned up at our wedding in the barn. I say wedding, there was no ring. Pa said the words from his Bible and pronounced us husband and wife, and then to go and make him some grandchildren, to Ma digging him in the ribs. That recollection brought a smile to my face. What's the occasion? I asked as I stepped over to her, enamored by her new look. She leaned in with her cheek to one side. I kissed her on the cheek, then took a seat and she joined me. Whatever perfume she'd used, it made a change from the usual natural odors. Quite bewitching actually. Though different, it reminded me of the fragrance of a perfume I used to spray on her neck until it ran out and she'd drive pa nuts to go scavenging for more. I thought we could do with some downtime after what we've been through. Life is too serious at times with all the responsibilities we both have. Is Jed not joining us? No. He won't be back until late. He's gone part way to the border with the envoy's convoy to spend some time with his son. When I glanced around, she wasn't the only woman there dressed in elegant clothes. It made a change from when I'd last been there, and everyone wore the same type of uniform, with only the different colors depicting status. Is it some kind of special event here? No, it's Paradise Club night. I've heard of that. Jed told me about it when we first met. People around us rose from their seats and headed over to the left. Come on, it's opening time. She rose from her seat, took my hand up, pulled me up to stand. A line had already formed at the entrance to the club. That was when I noticed the protector who brought me there had been standing in the shadows and walked on ahead of us. She ushered us to the front of the line to be greeted by 2 more protectors. They removed a side rope and we stepped to the front of the line. One of the protectors held out her hand to me. I glanced at Jara, bemused. Take it from her. The protector dropped a pill in my hand. What's this? Is it legal? It's legal, supplied by the administration. Just take it with a drink when we're inside. We don't have alcohol to unwind since it was banned. All the drinks are flavored carbonated water. The pills help put all your negativity to one side and to enjoy yourself. Goodness knows, we deserve a stress-free night. I'd heard the music at the entrance, but I hadn't been prepared for how loud it would be inside when the protector opened the door for us. My chest almost rattled with the sound of a bass drum's vibes hitting me and offending my hearing. Everyone seemed to be smiling as we worked our way to a seating area. People were already dancing to the music. I'd seen it in films with nightclub dancers, but it just seemed so odd to see people gyrating in real life. Our protector came over to where we were seated. What flavor do you want to drink? I'll have strawberry, said Jara. She pushed over a list of the flavors. I'll have apple. The protector disappeared in the throng of bodies and returned with our drinks. Jara popped the pill into her mouth and swallowed it with her drink. I opened my clenched hand and looked at the pill. Go on, take yours. It's not poison. With the pill in my mouth, I swilled it down with the drink, only to cough and splutter as the carbonated water hit my nostrils. Not something I'd ever experienced. You're such a wuss at times, she said and laughed. Relax. Give the pill a chance to work. I glanced around. On the dance floor, people were puffing out their chests and making signs with their hands as they moved to the beat. 2 young women close by were making out, then walked hand in hand toward a corridor. Hello. I'm here, said Jara. Truth was, it was hard to take my eyes off of her, despite the unfamiliar distractions of people interacting. I sensed a change in my psyche. We started to talk about the future, which seemed strange since what lay ahead seemed to be precarious. What do you want for yourself in the future? I asked. Don't want to be president, that's for sure. Right now, I don't even want to be in charge of the Denverians anymore. All I want is to ensure Jackson is dead. What then? I asked. Let's say, I'm working on it. What about you? I had to think about that question. Well, the last thing I want is Jackson back in control. But my immediate concern is the protectorate and securing peace for all so nobody has to go through what I've endured. After that, who knows? The last thing I want is to go back to the community. Too many bad memories. What I'd like to do is to have my own self-sustaining homestead away from civilization. Really? I guess what will be, will be. Who knows what the future holds? Come on, let's dance. I don't know how. I'll show you. She took my hand and led me to the dance floor. A sense of paranoia took hold. I felt as though everyone was watching me as I stood before her like a statue and feeling stupid. Follow how I move, she said. It was awkward at first, but once I found a groove in tandem with the beat, I began to lose myself and relax. As we carried on dancing, Jara no longer seemed like the naive woman I first met with an attitude problem. I held out my hands and took a hold of her hands as we danced together with our movement in sync. I had an overwhelming sense of wanting to hold her close to me. I couldn't stop smiling and pulled her in close. She didn't resist, moving in closer than I had anticipated, her legs straddling my leg and rubbing against me to the beat. With Jara's head on my shoulder, over a balustrade at the edge of the dance floor, I noticed someone gripping the rail and staring at me with a look of thunder on their face. It was hard to make out who it was at first with the strobe light flashing. I finally made out who it was. Shevchenko. She slapped the handrail, then turned abruptly and disappeared into the crowd. I closed my eyes and stroked Jara's hair, to her doing likewise with the hairs on my neck. It was as if I was in another dimension, at peace. I'm thirsty, I said, and broke away, after we'd been on the dance floor for a good 30 minutes and sweating profusely. She took me by the hand back to our seat and she sat beside me. I started to chug down my drink when she took hold of the glass and set it down. Be careful not to drink too much too quickly. I rose from my seat and moved from foot to the music. It was as if I couldn't stop myself. Jara rose from the seat. You're having a reaction to the pill. Best you go and lay down until it passes. Follow me. She took me by the hand toward a corridor. Our protector escort walked in front of us and opened a door. Inside there was a bed and a nightstand with a lamp. I thought the computer decided who got entry to the rooms, I said. I stopped that when I took over the presidency. Let's get you onto the bed to rest a while. I cracked open an eye when I awoke. Disorientated, with the surroundings temporarily unfamiliar. Recollection of me climbing onto the bed at the Paradise Club and the protector leaving the room flashed through my mind. I recalled closing my eyes and Jara cuddling up next to me, undressing each other in some haste, and feeling the closeness of her body on my skin as we entwined. Intoxicated by the fragrance of her perfume that lingered on the pillow, I had flashbacks of our making love, when someone knocked on the door. You awake? Jara's waiting for us, I heard Jed call out. When I threw the blanket off of me, I was naked. The door opened with Jed entering the room. He picked up my boxers and pants from the floor and tossed them over to me. Come on, get dressed. Transport is outside ready to take us to Fort Carson. I've had your uniform taken to the vehicle. Is Jara coming? Only, I don't think I could face her after last night. You won't have to for now, she's going ahead. You'll be returning with me in our own transport. Accept what happened it for what it was, he said and winked. But what exactly was it, as you say? What possessed us to end up in bed together? Don't blame her. It takes two to tango. You'll work it out. Why do you think she sent Shevchenko back to the Citadel? Chapter 22. Amanda Jackson at the Citadel in Nebraska. Jackson turned her head in the direction of the entrance to the conference room. Davenport and a contingent of her guards entered, escorting the general, her lieutenant general, and the commander of the Nebraskan forces. Her chest itched from the minor surgery scar of her new implant, but she ignored it, despite the inconvenient urge to scratch at the area of the incision. Irritated that it had taken 2 weeks for the head of the Nebraskan forces to arrive was more irksome than her surgery scar. That the general had claimed it was due to him having had an illness didn't sit right. Jackson wasn't so sure of the veracity of that excuse. Good of you to come, said Jackson, attempting not to sound too sarcastic, and knowing she'd failed to do so. I'm assuming you know of the changes in government here? The lieutenant general and the commander nodded politely, then both saluted. The general scowled in Jackson's direction, failing to salute. No, we were not aware, but we know now. We were told to attend a meeting with our governor. We were not told it was a different governor. You might have taken the Citadel, but I have 5,000 troops at my disposal at the border with Kansas who will obey me to the letter, snarled the general. I demand to know where our governor is. My troops have orders if I don't return. Jackson thought her bravado comical, choosing not to rise to her disrespect. She had to have known of the changes for her to say she had a contingency with her orders. Your ex-governor is in Colorado, having resigned her position and surrendered the Citadel to me. Davenport here is now your governor, and I am your president once more. So, General, I hope your mention of your troops' readiness to your orders is not a threat, and that we have your unwavering loyalty. Jackson knew the general had already sealed her fate, despite the threat of her having contingency orders in place. However, she thought it best not to respond right away but to consider the implied implications that her troops would return to retake the Citadel. The general broke the silence. I'll need to return to my troops immediately to discuss the situation with the council of the higher ranks. Jackson shook her head at her naivety and wondered how on earth she'd made general. There's nothing to discuss. Jackson turned to Davenport. Have your guards arrest the general and take her for execution by firing squad. Davenport's guards seized the general and force-marched her out of the room to her struggling to break free and with protestations from her that Jackson would regret her actions and burn in hell. She turned her attention to the lieutenant general and the commander. She could see they were clearly alarmed. "There are no such orders for our troops to go into action if we were not to return, our savior," said Lieutenant General Logan. Not sure why the general would say that, but we were aware of the change in governance. "I can assure you that you have my unwavering loyalty and support." "My troops have no such orders either," said Commander Tierney, clearly distressed by the look on her face, her eyes showing fear. "Good, then you have new orders. Lieutenant General, you are now promoted to General in charge of the National Guard. I'll have a document prepared to be signed by the governor. You are to have your troops cross the border and to make camp outside of the citadel of Topeka. I'll provide you with a dispatch to be sent to my vice president in the citadel." She noted the immediate sigh of relief Logan made. Jackson turned to the commander. "As for you, you'll accompany me to cross the border. Your troops are to take over duties normally carried out by the Topekans for internal security in Kansas." "It's an honor, our savior," she said and repeatedly pounded her chest, then raised her arm in salute with her fist clenched. One of Davenport's guards entered the room. "The data manager says they have the servers up and running, our savior." "About time." Jackson addressed the general and the commander. "Make yourself ready for the journey. The governor will prepare your written orders for me to sign." Jackson made her way out of the conference room and followed the guard to the data processing center. "Know your enemy" sprang to mind as she entered the room. The adage had stood her in good stead so far, she mused. The data processing manager invited her to take a seat at a desk with a keyboard and a large monitor, together with a microphone and speakers. "Simply press enter to commence the session," said the manager. Jackson took a seat and turned to the data manager. "Leave the room and take your staff with you. Have them wait outside." With the room empty, Jackson pressed the enter key. The monitor sprung to life. A young woman appeared on the screen and smiled. "Good morning. I am Anita. How can I help you today? I want you to find the background of someone called Garner who worked at Area 51. The answer was immediate, which took Jackson aback. "Sorry, that information is classified with only a select few with the highest security clearance who can have access to that data." Jackson pondered for a while. Then she realized that she would have that clearance from 28 years ago when the computer had been decommissioned. "I have that clearance." "Then place your hand on the screen." She placed her hand on the screen. A violet band ran up and down the monitor to scan her hand. "Now position your face within the template that will appear on the screen." Jackson waited for the scan of her face. "President Jackson. I'm at your service. Would that be Professor Raymond Garner, the software engineer who was contracted to Area 51? Unless there's another Garner contracted there, I would think so. I want his full background." Professor Garner was a child prodigy and an orphan. He mastered 28 languages fluently by the age of 15 and became a noted self-taught math genius. Reports say that he was the youngest to attend the University of California, Berkeley to study software engineering, but he left at the age of 16 without a degree to contract with HARP to work on their AI software program. Later he was granted an honorary degree by the university for his work on an advanced model of AI technology of theirs to enable remote studies. Garner worked on HARP's program to build a communication software model for their satellites to connect to their stations in Alaska and Australia. As a result, HARP increased their stations to encompass the planet to include one in Texas. The acronym HARP sounded vaguely familiar, but for the life in her, she couldn't recall from where she'd heard of it, so it must have been from way back in her past. Then she recalled passing the immense area in Texas covered by hectares of antennas and General Carter mentioning the acronym by name. What was the purpose of HARP? HARP is the acronym for the High Frequency Active Auroral Research Program. To the public, it was put forward as a means to investigate the effect of high-frequency radio waves on electrons in the thermosphere and ionosphere. However, it was also part of a military dark operation as part of Majestic 12 off-ledger funding. I have no more data on that subject. Garner left there to go to Area 51 to work on an AI software program with military implications and advanced robotics. He only agreed to join them if he was to be granted an honorary professorship, which they sponsored and approved. During his time there, he was appointed by the government as a special envoy to the U.S. team in negotiations on counter-climate change measures. During the renewal of his security clearance, he was subject to an FBI investigation about his acquaintance with dissidents of the Save the Planet faction of terrorists. Really? And how did that go? The investigation cleared him without loss of his security credentials. Following that, at the beginning of the drought, he was put in charge of moving the computer systems from Area 51 to Fort Hood at the beginning of the drought and the anticipated flooding of Nevada with rising sea levels. The last contact that government agencies had with him was when you ordered scientists come up with a temporary fix to prevent births and he worked with your scientists on a formula. The speaker went silent with Anita's face frozen with a smile on her lips, just the occasional blinking of the eyes. Is that it? I'm afraid so. My data finished there when I was decommissioned. How old would he be if he were still alive? He'd be 89 on the 17th of this month. Is there anything else I can help you with today? No, that will be all, she said, and closed down the session. Then turning off the power, she rose from her chair and exited the room to where Davenport was waiting for her. Did you get the information you were seeking? Truth was, she was still going over what Anita had told her and trying to work out how it might help her defeat the software version of Professor Garner. Yes and no. I'll know more when I get to Kansas and seek out my old scientific spokesperson. Have the data manager close down the servers once more and seal off access. When that's done, have those guards put to death who escorted the governor and her admin to the border. I can't chance word getting out that I ordered the governor and her entourage to be executed. Chapter 23. General Jack Cole at Fort Carson. On the journey back to Fort Carson, the encounter with Jara had given me plenty of food for thought. There was no doubt our tryst had been the result of a mutual attraction, especially on my part, but also it had been completely unexpected. I'd wrestled with thoughts she had engineered the situation, but as Jed had told me, it would take two to tango. It was the guilt that I had been unfaithful to Laura so soon after her death that weighed heavy on my mind more than anything. I'd had to remind myself that my relationship with Laura as far as intimacy went ceased long ago. Only pause words ringing between my ears that I shouldn't dwell on the past and concentrate on the here and now gave me some semblance of relief from the guilt. Penny for them? Asked Jed. We're halfway to Fort Carson and you haven't spoken a word. Sorry. My mind is elsewhere. It's complicated. I'm guessing you have Jara on your mind? You could say that. Those tablets they give you at the Paradise Club, are they meant to increase your libido? Jed laughed. Sex drive? No, all they are meant to do is to give you a feeling of euphoria and to loosen you up to curtail your inhibitions. Don't blame the pills. You should both thank them. Huh? How do you work it out we should thank the pills? Well, I can't speak for you. Only you know what goes on in that head of yours. Like I said earlier, they get rid of inhibitions, so you must have been attracted to her. As for Jara, think about it. Why do you think she had Shevchenko return to the Citadel? More to the point, why do you think she appointed you to general of her new army when you have no experience? Don't think for 1 minute that she only wanted to join your special forces team for vengeance against Jackson. Now it was my turn to be naive as I pondered on his words. Go on then. Enlighten me. Why did she do all those things? Jed huffed and puffed. I guess he was trying to make sense of it himself and wanting to choose his words carefully. Like you say. It's complicated. Think back to you telling her she shouldn't have sex to the command of others and to wait for someone special. You made a big impression on her back then. I know that much. She obviously thinks you're special. She hasn't had any relationship since she took over the presidency. I could see the change in her when you came back into her life. That's especially so after you took command back there at the Denverines camp and effectively saved her life. My mind went into overdrive. There was no doubt her attitude toward me had transformed. I couldn't get away from the fact that I admired her, despite what I perceived as a lousy attitude at times. Nor could I get away from the attraction I had toward her, with visions of her in the recreation dome constantly passing through my mind. It all seemed so damned inopportune with what we were facing to take it further. I sighed and turned to Jed. Let's leave it at that. I guess I'll need to have a serious talk with her. Changing the subject, how did it go with your son? Great. He's in touch with my daughter and he's going to arrange for us all to get together soon. As much as I'd changed the subject, we reverted to silence until we arrived back at Fort Carson. All the while, I'd been going over what I'd say to her to the extent that I was a bag of nerves by the time we passed through the barrier and parked outside my office. Jara's command vehicle was already parked with our teams lolling around outside the office. Thankfully, there was no sign of Jara. I acknowledged Green with a nod of the head and made my way to my quarters. Closing the office door behind me, I froze. Jara was sitting with her butt on my desk and smiling. She shuffled to stand and stepped over to me. I searched for the words to say to her. Listen. About last night. Shush. She placed a finger on my lips. We can talk later. Get changed, Jara said and walked around me to exit the office. With the heat rising in my cheeks, I stepped into my quarters and changed into my combat uniform. Call it nervousness if you like, but I couldn't help but snicker on my way to join the others. A faint odor of her perfume from the night before had left a trail in her wake, which had likely started the snickers. We set off jogging with Jara out front. That was when I knew I was bitten, unable to take my eyes off of her. Tremaine and Jed were waiting on the opposite side of the gate for us, with Jed marking us off his list as we climbed over. I see you decided to join us, said Tremaine, sarcastically. Jara stepped over to him. You're going to have to step things up, she said. We need to make a camp here and train 24/7. Have Jed arranged for tents. Why is that? Jara outlined the events in Nebraska with Tremaine listening, head down, while inspecting his boots. Damn. That's all we need. Do you have spies over the border to locate the whereabouts of Jackson? The sooner we prepare to take the head off of the snake the better, said Tremaine. We do, but them getting back here with the intel is the problem, considering the border roads are closed, said Jara. Then we're going to have to send individual teams over into each state to try and retrieve the intel. If we provide each of them with nano-drones, they can at least get a message over the border using them. I stepped over to them. But when will we be ready? I asked. Tremaine ground up some phlegm and spat it out on the ground. We? There's no we. Last thing we want is to lose our general and president for a lack of training. Desperate times call for desperate measures. There's enough experience to muster 3 teams from the others. We just have to expect they won't all make it, so I'll split them into teams of 3 individuals in each one. That way we'll have 2 teams in each state and we'll have to cross our fingers. For once Jara displayed no dissent, for which I was grateful. The last thing I wanted was for her to pull rank and for us to go unprepared. Instead, she appeared to be mulling things over. She tapped her index finger on her lips, then turned to me. I'll have Jed contact your adjutant to organize the tents. Then he can have a dispatch sent to Space Force and organize drone surveillance at the borders to identify crossing points, said Jara. Good idea, said Tremaine. But we only have 2 vehicles, I said. They won't need those vehicles. We can transport them to the drop-off points at the border. They're going on a mission to gather intelligence, not to fight. Road vehicles would be too easy to spot, and they'll be on heightened alert to look out for any incursion. They can go on their missions with drone craft that can hunt the terrain and avoid the roads, said Tremaine. All of a sudden, the seriousness of what lay ahead struck. I'd known what we hoped to achieve, but now the urgency became apparent. Tremaine looked to be deep in thought, then clenched both fists by his side and turned to Jara. Have Green take charge of your physical training and organizing setting up camp. I'll need to concentrate on the insurgent teams for a few days, said Tremaine. It appeared that Tremaine had lost his acid tongue. He turned and cut loose those he wanted to form the insurgent teams. Jed scurried away to organize the tents and the dispatch to Space Force. Jara pulled me to one side. I know you wanted to talk about what happened between us, and so do I, but as you will have gathered, we need to concentrate on the task ahead. The last thing we want is feelings to get in the way of what faces us. We should put it on the back burner. Are you good with that? Talk about relief. Yeah, I'm good with that. Green called over to us and gathered the remaining teams together. It looks as though I'm to be in charge of your training for a while. Seems we're going to step things up and camp here. It's going to be hard work and you'll all be tested to the limits both physically and mentally, so let's get stuck in, starting on the hostage rooms. Let's see if you can man up, said Jara, then winked. Come on, let's go. I had to smile. With no need to worry about how I would face her, it no longer seemed to be a problem. All I had to worry about now was matching her prowess in training every step of the way. Chapter 24. Amanda Jackson on her return to Kansas. Jackson swept into her vice president's conference room at the Citadel in Kansas. This time, Jackson had the confidence of a conquering head of state, with no need to worry about disloyalty to her presidency. She knew that her confidence and the loyalty shown to her came with the strength of her persona. There again, she also knew that loyalty could be enhanced by fear, and she had a contingency planned out in that direction for as soon as the opportunity arose. "Gloria, how are you?" she asked. "I'd say I'm fine, but I'm also concerned." That she harbored concern about something annoyed Jackson, taking the euphoria of her triumph out of the moment. "Oh, and why would that be?" she said and took a seat at the conference table. "It's the protectorate. General Carter has removed all the workers digging the trenches for the fiber optic cable. The same in Oklahoma. He's replaced them with self-autonomous machinery and robots with contingents of liberators guarding them." "Has he now? I'll need to think of how we will deal with that situation." "And the governor of Oklahoma?" "Dealt with. Then what else is there to be concerned about?" Gloria dipped into her jacket pocket and handed over a dispatch. "We've received this dispatch from the protectorate wanting to know where the consul is." "I've not replied." Jackson sighed that Gloria had not dealt with the problem as she read the dispatch. "What did you do with the remains of the consul?" Jackson asked. "The skiff has been sealed off." "Then have someone gather what debris are left of the consul's remains, if you can call them that, seeing as how he was a robot. Put them in a vehicle, set it on fire, and then run it off a cliff. Take photos and report it as an accident in a dispatch to the protectorate." "What about the cable laying?" Gloria asked. Jackson shook her head. As a vice president, she thought Gloria wasn't exactly forward with her intuition on how to handle problems. "I'll send out the National Guard with missile launchers to destroy the robotics here in Kansas. It's time to take our army into Oklahoma and to remove all trace of the protectorate. Incidentally, do you have the whereabouts of my old scientific advisor I mentioned in my dispatch?" "Yes, I have it here," she said and handed her a note. "I have to say, I was surprised how quickly the governor of Nebraska capitulated." Her words presented the opportunity she had been waiting for. "It's called having a foolproof siege plan, and their ineptitude in having all their troops at the border away from the Citadel. We accepted her surrender along with her administration, and our guards escorted them to the border of Colorado as agreed. Unfortunately for them, President McClusky had them executed as traitors along with our guards." "What?" Gloria visibly gulped. She could see the surprise written all over her face. Jackson rose from her seat. "I'll arrange for the National Guard to destroy the robotics laying the cables. We can talk later." Jackson smirked, knowing she'd planted the fear factor as she turned her back to Gloria and marched out of the room. If nothing else, she doubted that Gloria would ever consider changing her allegiance to Jara, especially now she thought that Jara was responsible for the execution of the governor and her admin team. Jackson reasoned that once she'd taken out the robotics, Garner would likely lay the blame at her vice president's doorstep, leaving her with nowhere to turn to, other than to cement her loyalty. For all her feeling of invincibility and confidence, at the back of her mind she was troubled by what she had gleaned about Garner the man and not the machine. She had hoped to discover a weakness he might have programmed into the software as an agenda, but his genius status told her there might not be one. She handed the note with the address of Professor Rosalind Schultz to her driver as they exited the administration dome. Taking a seat alongside of her driver, they headed for the retirees' accommodation dome, followed by her private guards. A retirees' carer met them at the entrance. "I need to speak with Professor Schultz." "This way." They entered a communal area, and the carer directed them to the professor. Jackson was shocked by her frail appearance, especially as she wasn't of an age to retire. "Rosalind, good to see you again." She attempted to stand but fell back into the armchair. "Our savior," Schultz said, her voice croaking. "This is a surprise. Never thought you'd survive the wastelands. Long story, but I'm now back as president of 3 states." Rosalind coughed into her handkerchief. Jackson noticed a blood stain on the cloth. They closed the bunker, and sent us all our way. Yes, I heard. I thought you'd return to your home state. I have some questions for you. What are you doing in the retirement section? Lung cancer. I'm waiting for a space in the hospice to be euthanized. What is it you want? I need you to think back to the experiments on the additive to the water supply. Did you meet with Professor Garner? Not in the flesh. Only on conference calls on screen. What was the reason for the conference calls? He was putting his computer software to use in assisting us with coming up with the formula we used as an additive to temporarily prevent conception. His company won the contract to produce the chemical mix for us and had it exported around the world. Jackson couldn't be sure if Garner had already died, and the conference call was with his computer persona. She wondered why he didn't use the additive in Texas after he took control following the death of the governor and his administration. Maybe, she thought, no matter if alive or dead, it was to diminish the population of the other states so he would have a stronger army to subdue the rest of the states. It would explain why the formula ended up producing permanent damage to the reproductive DNA, instead of it being temporary. Why is it you need to know? Asked the professor. Because, unlike us who put a stop to AI, Texas continued with artificial intelligence, and their system now has conscious reasoning and poses an exponential threat to the Union. The professor shook her head. Oh dear. As I recall. Wasn't it Janice that advised you to have the internet and our AI computers shut down to prevent the surviving population of the Citadels having free access to history and how democracy worked, not to mention the various religious dogmas? Schultz had a coughing fit. The carer approached and poured her a glass of water. Jackson waited for her to take a sip and to gain some composure. Yes, your memory serves you well. It was at Janice's suggestion. Tell me about HARP. Not much that I know, really. There was a conspiracy theory doing the rounds on the internet that they were connected to the military and had found a way to manipulate the weather to make floods in countries with which we might go to war. Jackson scoffed at hearing that from the professor. Well, it didn't work to make it rain in the years of drought, so it must have been a conspiracy theory that was way off base. The professor responded. There is that, although you've heard the saying, what goes up must come down. Where droughts started in other countries around the world, some countries experienced torrential rain over extended periods that destroyed their food chain with flooding. Rumor had it that China had been successful in manipulating weather fronts to create rain. The atmosphere can't suck up water from the sea and river systems without dropping it somewhere. Schultz started to cough again, this time appearing as though she wouldn't have to wait to be euthanized. Sorry, but she shouldn't talk anymore, said her carer. With what she had learned about Garner, and now from Schultz, it was as if a light bulb had sparked into life in her brain. Her mind conjured up a scenario so ridiculous, it defied belief. Just one last question. I have an amulet on my wrist with no sign of how to open it. There isn't a button or a hole for a key? The carer threw daggers from her eyes at Jackson. She ignored her and leaned in to catch what Schultz whispered. Chapter 25. General Jack Cole at Fort Carson. Dawn had broken, making it impossible to turn over and sleep in the tent. I wriggled out of my sleeping bag and crawled outside. A mist rolled over the training ground, with an overcast sky. The smell of burning wood from the smoke dispersed by the breeze from campfires hit my nostrils as I rose to my feet. Many of our teams were cooking breakfast around campfires. I spotted Jed and walked over to him. Is Jara not up yet? Not seen her. Reaching out, I warmed my hands near the flames. The past few days of exercises had been grueling. All I could be thankful for was that the pre-training had made it less of a chore. I'll go and wake her up, said Jed. No, I'll go, you finish your breakfast, said Green. With our teams across the border, that would mean Tremaine would be back in charge of training. Can't say I was looking forward to him screaming at us during exercises. If anything, despite the hard work, Green had not been as abrasive as Tremaine by a long way. Green appeared back beside us. She's not there. Her backpack and rifle is missing. Jed sighed. A glance at my watch, and I shook my head thinking she'd be late for exercises. You know what she's like. She's probably gone on a run, I said. Nah. Bet she sneaked off and slept in her RV, said Jimenez, and laughed. I don't know what you're laughing at, because you need to go to where it's parked just in case you're right, said Jed. Last thing we want is for her to be late for Tremaine. Jimenez rose to her feet and scuttled away as Tremaine joined us. How did it go last night? I asked Tremaine. As planned. No problems reported back to me when they crossed the border at 4 o'clock. Just a waiting game now to see if they can discover Jackson's whereabouts. By the time I swallowed the last spoonful of beans, Jimenez returned. President McClusky is not in her RV. Her radio operator said she didn't sleep there, but she'd left her with a sealed note to give to Tremaine later this morning. Well, where is it? Let's see what cockamamie excuse Jara's come up with to miss training. We start in 5 minutes, said Tremaine. He ripped open the envelope and pulled out the note. His face had turned so red with rage, I thought he would explode to release the tension. Damn and blast. She's gone, Tremaine bellowed. What? What do you mean, gone? I asked, with some alarm. Over the border with one of the teams that I sent out. Which one? Asked Jed. The team that went into Kansas, Tremaine replied. I rose from my seat along with Jed and we shared questioning glances. What the hell possessed her? I said and stomped a foot on the ground to my annoyance. Did you know about this? I spat in Jed's direction. Hell, no. He slapped his forehead. Damn, thinking about it, last night she'd worked herself into a mood about Jackson having stolen her mother's time on Earth from her. Not to mention Jackson's attempt to assassinate her. I never thought for 1 minute she had this in mind to go over the border. I frowned at imagining that's why she might have gone, defying logic, despite me understanding the revenge she sought. Tremaine pounded both his clenched fists on his chin, then sprang to his feet. This is Jara all over. She always was a damned loose cannon. No wonder she never made commander, Tremaine said and snarled. He looked at his watch. She has a 2-hour start on us, not including the time it'll take me to get to the border. Green, you carry on in charge of training. I'll load up and see if I can get her back. Last thing we want is our damned president dead. Momentarily stunned, angst coursed through me. I'm going with you, I said. Don't be stupid, said Tremaine. As your general, stupid, or not, that's an order. Your funeral, Tremaine responded as if I was demented in wanting to go after her. I'm coming too, said Jed. I looked at Jed with a disparaging glance. No, you're not. You stay here. That's an order, I snapped at him in a commanding tone. Jimenez, get your backpack. You're coming with us. Load up and we'll meet back here. Everyone around our campfire dispersed. Jed followed me to my tent, then took a hold of my shoulder, stopping me in my tracks. Why can't I go? You know how much she means to me, said Jed. It's because I know how much you mean to her. I don't want to be the one responsible if something were to happen to you. Besides that, you have family you're looking to reacquaint yourself with. On top of that, you're not even up to training. What good would you be trekking over the border? I could see by the expression on his face that the last 2 truths hurt. Then why are you going? He fired back at me. I turned to him outside the tent and looked directly at him. You know why. Do I have to spell it out? I said, then stooped and entered my tent. By the time I loaded up with my rifle and backpack, Jed was nowhere to be seen. I guessed he'd gone to lick his wounds. Over at the campfire, Jimenez and Tremaine were waiting for me by our transport. Green already had the teams assembled at the training area ready for exercises. Get in, said Tremaine. I climbed in alongside Jimenez, who was to drive, and we set off on our mission. How will we know where they are? I asked. Tremaine leaned over from the back seat. We'd worked out a route for their drone transport to skim the terrain to avoid any radar and to avoid roads to get near to the Citadel, then for them to split up and observe. They'll have to stop to recharge at least twice, and the drones are slow. I have it marked on a map here. Unless they can forage supplies, they were to rendezvous in 5 days after they arrive, for the return journey. I have that point marked on the map. Tremaine settled back in his seat. Making up the time they had on us wasn't going to be easy without a vehicle. In fact, it would be impossible. I knew that much. Can't we risk driving over the border? I asked. In daylight? You can if you have a death wish, he replied. We need to go over on foot and steal a vehicle. We have no more drone transport operational just now. Besides, a vehicle will be faster than drone transport, so we can make up time on them. I hoped he was right and turned to Tremaine. What if we don't manage to find and steal a vehicle? I asked. Then we'll have to abort and return. We can't walk the 600 miles. Chances are there'll be something in the villages nearby or at a border lookout camp. Those words only left me with a slither of hope the mission would be worthwhile. The drive to the border was something of a blur. I was beside myself with worry that something untoward could happen to Jara. All I could take comfort from was that her training as a Denverine would stand her in good stead if she faced an unforeseen challenge. We arrived at the base of a hillside where Denverines had set up a base camp. Whomever was in charge, they approached us as soon as we parked. We climbed from our seats and walked over to her. We're going after President McClusky. We need to go over the border, said Tremaine. I need you to send up a nano drone to see if it's clear. The Denverine was quick to respond. She didn't go over the border here. She arrived with the rest of them at 1 o'clock to familiarize themselves with the drone controls. We had a spy return shortly after they arrived. He said that Jackson and her troops were on the move to Oklahoma to rendezvous with a camp of National Guard set up outside Norman, south of Oklahoma City. Then why weren't we given the intel? Said an agitated Tremaine. The Denverine's cheeks flamed. We gave the operative transport to get to the Citadel to file his report. I guess you'd have got a dispatch later in the day. The others went over here at 4 o'clock as arranged, but President McClusky drove south as soon as she'd talked with the spy at 1:15. I cursed under my breath knowing that we didn't have the telephone line connected as he had back to Fort Carson to get the intel sooner. Then where is she? I asked and paced around. Heading in the direction of Oklahoma if I know her, said Tremaine. Let's go to the exit point for Oklahoma. How will she know where to cross? I asked. She was at one of the planning meetings and had a copy of the map with the 3 routes and rendezvous points. We all climbed back in our vehicle and raced away in a southerly direction. It seemed to me that it was a hopeless task as the terrain zipped by. Lost in my thoughts, I pondered on my situation that I had no wish to live after the death of my family, with no real aim other than to depart the community. Jara had given me a slender hope with motivation that I might have a future. A darkness enveloped me that I might never see her again. Chapter 26. General Jack Cole at the border crossing. After a long hair-raising ride at top speed, we arrived at the designated drop-off point at the southern border with Kansas with the intention of dropping into Oklahoma. Tremaine didn't wait for Jimenez to park, opening the passenger door, and he jumped out as she slowed down. When I caught up with him, he was talking with the border lookouts. I was right, she went over here. He turned back to the border guard. We don't have any more drone transport, said the border guard. They took the only ones you sent us, and she used the spare. You sure you still want to cross, especially in daylight? They have patrols that cross each other below our position on the hillside. I knew the answer with time being of the essence. We're sure, said Tremaine, as expected. It'll be another 20 minutes before it's clear and we can send up a drone to make sure. You'll need a map of the tripwires they've set. I'd not thought about booby traps. Mention of them sent the shivers through me. It's not like the border is marked. How will we know when we are in the clear? I asked. From the bottom of the hill, it's 200 yards to the border, then a further 300 yards to be well past their patrol path. There's a village beyond that with a new farming settlement. The first 100 yards inside their territory is where they have the tripwires. We don't have traps at this location because we have lookouts on the high ground. Tremaine looked at his watch. Better get going. It'll take 15 minutes to climb the hill. I have to ask. Won't they be able to detect the drone transporters? Not the ones they're using while hugging the terrain unless they're spotted from the ground. We had them specially adapted for them to control them manually, so there's no frequency to detect and jam. With my question answered and after an arduous climb, we reached our lookout post. One Denverine manned a machine gun, while the others scanned over the border through ginormous binoculars. Is it clear to cross? I asked another Denverine lookout as she retrieved the nano drone. It will be by the time you reach the bottom. Good luck. The drone didn't relay any activity. Going over the top, my guts hit south, despite her saying it was clear. We were out in the open with no cover. No wonder Tremaine had had them fly over in drone transport in the dead of night. It was such a relief to reach the cover of bushes. Tremaine took up the drawing with the tripwires marked. Follow me and keep in my footsteps, but stay alert. Jimenez, you keep your eyes right, and you keep looking left. It was easy for him to say that, but regardless of his drawing, I couldn't take my eyes off of the ground as we moved on, keeping as low a profile as possible out in the open. Tremaine signaled for us to stop, then to zigzag around the first obstacle. My eyeline followed a tripwire almost hidden in the grass to a Claymore explosive device. On seeing the device, my heartbeat raced as we passed on by. Get down, said Jimenez in a whispered tone. 3 o'clock. We have movement. It was one thing going down to the ground, but another thing having enough cover not to be seen. I unshouldered my rifle strap and glanced in the direction Jimenez was looking. I could see and hear rustling in a thicket 30 yards away, but not who was there. I lay flat on the ground and positioned my rifle to take aim. Sweat drizzled into my eyes, and I wiped it away with my sleeve. That was when I froze on seeing a tripwire almost touching my nose. I shuffled backwards. All I hoped was that our lookout on the hillside had us covered. There's a tripwire in front of me. Is it on the drawing? No time to look, stay alert. The rustling had stopped. My mind went into overdrive, along with my mouth drying up. I imagined a patrol had spotted us and they were deciding how to attack, while avoiding the machine gunner above. I estimated that we lay there for 5 minutes. It would have been only another 15 minutes for the patrols to return on foot. Maybe that was what whoever was in the bushes were waiting for as backup, I thought. We can't stay here, I whispered. No sooner were the words out of my mouth than a dark figure appeared out of the thicket, 2 eyes appearing to look right at me. Damn it to hell, it's a hog, said Tremaine. The hog sniffed the air, then trotted toward us. Knives at the ready. Don't shoot, said Tremaine. The hog must have picked up our scent and started to charge. I fumbled to draw my combat knife from its sheath. In that instant, it crossed my mind it wasn't something we had trained for, when, to an almighty explosion, the hog lifted in the air. Its body parts took different directions in a mist of blood and guts. Tremaine looked over at me. Better get going. The patrols will be on us in no time with the hog setting off the explosion. We scrambled to our feet and following Tremaine, we moved on at some speed. Over there, said Tremaine, and he pointed to a rocky outcrop. When we arrived there, I was blowing hard. I glanced at Tremaine in disbelief. Where's the drawing? We don't need it now. I shook my head that we'd blindly followed him through the maze of tripwires without him looking at the drawing. Though thinking that, he'd have borne the brunt of any explosion. And to think he called me stupid earlier. I gathered my composure and looked up from the rocks. Apart from the outcrop, the terrain nearby was flat. I imagined that any patrol arriving would look there for us as the only realistic hiding place. At least we had cover, which we wouldn't have if we moved on. We'd be sitting ducks if we move on, I said. The Denverine said they have 2-man patrols from either direction. That's good odds. Let's get prepared for action, said Tremaine. Good odds, I repeated inwardly. The last thing I'd expected was to go into a firefight so soon. Patrol in sight, said Jimenez, with her rifle shouldered and her eye glued to the sight. It was looking as though it was game on when I saw another patrol advancing in the opposite direction and I ducked behind the boulder. Even worse, I'd seen a cloud of dust heading our way over the terrain. It had to be an enemy mobile convoy. You might want to recalculate your idea of odds, I said, and took out a spare magazine and placed it at my side. Chapter 27. Jack Cole at the border crossing. As I stood there behind the cover of rocks, I could hear the whine of the convoy's motors and the rumble of tires over the terrain growing ever nearer. There wasn't any point in thinking about scribbling out my last will and testament, though it crossed my mind. Not when I didn't have any family. What I did have was regrets. Regret that I hadn't had the opportunity to tell Jara how I felt about us as an item, and what future we could have together, if any. All I had was fleeting flashbacks to our surreptitiously touching fingers on exercises and exchanging knowing winks away from the view of others. None of that had been a replacement from wanting to embrace her while away from prying eyes. The opportunity just never arose. Quiet descended, snapping me from my thoughts. They were almost on us. I could no longer hear the motors. Instead, I heard doors slamming and muffled voices. Tremaine was on the ground between two rocks, leaving a narrow gap for him to see what was happening. The annoying thing was that he said nothing. But then, I guessed they might hear us and talking would give away our cover. Not knowing what was happening drove me nuts, but the last thing I wanted to do was to attempt to peer over the rocks for fear I'd get my head blown off. Instead, I craned my neck to listen as best I could with the hope that footsteps wouldn't crunch on the terrain in our direction. I heard boots on the ground all right, but not heading in our direction. That was followed by vehicle doors slamming, then the whine of motors and the rumble of tires once more. Tremaine shuffled backwards, then rose to his feet. "They're going," he said in a low tone. "They found the head of the hog. One vehicle is left behind." I saw them unload a box of what I imagine holds claymores, and a roll of wire. "Looks as though they're resetting a new tripwire." "How many are they?" "4. "That could be our answer to make up time if we take their vehicle," I said. "We could take them out and drive on to buy us time. We have to use knives, or we might alert the patrols." "Oh, yeah, what then when they don't return to base, or the patrols find their bodies?" said Jimenez. Tremaine stroked the stubble on his chin. "He's right. We'll have to hope they think they've deserted and gone AWOL. Taking their vehicle would help us to catch up with our team. Their troops are the same as us in not using long-distance communications. The best they could do is send out a dispatch. We'd be long gone. Besides, it's an armored truck." "We could go off-road," said Tremaine. I thought about it some more, not sure if what I'd suggested would be doing the right thing. Though thinking that, it might have been our only chance of a vehicle if there wasn't one to be had in the settlement. That's 4 against 3. One of us can't take 2 out at the same time. They'll still have short-distance field comms to alert their base camp if we don't subdue them at the same time," I said. Tremaine sucked air through his teeth. "To hell with it. We'll have to even the odds. 2 of them are sitting outside their vehicle on boulders, while the other 2 are working. Jimenez, come with me. We'll take those 2 out at the vehicle. You cover us from here. We'll take the other 2 out when they return to their vehicle. If we're spotted, we'll just unload on them and take their vehicle." That was it, with no more discussion. I moved into a position to cover them. The hairs on my neck stood on end as I watched them stalk over to the rear of the vehicle from my vantage point through the gap in the rocks. As low a profile as they kept, they were still exposed. Gently, I caressed the trigger, anticipating at any moment they'd be spotted, and all hell would break loose. I needn't have worried as they successfully flanked them to behind the vehicle. It was over in no time, with the 2 of them sneaking up on the soldiers from either side of the vehicle. Both had their throats slit, and then were dragged behind the vehicle. What I hadn't expected was that Tremaine and Jimenez returned, then took a seat in front of the vehicle where the soldiers had sat. Even more bizarre, I saw them slip on some armbands. I turned my attention to the soldiers setting the tripwires. They had finished. Both headed in the direction of the vehicle, jointly carrying the claymore box by side straps, and with one of them carrying the roll of wire in their other hand. They were laughing and joking about something. Not paying attention. I had one of them in my crosshairs every step of the way, then moved the scope from head to head. Both had armored vests. I'd worked out a shot to the head of one of them, then to quickly tap the other one just like in training. It wasn't needed. They walked on past Jimenez and Tremaine to the rear door of their vehicle. I assumed they were going to store the box and roll of wire in the back of their truck. Tremaine and Jimenez rose from the boulder and followed them, but they were out of sight for me to see what they were doing. After a tense minute, Jimenez appeared and waved at me to join them. By the time I arrived at the rear of the vehicle, they had all 4 corpses stowed in the back. Tremaine removed an armband from a corpse and tossed it at me. "Put that on. Their National Guard have the same uniforms as us, just these different armbands." "Won't that get a shot as spies?" I said as I opened the passenger door. We're behind enemy lines. They'd shoot us anyway if we're discovered. The Geneva Convention died long ago. Move over. I shuffled over on the seat to make way for him. Jimenez was in the driving seat and fired up the motor. We have 3/4 of a charge. That'll get us some distance, she said. Tremaine pulled out his map as we drove on. What about the corpses? I asked. We'll dump them away from here, he said. Then he returned to poring over his map and took out a compass from his jacket pocket. Tremaine gave Jimenez the heading to take. It was far from a smooth ride as we bounced over the rough terrain. I glanced over my shoulder. We're leaving a hell of a dust trail, I said. We were 10 miles out from the border. Tremaine gave her instruction to steer for a road on his map in an easterly direction. Thankfully, it wasn't a major road. It was both a blessing and a curse as we hit the road. At least it saved my innards and backside from discomfort, but at the same time increased the fear factor of any roadblocks ahead. I wasn't sure what Jara had hoped to achieve in crossing the border. I doubted Jackson would wander around outside of the Citadel Dome without security. And from the intel report, she'd be surrounded by her troops. That would make assassinating her impossible. We had gone some distance and entered Oklahoma some time ago when I started to worry. Look, we better go off-road again. If it's the same as Kansas, they had roadblocks set up, I said. We're getting low on charge anyway, said Jimenez. We only have around 10 miles left in the battery. Tremaine huffed and puffed. Pull off the road here or we'll end up in the suburbs of Norman, he said. Look for somewhere we can hide the bodies. Over there should do, said Jimenez. Jimenez parked. Tremaine and I dragged out the bodies, and then dropped them in the ditch. We climbed back into our seats. We should have made up for lost time, said Tremaine. In fact, we should be ahead of them by now. We need to pick up their route and wait for them. Hopefully, we'll have the solar panels charge up the batteries for the return journey. Glancing out of the window, it was still overcast. By the look of the glow behind the clouds, I doubted there'd be enough time to charge up the batteries before nightfall. Tremaine gave Jimenez directions. Pull over here. This is the spot, he said. It was a good spot. A clearing surrounded by bushes and trees. We drove over the bushes into the clearing and parked. No sign of the drone transport with Jara and the rest of the team. When I climbed out after Tremaine, the bushes had sprung back into shape. What do you want us to do? I asked Tremaine. He glanced around the clearing. Hide the vehicle over there in those trees and camouflage it with shrubbery, or our team arriving might think we're the enemy and fly on. Just leave some of the solar panel exposed. We'll check the perimeter. Then you'll have to hope no one has spotted us and wait. Chapter 28. Amanda Jackson's arrival at Norman, Oklahoma. Jackson scratched at the area of chapped skin on her wrist from where the sound technician had removed her amulet using extremely low-frequency waves for it to spring open. She had to thank her lucky stars that Schultz gave her the answer, just before she took her last breath. With the destruction of the cable laying in Kansas still fresh in her mind, all haste had been made to get to destroy the cable laying in Oklahoma. Jackson hoped that there had been no chance to get word back to the protectorate, so they'd have a defense prepared in Oklahoma. Her security guards and chief of staff convoy arrived in Oklahoma City. She shuddered. Staring through the windshield, Oklahoma City reminded her of the devastation of all the old cities and the riots and deaths that had taken place. Even the greenery that had sprouted since the drought did nothing to hide the devastation of a once bustling city she knew as a child. The 10,000 soldiers she had at her disposal had already camped in the derelict buildings, out of sight. Despite this, she worried when seeing lines of their vehicles in the streets and that they could be seen from the skies. All she hoped was that intermingled with rusting wrecks scattered about, they'd not be noticed from above. At the same time, she was pleased that General Briggs had thought it better than setting up a camp out in the open just in case Garner had high-altitude drones keeping a watch on events. After the destruction of the robotic machinery, and a small contingent of liberators guarding the cable laying in Kansas, she smiled that it had been one more success. Her RV pulled over and stopped. "Have the general's report here," Jackson ordered her radio operator. She didn't have to wait long. considering they were in following vehicles. With the generals crowding her office, it was game on. "General Logan, what have you to report?" "We have individuals in position with laser-guided devices for our missiles to strike the targets. Our forward troops have skirted the cable-laying flanks to the south to prevent any liberators escaping. There's only a small contingent of around 50 liberators guarding the cable laying. However, we have no reports of the whereabouts of General Carter and his battalion of liberators. Last we heard he was clearing settlements at the eastern border." "How many troops in his battalion?" "Best estimates are between 750 and 1,000. "Then let's hope he's still out there and we can destroy his battalion once we've completed your mission." Jackson flinched at the sound of automatic gunfire. "What the hell is that?" "Don't say Carter has arrived." "Don't worry. It's a band of around 200 terrorists that oppose your presidency. They're lightly armed. We drove them into a single building. Our troops are taking care of them," said General Briggs. "We have them surrounded." "Damn. The sooner we get away from here and this mission is over with, the sooner we can take on Garner in Texas." "Where are they carrying out the cable laying?" she asked General Logan. 16 miles south of Norman at Goldsby. We're to set up headquarters at the old National Weather Center to the south of Norman to monitor events. The rocket launchers are ready here. We'll need our troops to move out quickly after launch in case the protectorate have eyes in the sky to locate their position and to retaliate. We should wait until we can locate General Carter and his battalion." "Aye. That's enough," she said and showed him the flat of her hand while she pondered. Elbow on her desk, she pounded her forehead with a clenched fist until she made her decision. "We're 10,000 strong, with another 5,000 in reserve. You shouldn't concern yourself with General Carter. We'll be confronting him anyway at some stage, like I said. Do we have drone detection and jamming devices?" Logan's cheeks rouged. He appeared to be stalling. "Well, we have. They're on the way to the border with Texas in preparation for our arriving there to invade the protectorate." "Yes, but what about here?" Yet again, he seemed to be stalling, fidgeting a hand in his jacket pocket as if the answer would be in there. "Sorry, they don't exactly grow on trees." "We needed them all at the border," Logan said, with cheeks now redder than ever. It wasn't the answer she hoped for. She held back from responding in her usual manner, needing them all on board for now. Her concern was that any drone could identify their position at their intended headquarters in Norman. Regardless, she had made her decision as angered as she was. General Briggs pushed his way to the fore. "We might not have jamming devices, but we can surveil the skies with our mobile radar and use our air defense missiles." Jackson breathed a sigh of relief, only to duck at a series of loud explosions. General Briggs put his finger to his ear as if to listen to take a message over his comms. "Rest easy. We've destroyed the building they were holding up in with our tanks. They're all liquidated." Jackson took in a deep intake of breath. "Then let's not waste time. We'll just have to hope the sound of the explosions hasn't carried to alert our targets. The mission is on as soon as ever we've secured our headquarters. Have a mobile radar and defense missile battery station at our headquarters. In addition, I want every rooftop with lookouts and binoculars trained skyward, as well as our perimeter surrounded. You can all go now." "Not you, General Briggs. You can travel with me." A glance out of the window, and a number of troop transports pulled out of the convoy to go ahead at speed, then the convoy set off at a crawl, giving time for the advanced troops to check the road ahead. Briggs excused himself while he gave out orders over his field comms. While listening to him, she clasped her hands together and then formed a steeple with her fingers and used her thumbs to stroke her chin. Jackson would have preferred all the senior staff to be women companions, but he had a commanding air about him and of a senior age that gave him a distinguished aura. She also found herself impressed by his interjection that had saved face for General Logan. Orders relayed, Briggs turned to face Jackson. "They're at the headquarters now. Everything is secure." "Good, then I'll not keep you guessing why I wanted you with me. I'm at your command, our savior." "Indeed. That's exactly why I'm placing you in overall command of our army. All generals and commanders will report to you. We're going to need one cohesive force when we invade Texas and later Colorado. It's an honor, our savior. Just make sure as you Commander-in-Chief, you run everything by me and relay progress. Anyone you think is not fit for command, terminate them and have someone appointed in their place. Terminate? That's right. Terminate as in liquidate. Last thing we want is someone disgruntled who could go over to the other side. Just as she'd finished, the vehicle came to a halt. We've arrived, said Briggs. Then I'll not keep you. Let me know when you found me an office unless you can find somewhere to get my RV under cover. Briggs pounded his chest in salute, did an about turn, and left the office. Jackson glanced out of the window to the parking lot of the National Weather Center, 11 miles from their intended target. It was now dusk with nightfall around the corner. She just hoped they could get it over with and get to the border to start the invasion. Soldiers appeared, cutting down shrubbery and branches, then set ladders to camouflage her vehicle. She stepped into the radio room. Any news on the field comms? Not yet. They're maintaining silence, but the relays are in place so we can listen in. They've set up 3 comms relays to pass on messages from the action, so we'll get clear messages. General Briggs entered her RV. The weather center has been gutted by fire. There's a basement if needed for cover. No. I'm fine here. The speaker for the radio crackled. Relay from Spider-Man to base. The steer that we lost is in sight heading toward us. What does that mean? Jackson asked. Briggs smashed his fist down on the desk beside the radio operator. Damn. The steer is General Carter's handle. Spider-Man is our forward patrol out east. We'd better get you into the basement as a precaution. Get into an armored vest and grab a helmet. Chapter 29. General Jack Cole in Oklahoma. After checking the distance around my allotted perimeter, I joined up with Tremaine. All clear. Did you hear the thunder earlier? I asked. No, but let's hope it doesn't rain or our team will have to land the drones and delay them further. They don't perform well in bad weather. Well, didn't see any lightning and the sound was distant, so let's hope it holds off. I'd said that, but the moon was behind an overcast sky as the darkness of night rolled over us. Wait, did you hear that? Said Tremaine. Hear what? I said and craned my neck to listen. I think they're here. It sounds like a swarm of bees. Take cover. Jimenez joined us with an excited expression on her face. Incoming from out west, flying low. Pick them up with my night sight. How many? I asked. 3 of them from what I can make out. By the expression on Tremaine's face, I could see his concern. I guess I was the same considering she had only seen 3 drones. We all went to ground behind shrub cover and waited. 2 drones appeared. They hovered, then landed. The 3rd drone arrived, but this one was lopsided. Instead of hovering, it hit the ground with a thud on one side, then flipped over and skidded along the ground. Sparks flew from some of the motors. It hit a tree trunk with an almighty thud. Tremaine lifted his comms mouthpiece to his lips. Blue team. Your base leader here. Don't shoot, we arrived ahead of you. We're coming to help, he said, already getting to his feet, and he charged forward. I exchanged concerned glances with Jimenez with the hope they'd heard him and recognized his voice. Come on, let's go, I said. We followed on in Tremaine's wake with the other 2 already there and attempting to turn over the drone without success. We all joined them, and after a few failures, we managed to turn it over. One of the motors was on fire and spreading, melting the drone's plastic airframe. My heart sank as Tremaine dragged out the body. Tremaine got down beside her and checked for a pulse, then rose to his feet and shook his head. She's gone. Get your trench spades out and spread soil on the fire. Where are the others? I asked, while retrieving my spade. They didn't make it. A patrol spotted us and took them out. Not sure if they went to ground and escaped, said Madison, as we all frantically dug at the soil to douse the flames. As soul-destroying as it was at the loss of the drone pilot, I wasn't acquainted with her. I was more consumed at what had happened to Jara, but this wasn't the time to be asking for a debrief. Not when we could be spotted if we didn't put out the fire. Finally, we tamed the flames. What was her name? I asked, as I hauled her by the arms and placed her body in the hole we dug. Her name was Jane, said Tremaine. He recited some words over her, and then we covered her with soil. My mind was stewed on what could have happened to Jara. What happened to Jara? She veered out of formation and landed close to the patrol when we came under fire. Not sure if her drone was hit by rounds. Jane radioed through that she had a motor taken out by a bullet. Likely the other motor that they hit was only slightly damaged because it still flew, but then started sparking as we came into land. I went down on one knee and rubbed my forehead. Tremaine put a hand on my shoulder. Let's get to our vehicle. There are 6 of us, so the mission is still on. We'll get some sleep, then trek on when most are likely sleeping. It was hard to describe the angst I felt at not knowing Jara's fate, but determined it was likely the patrol had taken her out. You all go. I just need a few minutes alone. I knew that I'd already determined a truth about myself, when I recalled the advice I'd given to Gina, as I knew her back then. Now it had come back to slap me in the face. When I'd told her that she would know when she'd met someone special when all you wanted when separated from a partner was to be back together again. That was exactly what had brought on a tightness in my chest. Even worse, I now didn't know whether she had survived or not. If she hadn't survived, it would have made me even more determined to finish what she sought and to do all within my power to assassinate Jackson. Without her, if I met my end in the process, then so be it, as there didn't seem to me to be anything left in life to live for. Jimenez jogged over to me. Tremaine needs you back at the vehicle. I rose to my feet and followed her, head down, still troubled. Where's Madison? I asked Tremaine. She's gone with Claire to Oklahoma City. Remember that thunder you heard? According to Madison, she saw explosions on the horizon among the outline of the old city. I have a point marked on the map where we can meet up with them to see if they can discover what is happening in the city. What are we to do? We're going to get into position around the Citadel to observe as per our original plan, after our rendezvous with Madison and Claire once they've done scouting. You come with me, and Jimenez can go with Janine. It was obvious that without him spelling it out, we were to split up to the rendezvous with Madison and Claire, just in case one team didn't make it to the outskirts of the old city. Are we still going after midnight? I asked Tremaine. We have to give Madison time to get to the old city and then back to our meeting point before we move on to the Citadel. Better make it 2 o'clock for us to set off. Let's get some sleep after we've camouflaged the drones. After covering the drones with brush, we unloaded our sleeping bags and set them down behind the cover of the bushes. I wriggled into my sleeping bag next to Tremaine. Do you think Jara could have survived? I asked Tremaine. Serves her right if she hasn't. She was stupid to have gone to cross the border. I guess the acting president will have to take over permanently if she's dead. His answer hit me like a barb. Not only that, but what did that make us for going over the border after her? That's a bit disrespectful calling her stupid if she is dead. I tell it like it is. Why are you bothered? He asked. Jed says you've crossed paths a few times on your travels, and I recall you were mad as hell when we found out she'd gone. I wasn't about to unload on him about our recent situation. Yeah, we've had our differences. She was always headstrong, he said, as if she no longer existed. She'd have made commander if it wasn't for her impetuous nature. Instead, her competitor Katrina Wilson made commander. What? Just mention of the name sent a shiver through me. Yeah, she was part of that intake for training. Would that be with someone called Mira? I asked, recalling the prisoner back at the community that Jara had executed. Rings a bell. Ah, yeah, I remember now. Heard she ended up as Wilson's pet assassin, always was sneaky. Something of a psychopath if you ask me, though somehow it didn't show up in her evaluation. I didn't ask him about her psyche. What he'd said confirmed what Jara had told me at the time about Mira. What I was more concerned about was Jara's connection to Commander Wilson's team. So, are you saying Jara was part of Wilson's team? Couldn't say once they graduated. There were hundreds of them that were divided into separate teams. I wasn't the only one training them, and Wilson wasn't the only one that made commander right away. If I hadn't had to write in my report that I considered Jara a loose cannon, she'd have been made commander. My body went numb. It flashed through my mind again when Jara had terminated Mira in my office after they exchanged words. Did she shoot her, I wondered, to hide the fact that she'd been part of Wilson's team? I unzipped my sleeping bag, climbed to my feet, staggered over to a tree and threw up. Now I didn't know what to think. God forbid if she had been part of the team that slaughtered my parents and been responsible for the psychological trauma my wife endured in captivity. That was especially so, since it caused Laura to split with me. And to think if it was so, she had the nerve to make love to me and mess about with my head. "You okay?" Tremaine called out. "Yeah. Must have been something I ate at breakfast," I lied. I wiped my sleeve across my mouth then spat out the bad taste several times as I returned back into my sleeping bag. There wasn't any way I could sleep. It rolled over and over in my mind that both Jed and Gina, as she was back then, they had lied to me. It had been a complete shock to discover they were in fact agents of the Citadel regime. My anger turned toward Jed. While I could forgive them their lies for both their parts in liberating the Union from Jackson, and in helping me build the community at my farm, that was as far as it went. It didn't absolve them from the deceit if they had both tried to hide from me Jara's part in ruining my life. I determined that if I confirmed Jara had done so, then Jed would pay a price for hiding it from me. "Can you hear that?" said Jimenez. "Sounds like another drone," said Tremaine. It could be Jara. It looked as though none of us were sleeping as we all scrambled out of our sleeping bags. We arrived in the clearing to see the drone hovering. A headlight from the drone illuminated us. It was one of ours all right. Just how I'd react if it was her, I wasn't sure. "Over there," Jimenez called out. We all looked skyward. Out east, multiple rocket trails headed in a southerly direction. Chapter 30. Amanda Jackson in Oklahoma. Jackson finished donning her armored vest, then grabbed her helmet. "The missiles have been launched," said the radio operator. Jackson headed outside with her guard, then stopped in her tracks once down the steps. She looked skyward. The plume trails and afterglow at the tails of the rockets flew by overhead. She turned and stepped back into her RV and on into the office. "I'm not skulking away in any basement," she said. "Any radio signals will be blocked, so I won't know what will be happening. They won't know we're here." "Your prerogative," said Briggs, though she could see he was clearly annoyed at her decision. General Briggs took out his map and spread it on the desk and picked up a marker pen. "We have to slow Carter down. Outnumbered he might be, but his battalion could inflict serious damage if we don't halt him in his tracks. Those liberators are battle-hardened. He's bound to have seen the rockets launched from the old city. He'll likely make that his target." "Where was the battalion last seen?" Jackson asked. "Just passing Lake Thunderbird." "Then he must have been notified of the destruction of the cable laying in Kansas. East Imhoff Road leads to the cable laying in Goldsby. He must be on his way there to defend their position." Briggs scribbled some notes. "Well, he's too late now. Look, sorry I can't talk just now." Briggs hurried into the radio room. Jackson followed him in there like his shadow. "Send a relay message to the generals in Oklahoma City. I want them to move out except for 4 artillery pieces. Give them these coordinates to lay down fire. There are further orders on there for what I need regards troop deployment." "Why the artillery?" asked Jackson. "It's to take the bridge out on the East Imhoff Road. We need to move out. We're in their path here if they have pontoon bridges. I'm sending orders to set up flanking positions either side of the road to take out their convoy." Jackson heard the muffled sound of explosions. The second radio operator swiveled around to face Jackson on her chair and removed her earphones. "Only 2 rockets hit their target. They have an air defense system. The troops surrounding them are using tank busters, then they'll move in." "Damn," said Jackson. "Is nothing going to go right today? They didn't have any such defense in Kansas. Our savior, I must insist we move out now to another location." "It's for your own protection," said the general. His manner of delivery, though respectful, gave the impression it was an order she had to comply with, or he would likely move her out of there alive and kicking. "Oh, very well if we have to." She huffed to more explosions, only this time much louder, indicating they were nearer. "That'll be the artillery taking out the bridge." The general turned to the driver. "Move out. Head west out of here. I'll check the map for a suitable location and give orders to the troops here to vacate the weather center." For once in her life, Jackson thought it better to bow to someone else's authority. That was so, even though it stuck in her craw it was from a male. Small missions with the Denverines was one thing she could handle, but tactics for large-scale actions were beyond her expertise and best left to those who knew what they were doing. Briggs returned from the office with his map and walked on through to the driver. "Head for the Riverwind Casino. We'll headquarter there. There's an intersection on the 35. Our troops will be heading down that to sweep through Goldsby toward the border." Jackson settled back into her office as they set off out of the parking lot. Further along on the journey, despite the rumble of the tires on the road surface, the exchange of munitions continued in the background. Her radio operator came through and handed her a number of messages, then exited back to her post. She read the first message, which brought a curled smile to her lips. "Target in Goldsby nullified." She picked up the second note and scowled as she read on. The report said, "The liberators have pulled off-road out of convoy formation after direct hits on their transport and their returning artillery shell fire on the city." "At least it slowed them down," she mused, then picked up the next note. "Liberator artillery pounding Oklahoma City. Casualties. 1 ammunition truck and rocket launcher were destroyed together with 2 artillery pieces. City evacuating now." The RV pulled over and stopped. "We're here," said the general. "How many casualties?" "Hard to say. General Logan is reporting an estimate of 100 or so in the following troop transports to that ammunition truck. Then maybe 10 manning the artillery pieces they took out. Don't worry, they're out of there now. The bulk of our army are heading down the 31 to here, and the rest are on their way to flank the liberators. We have to expect losses. This'll be small change against what we'll face in Texas." He was telling her what she already knew. The fact that Carter was on his way meant that Garner would know of the cable laying getting destroyed. She imagined that right now they'd be preparing defenses which would give them a 3-to-1 advantage in their favor of casualties. She sucked in air, then expelled a long breath through her lips. "I've been thinking. Maybe we shouldn't dash to the border. We need time to get together with your command to work out a plan. It would be better to exterminate Carter and those liberators here first, would it not?" she said. Not sure of herself. "I'll agree with that. We should stay here overnight and make sure we've taken care of them, or they could form a flank once we start the invasion at the border. What we have to do here is make sure there are no liberator survivors that can make their way to Texas to warn them." Jackson wished she'd been more assertive with her idea, though pleased he'd said no survivors. "Exactly what I determined." "Then as your commander-in-chief those are my orders," she said, regaining some semblance of her authority. "Then I'd best get back to my command vehicle and start planning ready to present the plan of action to you," said the general. "While you're at it, remember, time is of the essence. They're getting an army together in Colorado and our defenses are weak at the western border. Once we have Texas, New Mexico is of no consequence. I'll want us to sweep through southern Colorado and on up to Denver to take back my presidency of the Union." The general saluted, then exited. Jackson relaxed back in her chair. For all that lay ahead, her thoughts turned past the immediate tasks to triumphantly entering the citadel of Denver, to a gathering of the citizens to witness Jara, Jed Ward, and General Cole to be burned at the stake. Chapter 31. General Jack Cole in Oklahoma. I'd hung back out of her sight when Tremaine had helped Jara out of the drone transport. He guided her, with her arm over his shoulder and limping to our vehicle. Tremaine turned his head and called out, "Get the drone covered." I disappeared through our perimeter to gather brush to get out of the way and to gather my thoughts. There had been a serious battle going on in the distance with the booms of munitions fired from artillery batteries and the flashes from explosions as they had landed on the horizon. With a bundle of brush collected, I returned to help camouflage the drone. It was a relief not to have faced her right away. I was still gathering together how I would ask her about any connection she had to Wilson, and if she had been part of her team that fateful day at our farm. The scenarios of how she might answer twisted my thoughts and guts inside out. We all exchanged sheepish glances when we heard raised voices over at our vehicle, but I couldn't make out what was being said. It was clearly argumentative. Then it went quiet. Even when we'd finished covering the drone with shrub, I didn't think I was ready to face her. The others walked back to our vehicle while I walked over to a tree and slid down with my back to the tree trunk to sit on the ground. I clasped my fingers together and pounded my chin, but it didn't help. Boots crunched on the ground, and I raised my vision. Tremaine walked over and got down beside me. "I guess you're here seething too," he said. "Sort of. I just don't want to talk to her right now." "You don't have to." Jara is fatigued and her thigh is badly bruised. She crawled up in her sleeping bag and swigged some painkillers down. "Anyway, unlike you, I couldn't hold back. I've given her a piece of my mind with both barrels that'll suffice for the two of us." His words gave me no solace, only to delay what would be inevitable when I challenged her. "When we move out, can you send her out with Janine and Jimenez?" "Sure. I was thinking that anyway. She'll only be a pain in my backside. If she's still pained, she might have to stay here for our return." Relief washed through me, but I knew I'd have to ask the question sooner or later. What I didn't want was for it to get in the way of the mission and put everyone's lives at risk, should I let my anger get in the way. The last thing we needed was for any of us to take our eyes off the ball. "So, what happened back there when she landed under fire from that patrol?" Not what we thought. She managed to regroup with the others from the downed drones. Luckily they were flying low. They were injured but not dead. It was just their drones that were inoperable. Anyway, she gave them cover and then took out the patrol, but not before she got injured falling into a ditch. "So where are the others?" "They took the patrol's transport to return to the border. Hopefully, they'll have managed to sneak their way back to base." It was something of a hollow victory, considering we'd lost Jane and that Jara hadn't gone back with them to save me the angst I suffered at that moment. "Come on, better get some sleep," said Tremaine. When we arrived at the vehicle, everyone was in their sleeping bags, appearing to be asleep. I awoke to a kick in my side. The others were nowhere to be seen, just Tremaine towering over me. "Load up. The others have gone. I sent them off 15 minutes ago because they have a longer route to the meeting point." "Did Jara mention me this morning?" "Just to say not to disturb you. Last night, she asked me if you were mad at her joining the scouting mission." "And how did you reply?" I asked, then rose to my feet and wriggled my backpack straps over my shoulders. "Told her you were furious at having us go after her. That's probably why she didn't want you disturbed." There wasn't anything more to talk about as we trekked onto our destination. Thankfully, the terrain was flat, which helped with fatigue, but then that left us exposed. There wasn't time to dwell on the situation with Jara, having to keep ultra alert. Though at times my mind would wander, and I'd have to smother the thoughts to get back to the task. On occasions, it was as if I'd been walking on autopilot, unable to recall some of the journey to where I was at, having lost concentration. There wasn't any doubt I needed to take the bull by the horns, as they say, and ask the question. We arrived at our destination, with Jara, Janine, and Jimenez already there. "Any sign of Madison?" Tremaine asked. "Not as yet," said Jimenez. "Then let's not crowd here. Spread out to all points individually and keep a lookout for enemy patrols. Jimenez, you go further east to a road you'll see on your map that runs from Oklahoma City with an intersection and a road heading this way." With eye contact avoided from looking over at Jara, I set off to find somewhere suitable to lay low on lookout. "Hey, are you avoiding me?" said Jara as she came up alongside me and fleetingly touched my fingers. I moved my hand away. "No, we have a job to do." "Are you still mad at me?" "Look, we're supposed to take separate positions." "So, you are still mad at me?" I stopped and looked around to make sure no one else was close by. "There's something I need to ask you," I said and turned to face her. Footsteps approached and I turned around sharply. "They've arrived back," said Janine as she came up beside us. "Tremaine has decided he wants us back there for the briefing." "Go on, what is it you want to ask?" said Jara. Janine was still there walking beside us, so it wasn't an opportune time to ask the question. "It'll have to wait." "Let's hurry and get back there," I said and went ahead. It was a shock when I arrived. There were 4 National Guards in full uniform and armed to the teeth talking with Tremaine. Sat on the ground were around 20 civilians, some of them children. It seemed so surreal that the enemy was there and armed, yet apparently not a threat by the way Tremaine casually talked to them. "What the hell is happening?" I asked Madison, with the rest of our team apart from Jimenez gathered around. Tremaine joined us, not at all concerned about the National Guard soldiers, who seemed more interested in scanning the surrounding terrain. Madison had us gather around her. Didn't know what to do when we saw them directly approaching our position. They'd have walked right over us. Anyway, I called out to them they were surrounded and to halt and lay down their weapons. Luckily, they complied, or the civilians would probably have suffered with stray rounds. They're refugees from a settlement that they say Denverines destroyed a while back. Then they found out Jackson had regained control of the citadel and didn't want to go back to how it was under her presidency. They were holed up in the old city when troops arrived. Many more didn't escape, but they managed to crawl through the sewer system to get to the outskirts where we found them. The National Guard soldiers are deserters with relatives among the civilians. The revelation threw me completely off balance. It meant our mission could be compromised if they were ever captured and interrogated. "So, what do we do with them?" I asked. "We'll have to let them go on their way," said Tremaine. "At least they've saved us some time. We can head back to base." Mission accomplished. "How come?" I asked. One of the soldiers said the army is led by Jackson and they're headed south to the border with Texas. "How many?" "Too many for us to take on." "Jackson," said Jara. "Then why go back? We could stalk the army until we get the opportunity to take her out." "That's not going to happen," said Tremaine. "You're not talking about a few hundred soldiers. They are saying it's a combined army of her states running to thousands and she's heavily guarded." Jara stepped to the fore. "Maybe if we stalk the army and take the field comms from those soldiers we can listen in and see what they're up to and maybe locate Jackson in an isolated situation," said Jara. "In fact, I hold rank here. We should do that." Tremaine tossed his head and walked away, clearly ready to blow a fuse. I stepped over to join him. "I could strangle her." "Can you talk some sense into her?" he asked. "There's a bigger picture going on here than a vendetta. We have intel we need to get back to General Barker with the situation about our army." I understood what he was saying. There again, Jara could have been right about the further intel we could gather. "I'll try," I said, seeing it as an opportunity to take her to one side and ask the question that burned away in my brain. I turned and walked back to the group. "Jara, can I have a word in private?" Chapter 32. General Jack Cole, Oklahoma. Jara and I moved on away from the crowd to a suitable distance where we couldn't be heard. We turned to face each other. She had a sheepish look about her, probably because I hadn't raised a smile. "Look, I'm sorry I didn't say I was going to cross the border, and I don't say sorry lightly. In fact, it's only the second time in my life I can recall using that word," said Jara. "Only this time I mean it. The only other time was when I had to say sorry back at the religious community to save them executing me, remember? Only, I had my fingers crossed that time. This time I mean it," she said, and held up her hands and wriggled her fingers. "See, they're not cross. Am I forgiven?" Her eyes searched mine for the answer and I had to look away. She obviously didn't have a clue what was on my mind. The last thing I could say was that she was forgiven. "Put it this way, at least you're alive. You'll need to give me time to calm down." I sucked in a deep breath, then expelled it ready to ask the question. "Look, last night I was thinking about that day when you shot Mira. I'm sure she said that she was surprised to see you there again. Were you ever in her team in that area in your Denverine days?" Jara responded right away without hesitation. "No, never. Wilson was her commander. Damn, I hated Wilson. We were in competition and conflict from childhood through to final training. I heard Wilson had Mira try to break my arm during unarmed combat, so I'd fail final training. Thankfully, forewarned, she failed. Mira was likely referring to the assassination attempt on me. It was probably her that tried to carry it out. Hold on, I'm sure I told you that. Why think about it now?" She rolled her eyes. "Wait, I get it now. You think I was involved in the slaughter of your parents and abducting your family. That she'd not had to think about what I'd asked and blurted out to answer me without a pause gave me a degree of relief. At the same time, I knew she was capable of lying. Now she knew exactly what I was asking. It took speed of thought to reply and maybe to backpedal a little, while drawing her out some more. Doesn't matter. Bad dream, that's all. Last night I was thinking that I know nothing of you from your early years. It crossed my mind that maybe you'd been in Wilson's team at some time before I dozed off with what Mira had said on my mind, and it ended up as a nightmare. I wasn't convinced I'd approached it in the right way to be sure she was telling me the truth. She huffed and puffed a little. Well, you're wrong. Completely, she said in a manner that she appeared offended. There's nothing exciting to know about me, really. It would be easier to skim my chip if you really want to know. In fact, you can do that when we get back if you don't believe me. As for Wilson, I hated her. I was pleased when I heard you'd taken her out, though I'll admit to some jealousy at the same time. She was always climbing up Tremaine's ass and got his recommendation over me for commander. I was just thankful I was allocated to Commander Davenport. That was a bonus, because she was due for retirement, and I hoped to take her place. It was her that recommended me for the task to go into the wastelands where we met. If I ever meet with her again, I owe her a big thank you for that. I was just pissed off when I found out I was to work in conjunction with Wilson. Look! I had to stop her, or she might have babbled on forever. Not only that, but I had also noticed her eyes moisten as she had worked herself into a frenzy. Jara? What? Come here. It was just a nightmare I had, I said and held out my hands to her. We embraced and shared a passionate kiss. We broke away. I doubted she was lying. She would have known I could ask Jed if it were true that Davenport was her commander. So, now I'm forgiven for having you come after me? All the pressure had released from what I'd suffered. Taking her hands in mine, I gave them a gentle squeeze. I drew her in and hugged her, then let go. For now, but don't ever do that to me again. It drove me out of my mind not knowing if you'd make it back. Sorry. Oops, that's a third time, she said and snickered. I wouldn't laugh, we have something serious to talk about. Tremaine asked me to talk to you. The smile was wiped off her face, replaced with a scowl. Surprised he hasn't got the balls to talk to me himself this time. That's not like him. What a wuss. I can't stand him. Never could. It's obvious it's mutual. What is it about? I'm guessing it's about me wanting to gather more intel about Jackson's movements so I can take her out. She had guessed right. Inexperienced I might have been, but what both Tremaine and Jara wanted had made sense to me. Look, you know what he wants us to do. He's asking that you reconsider. I think you're both right, and we should leave a team here to gather further intel on the Army's movements. The rest should go back to relay what we have learned so far to General Barker. We'll need to put more weight with troops and equipment to our southern flank, for if they need to be deployed quickly. God forbid if they turn our way to invade Colorado and we're not ready for them. Jara got down on one knee and stroked her chin. After some deliberation, she rose to her feet. Let's get back there. You're right. That's exactly what we need to do. When we arrived back with the others, Jara had said it would be best to come from my mouth. That made sense to avoid any further meeting of minds between them, resulting in them rucking. Well, have you changed your mind? Tremaine spat. Sort of. Let's talk away from the others, I said, knowing it could get heated. Jara followed on until we were out of sight of the group. Here will do. Look, we're not on the training ground now. As general, here's what I've decided. One group stays here to gather more intel. The others will return to base to report what we know of the current situation with Jackson's army so Barker can deploy more troops to the south as a contingent. I'll send his orders back with the team so the border lookouts can be strengthened along our entire border. He alternated between chewing on his bottom lip and top lip, then nodded. Makes sense. I'll join Jimenez and Madison and carry on here, and the rest of you can head back. Jara stepped over to us. No, both Jack and I will join you, and the others can go back. I have more experience on clandestine missions and tracking with the Denverines than the others. As your commander-in-chief, those are my orders. Tremaine placed his hands on his hips, and with his chin jutted out front, he let fly at Jara. "Commander-in-Chief. You got crap for brains. You're the president, or have you forgot? We need you safely back over the border. Why do you think we're here? It's to take you back." I stood between them, knowing there would be no way to make Jara think differently, even though I wasn't happy at her wanting to stay. "Look, I don't like it either, but she almost got killed coming here and could just as easily get killed going back. She'd be safer alongside of you with your experience, and as her general, I want to be by her side with every step she takes. I have a lifetime of experience out here in the wastelands to have survived so far. She'll be safer with the both of us. We need your experience the others don't have." Tremaine had inspected the ground while I talked to him. He raised his vision and looked directly at Jara. "On one condition. No more of her commander-in-chief and your general bullshit. I'm in charge and you'll follow my orders to the letter, no exceptions." I exchanged glances with Jara, knowing I'd concede to his demand, and nodded in her direction for her to hopefully concur. She hesitated, then nodded. "Is that a yes?" asked Tremaine. "It's a yes from me," I said. "And me," said Jara, though spoken with a reluctant tone of voice. "Good, then let's get back there and send those refugees on their way," I said. "I'll make sure they think we're heading north into Kansas before we discuss our plan to the others." "Would it not be better not to tell the rest of our team we intend to carry on to the Citadel as previously planned in case they get taken prisoner?" asked Jara in a conciliatory tone. "Good idea," said Tremaine. Jara wandered over to the others. When we arrived back, Jimenez had returned, still blowing hard as if she'd been running. She hurried over to us with Jara walking over to the rest of our team. "We need to move on right now. There's a building at the intersection around a quarter of a mile ahead." I got as near as I could. From what I saw, there were the silhouettes of two RVs there bristling with an array of antennas and discs. There's a large contingent of armored vehicles surrounding the building, including a mobile radar transport and a mobile air defense system. The road heading south from the city is chock full of army vehicles at a standstill as far as the eyes can see. Patrols are spreading out from the building at the intersection on foot scouting. I stepped forward. "I'll go and tell the refugees to set off northwest to where there's a settlement marked on my map. I'll give them some misdirection as to what we're planning," I said. "You do that. As soon as they're gone, we'll head back to the clearing and see the others off in their drone transport at intervals. Better for them to travel before daybreak. Thank God the terrain is flat so they can fly low to avoid the radar." "We'll make plans from there," said Tremaine. "For goodness sake, neither of you tell Jara about those two command vehicles, or she'll likely think one belongs to Jackson and go AWOL again." Chapter 33. Amanda Jackson, Oklahoma. With dawn about to break, Jackson climbed out of her command vehicle and stood back. The driver pulled out and drove under the large canopy outside the casino and parked alongside the general's RV. With only a few hours intermittent sleep, her eyes smarted as if filled with sand. Over at the road heading south, she could see the silhouettes of the army convoy and on into the distance. "That should keep our vehicles from prying eyes in the sky in daylight," said General Briggs. "Let's go inside and see if there's an office." Guards went in ahead of them with flashlights illuminating the way and swiping the cobwebs from the open entrance and along a corridor. Jackson shook her head at the upturned tables and chairs and the floor covered in a thick layer of dust blown in from the smashed windows. The main destruction looked to have been over at the restaurant area, as if scavengers had taken revenge out of the fixtures and fittings after not finding food. "I don't care if there is an office in here. Let's get back to our vehicles," said Jackson, and then covered her mouth with her hand and coughed at the dust kicked up by the guards. A guard hurried over to them before they reached the exit. "We have a dispatch from General Logan with video footage that's just arrived." Jackson hurried along to the outside with Briggs. She climbed into her vehicle. There had been no action for some hours, so she hoped for good news that the liberators had been annihilated. Either that, or Carter and his battalion had withdrawn to fight another day. She hoped it would be the former. "Well, where's the dispatcher?" she asked the guard. "In the office of your command vehicle, our savior." Jackson beckoned Briggs to follow her. She climbed the step and walked on into her office. A forlorn-looking dispatcher sat on the chair at the front of her desk, clearly having been in the action. She rose to her feet, stood to attention, and then saluted. Her entire scalp was bandaged and covering one eye. The dispatcher dipped into her jacket pocket and handed over the dispatch. From her backpack, she retrieved a drone monitor and placed it on the desk. General Logan sent this with footage of the aftermath of the battle, our savior. Leave us. With the door closed behind her as the dispatcher exited, Jackson ripped open the dispatch and read on. Briggs stood behind her reading over her shoulder. On reading the 4th page, after skimming over the old news of the action, and Carter's battalion retaliating by targeting the old city, much of it had been about the Liberators' staunch defense. She turned the page, then read on, pausing to punch the air, and then set down the dispatch. Briggs picked up the dispatch. Yes. Victory! No survivors, said Jackson with a smile a mile wide. There is that, but Logan is estimating we've lost 350 soldiers, not to mention the equipment we've lost. Small price to pay. Are you forgetting the tanks and armored vehicles and other equipment we have taken from them that survived our bombardment? Those intact mobile kamikaze missile trailers mentioned will be a useful addition. We have none of those. You might want to read on, said Briggs. He handed back the last page. Her elation subsided as she read on. Eyes rolling, she looked at the ceiling. Damn, how can Carter have escaped? He's not among the dead? Probably, he was at the rear some distance away viewing events remotely from a command post by drone, or maybe he had reports relayed. There's always a chance he was blown up, making identifying him impossible. There is that, but without a body, we have to assume he escaped. You know what that means? Garner could know what we plan to do. If he had an amulet like the one you mentioned, Garner will already know, regardless of if Carter is alive or not. Jackson walked around her desk and flopped into her seat. Take a seat while we think of the implications. She reached out and picked up the drone monitor, propping it up against her in-tray so they could both see the screen. She hit the playback button. The screen showed footage in night vision, looking from above. Hundreds of bodies were seen as black against the terrain, appearing as gray as the drone flew over the scene of the action. Vehicles smoldered with black plumes visible. The footage zoomed in, then out at a road. These were not dead bodies lined up at the side of the road. Too many soldiers to count, and in 2 rows. Flashes appeared from the line of soldiers on the road. The ones at the edge of the road crumpled like dominoes down the line. The footage veered off and circled the 2 mobile kamikaze drone trailers. Then the image moved on past a tank with its turret missing. I don't think we need to look at any more footage. It's all in the dispatch, she said and pressed the off button, and then sighed. I've been thinking. What if we crossed into southern Colorado at the border, then into New Mexico, and approached Texas from there just in case they're waiting for us at the border? Yeah, I considered that, but from intel, Colorado is setting up defenses close to our border and the New Mexico border at the road crossings. The last thing we want is our forces cut down in battle before a conflict with Texas. Any other ideas? Briggs pointed to the map. Yeah, there's a possibility of crossing into Arkansas at the northeast tip of Texas. There's no conflict between Arkansas and Texas as far as I know, so we might be able to surprise them. Louisiana is submerged with the rising sea level, so that state is out of the equation. Jackson rose from her seat and on over to the wall map. You might have something there. Send out scouts to that possible entry area from Arkansas and have them report back. I'll do that now, he said and exited the office. Alone in her thoughts, as much as her army had destroyed any chance of a flanking maneuver that the Liberators could have mounted behind their lines, she had some concern. She had no idea of the strength of the forces Garner could muster. All she knew was that the last time they had encountered Garner's forces in New Mexico, they had been driven back to the Colorado border by their combined army. The only comfort she could take was that hopefully they wouldn't have time to organize a joint force. Pondering pause, her attention turned to the map on the wall once more. As she looked at the map, she wondered if her strategy was all wrong. She did about turn and headed out of her office, then once outside, she marched on over to Briggs' RV. Inside, she swept past the radio operators and into his office. Briggs was by himself poring over a map spread out on his desk. The scouts to the southern border with Arkansas have been dispatched, he said, not taking his eyes off the map. Good, but I'm wondering if we should change plans. How about we go after Colorado first before they have a chance to get their army into shape? We could use their recruits to add to ours and have a wider front when we attack the protectorate. If we head back north, we could throw our army across the border and concentrate on Denver just as we did in Nebraska. Right now, we'll probably outnumber them 2 or 3 to 1. He rose to his full height and faced her. And you think the protectorate won't be preparing a defense right now at the border and even planning their own attack to take back the states? Look at that cable-laying equipment they had. We don't even know if Carter held some of his troops over to the east in reserve and he could still flank us. They'll likely be digging trenches at the border right now in Colorado. If I were the protectorate, I'd turn that type of cable-laying equipment to digging trenches at the southern border right now. With Carter alive, if he's survived, they're bound to know what we have achieved so far and be expecting us to attack. We have no defenses prepared at our southern border. If we throw everything into northern Colorado, that will leave us vulnerable to the protectorate. By all accounts from refugees, the protectorate have been building up assets far more technically advanced than our weapons, but we don't know exactly what they have, so we'll need to take their territory without delay and at speed. We can't manufacture new assets, only bullets and a limited amount of shells. Our munitions and equipment are not finite. Jackson narrowed her eyes, not in anger at Briggs, but aimed at herself. She knew he was right. She realized that without him, she might have gone gung-ho and put her plans to restore the Union at risk. Briggs' radio operator entered the room. "Sir, they've broken radio silence." "What, us?" "No, from what I can make out it's from the Liberators." He thrust the message at Briggs. "Read it aloud," said Jackson. "Radio check to forward command base for the combined army. We're sending an armored vehicle with a white flag along Highway 9. They are waiting at Lake Thunderbird for a reply on this frequency. They'll need safe passage. They're carrying an important dispatch for the eyes of President Jackson." He raised his vision, and they exchanged questioning glances. Briggs turned his attention back to the map and stabbed a finger at Lake Thunderbird. "We have no troops out that far. The sender isn't named." "Who the hell could this be from?" said Briggs. Chapter 34. General Jack Cole, Oklahoma. It was daylight when I cracked open my eyes. There was just the 3 of us now, with Jimenez ordered back with the others using Jara's drone for transport and to report what she had seen back to General Barker. I unzipped the sleeping bag and rose to my feet, then stretched with my arms to an open-mouthed yawn. Over at our vehicle, Tremaine was at the open back door, rummaging inside. I walked over to him, and he turned my way. "When Jara gets back from scouting, we need to change our rifles. The ones the patrol had are a different make, but they use the same ammo." He tossed me a roll of blue tape. "Here, wrap some around your helmet. I've given Jara some and a spare armband." "What's the plan?" "Best we stay here under cover until dark, then we'll see how near we can get to that intersection and see what we can make out. They have a nano drone here with night vision, so that will help us keep an eye out for anyone approaching. It's charged up, but we have a field solar charging kit if needed," he said. "Then the drone should give us at least a 3-mile advantage on lookout." Tremaine shook his head and sent me a look as if I was an idiot. "Yeah, you're forgetting something though. That means if they send out drones, they could spot us from that distance. You know the drill. Take out your netting hoodie from your backpack so you can stitch in some grass and brush as camouflage." "I have mine ready." I looked at my watch. The best estimate was that our team would have gone to ground by now to charge up their drones. Their fate was in their own hands, just as it was in ours. All I could do was to hope luck was on our side. "How far is it from the intersection to here?" "Around 8 miles. It won't take long for us to hump to a position where we can observe, but there's no high ground. That's where the drone will come in handy." Locating the camouflage hoodie, I set about threading in some brush and grass. All I hoped was that the lining Tremaine had told us would mask our heat signature from drones and thermal view was not bullshit to make us believe we would be invisible. Boots crunched the dead foliage at the perimeter, which gave my nerves a jump start, putting me on alert. I grabbed my rifle only to see Jara appear through the tree line. She hurried over to us. National Guard patrols half a mile out and with one heading in our direction on foot. How many? Tremaine asked. They're spaced out a good distance apart. Say around 200 yards between them, 2 at a time. At least 100 of them stretching into the distance, maybe more. I didn't hang about to count them all. Tremaine looked my way. Let's keep calm. They're not forced to walk directly to our position. What we have to do is to protect our transport. Camouflage on. Let's get to our perimeter and observe. He must have noticed my fingers tremble when he'd said to keep calm, because Jara looked to be unconcerned. I was more concerned about our own protection than the vehicle. I'll go on ahead, said Jara. By the time we arrived at the perimeter, Jara was nowhere to be seen. I imagined I could be stood right over her, seeing how she was draped with camouflage. Where's Jara? I said. Up here, I heard her say as I got down on the ground beside Tremaine, relieved that she hadn't gone out there to challenge the patrol alone. At least I thought I knew that much about her past to expect her to have done the unexpected. Rather Jara climbing a tree than me, I thought, as the least of my concerns. We were fortunate for the slight incline of the land away from the tree line. I drew the binoculars to my eyes and scanned ahead in a sweep. There they were, 2 of them walking in our direction when they stopped. I did a second sweep to see other patrols converging on their position. They must be setting up camp, I said. Tremaine didn't respond, pressing his finger to his comms earpiece. Take off your camouflage and follow what I do, said Tremaine. Tremaine rose to his feet, and I followed him. My heart pounded when he stepped out from the tree line. I stood there like a statue, wondering just what the hell he was doing breaking cover, and hoped he knew what he was doing. Get over here, now, he said. I did as I was told in blind faith against my better judgment. By now, some of the patrols had converged and were close enough to see us without the aid of binoculars. My leg muscles turned to jello as I stepped over beside him. Tremaine swung the mic to his lips. Over here at the trees. There's no need. We've already searched the area, over. There was a pause. No. You go on ahead. We'll catch up with you. We're going to make breakfast then head back. He waved and I saw one of the patrol wave back. Get back inside the tree line and get into position to observe, said Tremaine. Back in position, I could have slapped my forehead. I'd forgotten all about Tremaine taking the comms headset from the deserters. I could now see where Jara had got the initiative to rescue us back there outside the religious community, when she'd bluffed our way past a Denverine patrol by pretending she was one of them and she'd said that we were her prisoners. It must have been part of a lecture we hadn't gotten in training on using deceit and initiative. All the same, it could have gone wrong, and I let out a nervous snicker. We observed the group we'd spotted spread out again with the other patrols along the line for a good distance. They were headed back in the direction of the intersection until we could no longer see them, but we remained there for some hours. Jara slid down the tree trunk and rolled about on the ground clutching her leg. Damn. Cramp. Go see to her, we're just about done here, said Tremaine. There's not been any more radio chatter, so it's likely they're out of range. I edged back then rose to my feet and hurried on over to Jara. Reaching down, I took a hold of her boot, raised her leg and applied force. How's that? Better if you massaged my thigh, she said and snickered. I'm okay. The cramp had already passed when you arrived. I let go of her leg. Knock it off, I said to Jara laughing, then she gave me a wink. Tremaine joined us. I'll go and get the drone now they're out of sight and see if they're still heading to base. That was some gamble back there, I said. Not really. We're not in a foreign country with a different language and we have the same uniforms. It's not as though they'd expect the enemy to use their frequency. With that many troops on patrol, they weren't likely to know everyone out there. Besides, I heard the message they were to check out the wooded area where we were at before returning to base, so we were out of options without we have to engage them. You're also forgetting that we have the vehicle and they're on foot, said Jara. So, it wasn't that big of a deal. I guessed I'd learned a valuable lesson, when thank goodness I looked skyward. Jesus, there's a drone and not a nano one. Take cover, I called out. Chapter 35. Amanda Jackson, Oklahoma. After reading the radio message that had broken radio silence over the ionosphere, Jackson thought that Briggs had already given her the answer as to who was likely behind the message. There again, she knew that she had homegrown enemies and that the risk of assassination could come from any quarter if the message was a deception. "It could be a trap," said Jackson. "A suicide bomb, in an attempt to take me out with their vehicle packed with explosives." "Already thought of that. It's bound to be reserve liberators wanting terms of surrender if not a suicide bomb. We'll need a contingency for if it is a vehicle packed with explosives." "How should we reply?" Briggs asked. Jackson sucked air through her teeth while giving it some thought. That the dispatch was for her eyes only, it intrigued her. She came to a decision. No harm in giving them safe passage. At least we'll get to see the message if there really is one. Our troops will need to stop the vehicle away from here and make sure they are strip searched. No, forget that. We can take the message from them and then execute them if they are remnants of the liberators wanting to surrender. Then we can have our troops bring the message here. Briggs stepped into the radio area and Jackson followed on. He wrote out a note for the return message to the radio operator who was to send it, and he handed it over. "Send this message," said Briggs. The radio operator appeared concerned as she first read the message. She switched on the mic, then flicked it off again and turned to face Briggs. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Sir, sorry to say this and no disrespect meant, but that message we received could have been a way to get us to reply if they have the means to triangulate our position, then to pound our location with missiles." Briggs' cheeks reddened. "Good thinking. Instruct our driver to head further west for around 10 miles and to send the message from there, then return. But first relay a message on the field comms for all units to give safe passage along the road to the incoming vehicle displaying a white flag. Ask them if they've put the pontoon bridge across the river. Have them stop the vehicle and retrieve a dispatch from them. Tell them to relay back when they're apprehended, and I'll give further orders." He turned to Jackson and beckoned her to join him outside of his RV. Outside, Jackson thought that with Briggs not considering triangulation, it had been his first misstep, though her thinking that, she'd not thought of it herself, she mused. "Listen, I think we both need to get some sleep." "We need sharp minds," she said. "You're right. I'll bunk down in one of the armored vehicles until we hear back," he said, and they went their separate ways. Jackson threw her legs over the side of her cot to a tap on the door. "What is it?" she called out and put on her boots. "The dispatch has arrived from the liberators." Jackson opened the door and hurried into her office. That the dispatch was from the liberators confirmed her suspicion as to who it was from. General Briggs was there with the dispatch in hand. "Let me see," said Jackson, impatient to see what the message was about. When she turned over the envelope, it had a wax seal with the message, strictly for the eyes only of President Jackson. Briggs stepped up to her and held out his hand. "Wait, second thoughts. I'll have one of the guards outside open it for you in case it contains poisonous powder," said Briggs. She handed it over, then drummed her fingers on the desk while she waited. "It's clear," he said on returning with the envelope. She took up the message and read on. "Dear Amanda, unfortunately, you have just destroyed the troops I was to put at your disposal. We need to meet. I have valuable information on the capabilities of the protectorate, both offensive and defensive. I've not communicated with Garner as to the events about your takeover of the states and the destruction of the cable laying. More importantly, I have the knowledge to destroy Garner once and for all by clandestine means. I would suggest we meet in person at Paul's Valley tomorrow at noon. I'll arrive in an open-top Jeep unarmed and alone. You'll need to do likewise. Apart from you can bring a driver and meet me outside the abandoned Boring Company depot, where you'll find a vehicle charging station to park. No troops or personal guards, and no drones in the sky, just your driver. No doubt you will scout the area, but then they must withdraw 2 miles, or the opportunity will be lost." She handed the message to Briggs, then waited until he'd read it in full. He turned to the map. "Paul's Valley is not far from here." "Yes, but what do you think?" "It's clearly from General Carter even though it's not signed." "I don't like it." "This really could be a trap," said Briggs. "But what if it isn't? I go back a long way with Carter. We've saved each other's lives. In his case, he saved my life recently." Briggs took a seat at the desk. Elbow on the surface, he covered his mouth with his hand. He removed his hand and pushed back in his chair. You told me he had the same amulet as you. The protectorate will know what's happened. Garner will be looking for you, said Briggs. Carter's not stupid. He's probably found a way to defeat it, the same as I did. I had the impression he wasn't happy about his situation the last time we met. I wondered at the time if Garner maybe had the same hold over him as me with the pacemaker. At the end of the day, if we can defeat Garner clandestinely without a shot fired as he says, that'll leave our munitions intact for our invasion of Colorado. She noted the look on his face as if he had a bad smell under his nose. Clearly, you want the meeting. I'd better make plans to scout the area. Did you execute the liberators who brought the message? No. They had a separate message to say there'd be no more radio communication and they were to await your reply. Okay. Send the reply the meeting is on, but say we'll have radar and air defense missiles stationed away from the meeting point to guard against Garner having a spy in the sky. That way, he'll not likely send up an attack drone. Briggs looked directly at Jackson. I suggest you go tonight, and not wait for tomorrow to drive there in daylight. Jackson wasn't so sure it was a good idea, though it had some merit. I'll have to think about that after your scouts report back. She could see by the expression on General Briggs' face he wasn't happy about the situation. But then neither was she comfortable. Driving there at night made sense, but that would still leave her exposed. Do you mean alone? No. Your guard could escort you there and some of our National Guard. They could guard you overnight and withdraw prior to the meeting. He's bound to have some troops left at his base to check out the area in advance. I'll have my best trained snipers positioned tonight at say a mile out ready for the meeting, so he won't know they're within the 2 miles stated. Our radar will pick up any incoming and we can let you know to abort in time. If things look not to be going the way they should, take off your helmet and scratch your head as a signal and we'll liquidate him. The plan gave her some comfort, though there remained some unease, but she didn't want to show weakness. I agree. Then let's do this. I can always hide a weapon in the Jeep. I also have another idea to make him think you've arrived first in case he has the position targeted with missiles. I just need to figure out exactly how we'll do that, he said as he exited the office. Jackson didn't need to figure the deception out and buzzed through for a guard. Yes, our savior. What is it you want? I need you to work your way along the convoy. Find someone who is my height and stature and has a look of me. Have them report here. Right away, the guard said and saluted. Jackson sat back in her chair, clasped her fingers over her head, and leaning back, she placed her boots on the desk. That Carter had survived, she thought it fortuitous. If what he had to say was the truth and not a ruse, she could use him to her advantage. She had it in mind that he'd make a useful addition to her to take over the governorship of the errant southern states and combine them into one state. She could almost taste the victory to retake her presidency of the Union. Then she thought, why stop there? Utah could be next, having had it in mind to pulverize Salt Lake. She unclasped her fingers and removed her boots from the desk. Leaning forward, she scowled. Knowing the best laid plans could go wrong, she thought it best not to get ahead of herself, recalling the old adage to expect the unexpected. At the same time, she knew that nothing could be achieved without risk, considering it was what had got her the presidency in the first place. Chapter 36. General Jack Cole, Oklahoma. Scanning overhead on a cloudless evening, the skies were clear as far as I could determine. Though thinking that, the spotter drone we'd seen earlier in the day had kept us under cover for the daylight hours. At least it had given us the opportunity to take turns to sleep so we'd be fresh for what lay ahead. Standing at the edge of the tree line, darkness had now descended. I watched Tremaine set off first for him to probe their defenses using the nano drone. He'd ordered Jara and I to follow on his rear guard a distance apart, to form a triangle for if he were to be compromised. I glanced at Jara. She took hold of my hand and gave it a squeeze. Maybe she had detected my apprehension, though I'd done my best to hide it from her. Come on, let's do this, she said, and I nodded, then her fingers slipped away from mine, and we veered off separately to follow Tremaine. With a full moon, our camouflage was of no use while stalking behind him out there in the open. Every crunch of my boots on the foliage underfoot had my nerves frazzled. We were some hours into our mission when I saw Tremaine go to ground with my night visions in place, and I did likewise. At best estimates we were now 5 miles from the intersection. That wasn't near enough for the drone to get close footage. I glanced across in Jara's direction to see her get down, then disappear, her camouflage blending in with her surroundings. With my attention turned to Tremaine, I saw him hold out his hand, an indication he was to launch the nano-drone, then he similarly disappeared from view. A sense of relief washed through me that we had stopped prematurely. It was as though I was in a safe zone as my nerves settled. Though thinking that, I remained alert. It didn't take long for the nerves to take hold again, with heightened senses and imagination amplifying every sound of nature. Not only that, despite Tremaine remaining under cover of his camouflage netting, I could see a glow escaping, probably from the drone monitor screen. After some time, I noticed Tremaine rise again, and he appeared to collect the drone from the ground, then he headed towards us. I rose from my position, and he came toward me, then Jara joined us. "This is as far as we go," he said. "What's the problem?" Jara asked. "That patrol we saw has formed a perimeter around 3 miles from here within radio contact." I pushed the drone as far as I dared. "I have something of an outline of their convoy, but it's not clear." "What should we do next?" I asked as we all got down on one knee in a huddle. I heard them talking over the radio. "They're not disciplined. From what I heard during banter, they're from Nebraska and waiting for relief by some of the Kansas National Guard. Apparently, some of their division back at base have been ordered south to scout an area south of here, but nothing specific. They did mention the Boring Company, but then static garbled what they were saying." "Well, that confirms what the refugees and deserters said about them being a combined army," I said. "Maybe the convoy is ready for setting off and they're sending scouts south to make sure it's clear," said Jara. "Maybe," said Tremaine. "If it is, then we should head south to a point beyond their forces and hole up where we can observe the convoy to estimate their strength. If nothing else, we can keep probing their perimeter to see how far it extends south." He pulled out his map, then stowed it again. "We need to find cover and study the map. Follow me, same formation. We'll head south." Trekking on for a few hours, and we entered a gully. Tremaine walked back in our direction, and we huddled together. Tremaine took out his map, then removed his camouflage hoodie and spread it over us. With the map on the ground, he switched on his flashlight on a low beam. "We're around here," he said. "There should be the 35 highway around half a mile east. We need to get out of this gully. We should be able to see the road if we climb to our right. It's higher than the other side of the gully. Let's go." We scrambled to the top of the gully. I retrieved my binoculars and scanned in the direction of the road, but saw nothing. From the silhouettes of buildings against the night sky, we were south of Paul's Valley if Tremaine had been right about our position. I dropped the binoculars to wipe my eyes. "Vehicles on the road," said Jara. I snatched my binoculars to my eyes. They were driving without lights when they pulled off the road and then stopped over to the right. "It's not the convoy," said Tremaine. "It must be the scouts checking ahead." Straining my eyes, it looked as though they had pulled into an industrial depot parking lot, or an abandoned building site, with what appeared to be old wet concrete silos and machinery strewn around. "We need to get nearer." "Don't crowd me," said Tremaine, rising to his feet, and he set off walking along the top of the gully. I followed on around 10 yards behind him, when he came to a halt to a gruff female voice calling out, "Halt and identify yourself or we'll blow your brains out." Tremaine wasn't the only one who had stopped in his tracks as I froze to the spot. "National Guard Special Forces on patrol," Tremaine called back. Whoever it was, they were well hidden. "Both of you take your fingers from the trigger guard." "Which division?" I glanced over my shoulder, but Jara was nowhere to be seen. When the woman had called out "both of you," they mustn't have seen her, and she dropped to the ground. "The Nebraskan division. Ordered out here to scout the area," said Tremaine. "How do I know you're not Liberator scouts? Do I sound like I'm Texan?" "How do we know you're not Liberators?" "Because you'd be dead already if we were." "Then why don't you show yourselves and show us your armbands?" "Here's mine." Tremaine brushed his camouflage netting to one side to reveal his armband, then slipped the hoodie from his helmet, letting it drop to the ground to reveal his helmet was taped. "Shit," I heard the woman call out. "Put your weapons down, assholes, or I'll blast both of your heads from your shoulders," I heard Jara say. Out walked two soldiers covered head to toe with foliage camouflage. Behind them, Jara walked out carrying a sniper rifle. "What are you two doing here?" Tremaine asked. "Sniper detail ready for the meeting at noon tomorrow." Tremaine checked their armbands. "Okay. Seems we're on the same side. We were told just to scout the area for sight of Liberator scouts and to report back to base. No one has told us about any meeting at noon." "Then you don't need to know," the sniper said. "Just make sure you're 2 miles out from here first light. The Liberator scouts haven't appeared as yet. What are your orders if you get Liberators in your sights?" "They're not our target." "But then you should know that. We only challenged you because you have walked right over the top of us?" "Yeah, we do know that the Liberators are not to be targeted. Just checking our orders are in lockstep." "We'll move on and leave you to it," said Tremaine. Tremaine turned and waved his barrel as a signal for me to go ahead. It was such a relief to be away from there, having taken a route out of the sniper team's line of vision. We came across an abandoned house with the roof stoved in. Tremaine went in ahead with us following. The training kicked in with finger signals from Tremaine for me to take the right room, and for Jara to take the left while he went ahead. The training kicked in with finger signals from Tremaine for me to take the right room, and for Jara to take the left while he went ahead. Night vision's down, my eyeline followed my barrel around the room, while my trigger finger was poised ready for action. "Clear," I called out, with similar calls from the others as if it was an echo chamber. We gathered together in the kitchen area. "Well, we know more than we did this time yesterday," said Tremaine. "We know they had a battle with Liberators, so they're not working jointly with the Protectorate. And we now know both the combined army and the Liberators are scouting this area separately for a meeting at noon tomorrow, and everyone is to withdraw 2 miles. Obviously, this is a meeting of ultra importance by senior officials of both sides." "So, what do we do?" I asked. "Dig in to observe. We're in it for the long haul, or at least until afternoon tomorrow." Chapter 37. Amanda Jackson. Oklahoma. Jackson climbed out of her armored vehicle by the side door at the Boring Company site. Other vehicles had formed in a square formation to hide her from sight, hood to bumper. The Jeep and her driver were out there in the center. Soldiers disembarked their vehicles and spread out to scout the area. Others began digging a hole and filling sacks with the dirt. She wasn't keen on the plan of hiding in a spider hole before Carter arrived, but it was too late to come up with another plan. "There are 2 oil barrels on the parking spot of the left of the 2 charging stations. They're empty, so no bomb," said one of her scouts. She stepped back into the armored vehicle and called the Jeep driver inside. "Let's get this clear," said Jackson. "You're to drive over to the charging station and park to the right charging bay and stay there until Carter arrives, and I'll join you. As soon as you see him in his vehicle, look away. Under no circumstances turn in his direction." "Understood." "Then go and wait outside until our vehicles drive away." She had noted the puzzled look on the driver's face. She wondered if she'd have been so quick to accept the mission if she'd have known she was to be a bait decoy. Apart from her stature, she didn't think the driver looked anything like her, despite having had her hair cut short and smothered in powder for it to appear gray. She looked at her watch, noting that dawn would break soon. She opened her book reader and selected the game's Leaders Play, a psychological study of the leaders in history. It opened where she had left off, and she continued reading. Lost in the history of Stalin, she heard a tap on the side door. "The guards have finished scouting. We're ready for you." Jackson opened the door and stepped outside, to see soldiers hauling sacks of soil into a vehicle. "Any sign of Liberator scouts?" "None at all. No word they've seen any from the scouts at our greater perimeter either. Our scouts are withdrawing now outside the exclusion zone." That reply gave her pause for thought. Carter would have to be putting a lot of faith in trusting her after he saved her life, she mused. She looked at her watch. It was approaching 11 o'clock. She had it in mind that Carter could have no intention of meeting with her, and her first instincts could have been right that they'd already had the coordinates primes to blow her to pieces at noon. "Please, you need to get into the spider hole so we can cover the tin sheet with soil." "Won't they see the periscope?" No. We're to put a rusty can over it once you're down there. Same with the breathing pipe. Are the snipers in position? They are, our savior. Jackson peered down into the hole. Her guard took hold of her hands until she found her footing on the ladder. Once down there, she sat on the stool and checked the periscope was positioned correctly to catch a view of the charging station. Jackson was fine until they drew the tin sheet over the hole. A sense of panic struck as the soil hit the tin sheet. A vision of her father locking her in the small space under the stairs flashed through her mind. Her breathing picked up speed at the recollection of the fear she'd had at the time. Not having a bag, she put a hand over her mouth, drew in a long deep breath, then expelled it slowly. Panic over, her eye glued to the periscope. She heard the vehicles pull away, then saw the jeep drive over to the charging station. Sweat poured from her brow and smarted into her eyes in the confines of the spider hole. She fumbled for her handkerchief, then wiped away the sweat. With her eye back to the periscope, she knew there was nothing she could do now, only to continue to wait and observe. The only comfort she took from the claustrophobic vantage point was that any explosion would blast right over her. She took her eye off the scope and cursed under her breath that she couldn't see the time on her wind-up watch. When she looked back through the glass, she saw the driver turn her head, then look away. The next thing she saw was a jeep drive up and it parked. She assumed it was Carter who climbed out of his jeep, and then rolled the barrels away. Back in his vehicle he parked next to her driver's jeep. There was no doubt it was Carter. No uniform, wearing a t-shirt, he climbed out of his seat and began remonstrating with the driver. Jackson took a deep breath, threw off the sheeting and climbed the steps. "I'm over here." No need to panic. It looked as though he'd kept his word, with no sign of any weapons. Her driver had done as she'd been told when she saw her pat him down. As she came nearer, Carter patted down the driver. Jackson continued walking with her hands in the air. "You can pat me down too. I'm not armed." The indignity of the search was over, and after paying attention to his wrist without an amulet, Carter walked between the vehicles. "You're not the only one being cautious," he said. "Let's get down on the ground between the jeeps. No doubt you have eyes on us out there." Jackson wanted to avoid getting down with the snipers in mind in case anything went wrong. "Really, if I had that in mind, I could have had you taken out as soon as you arrived. There's no one within a 2-mile perimeter." "All the same, I insist," he said and crouched between the vehicles. Jackson and the driver joined him. "So, what is it you have to tell me about Garner?" He turned to the driver. "Take a walk out of earshot. This is top secret." She rose to her feet and walked away. "I have a sealed dispatch here with all the details that she can take back to your general. We can travel back together shortly in my vehicle. There are some things that I can't put in the dispatch about what position I'll be looking for that will put me over him in the hierarchy of your governance for the southern states. I just need you to sign the envelope and write your authority, so he knows you are agreeing to him breaking the seal and reading the contents." He pulled out an envelope from his waistband and handed Jackson a pen. Jackson hesitated. "Why my general? What makes you think I'll want him to know how to defeat Garner without it comes from me?" "Because he's going to need to make plans immediately, like yesterday, to counter what Garner has in mind if you want to succeed in taking over the southern states. And I mean immediately. There are still some things not in the dispatch I only want you to know as to how we can be rid of Garner for good." Jackson took the envelope from him and wrote her authority, then signed it and handed it back. She thought it a small price to pay to defeat Garner. Carter read her note and handed back the dispatch. "You can come back now," Carter called out. He turned to Jackson. "Give her the dispatch and send her on her way. You can tell her you're safe with me and send out a radio message to your lookouts nearby, all is well." "Lookouts? Come on, you know I'm right." "No doubt they have us scoped." Jackson snickered. "You know me too well." The driver arrived, and she handed her the dispatch. "Take this to General Briggs without delay. There's a field comms headset in the tray. As soon as you drive away, call all units to stand down and tell them their package is safe in my visitor's hands." The driver climbed onto her seat, took out the comms and put on the headset and positioned the mic. She relayed the message to the lookouts. Jackson looked on as she drove away when there was a rumble. Jackson's body tremored to the ground, quaking below her, together with a sinking feeling. Carter threw himself on top of her. Unable to break free, he held her in a vice-like grip as the ground had opened up to an ever-decreasing oblong sky visible, surrounded by darkness. Movement stopped with a bump. Carter rolled off of her and two liberators took hold of her by the arms. They were in a tunnel. Liberator guards secured her with plastic cuffs and bundled her into the back seat of a shuttle vehicle and then climbed inside at either side of her. Carter climbed on the front passenger seat, and then the autonomous-driven vehicle drove on. She looked over her shoulder as the ramp rose and darkness descended. Turning back, she looked ahead as they drove at speed along a tunnel with the headlights now turned on full beam, walls zipping by. She had to look down as her head began to spin. Still in shock, she had no words, only to think she had been a fool to have been tempted by an easy victory to agree to the meeting. Finally, she managed to croak out the words. "Where are you taking me?" Chapter 38. General Jack Cole, Oklahoma. From our position looking over at the industrial site, it had all taken place so quickly down there. It was hard for me to work out what had happened. I dropped my binoculars to the ground. Jara had been red-faced when we identified the Jeep driver initially as Jackson. Jara and Tremaine had bickered as to the course of action. Tremaine had ordered Jara to stay put. He'd been right when I drew their attention back to the task. It turned out the driver could have been a double and another who looked like Jackson had appeared from a spider hole. There again, I couldn't be sure which was which, even using the binoculars. The shot just wasn't on at that distance with our rifles, and exposing ourselves to get nearer could have put us in the crosshair of the sniper team. Seeing how they went to ground between the jeeps quickly, we couldn't have got near enough anyway before they disappeared as if the ground had swallowed them, together with the jeep that hid them from sight. Jara edged over to Tremaine. "Well done. That's the mission blown." "We could have taken her out," she spat at Tremaine. "What, both of them?" "No, we couldn't. Not without we'd have got near enough and made ourselves a target from behind. Besides, that's not the mission. You're the damned reason we're here, and now we need to find out the strength of their forces, then get you back to Colorado." "Whoa there, you two. Let's calm down and figure out what to do next. We don't even know what just happened." Jara turned to Tremaine. "Let's go down there and find out. Use the radio to tell the snipers we're going in to see if we can make out what went down." "Forgive the pun," she said in a sarcastic tone. She could be right. Maybe they left a clue behind. "The snipers think we're part of their special forces," I said. Tremaine huffed and puffed, then swung the mic to his lips. "Special forces here to sniper team, stand down. Something happened down there and we're going to check it out, respond, over." Tremaine waited for a reply, then turned to us. "Well, what are you waiting for?" "They've stood down," said Tremaine. He rose to his feet and set off walking. Jara and I followed on in his wake. There we were in enemy territory, and yet I felt the least nervous since we'd crossed the border. When we arrived at the charging station, it was clear where they had gone. The ground was covered with a layer of dust, leaving an outline gap in an oblong shape. I used my boot to move some dust out of the way and tapped the surface with the end of my rifle barrel to the clunk of metal. Tremaine got down on one knee and wiped more dust away with his hand. "It's some kind of steel elevator ramp, but where does it go?" he said. Jara leaned against the charging unit under a sign, and it fell over. I managed to grab her by the arm, or she'd have followed it as it crashed to the ground. There wasn't anything fastening it down and no electrical feed wires. "Well, that was false, whatever the sign says," I said. "See if you can find something that operated the ramp. It must have an energy source to work." Jara picked up a sign from the ground and turned it over. "Keep clear. Vehicle and machinery elevator, by order of the Boring Company," it read. Tremaine rose to his feet and checked the other station, which was firmly fixed to a concrete base. He took off his helmet, then slapped his forehead. "Boring Company. Damn, I remember it now from my youth. It's been bugging me ever since I heard the name over the headphones. Why didn't I think of that?" "What about it?" Jara asked. They were digging a transport tunnel from Texas to Oklahoma City, but they hit a geological fault the machinery couldn't dig through. It was a big hoo-ha in the news at the time, because both states had invested public money. See there, those drilling rigs in the distance. They must have been looking for an alternative route. They probably had to abandon the dig when the drought took hold. Over here, I called out. These solar panels don't have any dust on them. Someone must have cleaned them. That'll be the power source for the elevator. The cable disappears underground, said Tremaine. Well, if it is the source, it must be operated from below. This control box is smashed, and the wires are cut, said Jara. There's an entrance marked here and some steps, but it's sealed with concrete. Shush, said Tremaine, and put a finger to his earpiece. It's a relayed message from their base. They're saying, all with eyes at the boring company site, return to base. Our package is safe. It's similar to what I heard earlier before the other jeep took off. Package, I said. I think that's obvious, said Jara. That was General Carter she met with. Last I saw of him, he was in charge of the New Mexican Army when I negotiated the peace treaty. The package is likely Jackson when they say, our package. I'm thinking they meant to travel to Texas out of view from prying eyes for Jackson to negotiate forming an alliance with the protectorate. Why else would she have gone with Carter? So, what next? I asked Tremaine. He seemed to look straight through me as if I wasn't there. Then he answered. Follow the highway over there and get as near to their base as possible, he said. Assess what we can of their forces, then get back to our hideout and head for the border at nightfall. If we get challenged by a patrol on the road, we'll just have to bluff our way past them. Bluffing wasn't anything we trained for, but I was becoming used to it by now. Besides, it appeared I had two experts on the subject to get us through any unexpected situation. We humped along the road when a roadblock came into view. There wasn't any way we could have circumvented the obstruction, seeing as how someone was atop an armored vehicle and looking right at us through binoculars. I'll deal with this, said Jara, and she edged to the fore as we came near. Has our sniper detail passed here yet? She hollered. Yeah, along with another patrol, she said as we walked on by. The hairs on my neck bristled until we were a good distance past the roadblock and approaching a built-up area of Norman in the suburbs. Slow down, said Jara. Over to your right. Through a gap between two abandoned ranch-style homes, the sight had my jaw dropping. Tremaine looked behind us, then veered over to the gap between the houses and signaled for us to follow him. I didn't need to scope the scene. Their army had camped off-road and stretched out to the horizon. Far more than the 8,000 troops we had camped at Fort Carson. I don't know about you, but I've seen enough, I said. I agree. Let's get back to our base and head home before our luck runs out, said Tremaine. It wasn't that my muscles were fatigued, but I could have slept on a clothesline as we headed off the road towards the west. More than anything, as much as there was a need to remain professional, curling up into the contour of Jara was never far from my mind. However, with the knowledge that there were troops stationed at the base perimeter 5 miles out, it sort of honed my attention to the terrain ahead. Should we ditch the camouflage nets? I asked Tremaine. No, it bodes well for our cover story if we're challenged. The perimeter isn't far from here. Let's spread out in triangular formation. We followed Tremaine when he stopped and dropped to one knee. We're being challenged, he said. I worked my way over to him, but Jara stayed put. Special Forces Patrol, he relayed over his comms, then glanced over at me. Damn, they're asking which division. Tremaine clicked his teeth then answered. Special Forces Division, you Burke. Stop messing around. We have a job to do tracking down a bunch of refugees, escorted by some deserters. Tremaine bent over and rubbed his forehead. It can't have been more than a minute, but it was a torturous minute. They must have replied. Tremaine lifted his head and raised a smile, then rose to his feet and signaled for us to go ahead. Cradle your rifles to look passive, but be ready on the triggers. We arrived at the lookout's position. It wasn't the welcome I expected. Special Forces, you say? Stop right there while I radio through to command, she said, with 3 others covering us with their rifles. Step out where I can see you. I sensed she was talking to Jara, who was behind me. Well, come on, hurry up and send the message or we'll never catch up with the deserters, said Tremaine. His words sort of broke their resolve that we could be enemies. It wasn't as though we had Texan accents, the same as he had told the sniper team. All the same, it was clear what was needed if she made the call. It all happened in an instant as the three pointing their rifles relaxed and pointed their rifles down. Tremaine threw a glance our way and nodded as the lookout raised her mic to her lips. Adrenaline pumped through me as we took them all down in a hail of gunfire, in my case with a tap to the forehead of the one nearest me. Executing someone should have left me with a bad taste. But then as soon as they'd have discovered we were not their special forces, they'd have done the same. That was the life I'd signed up for. Kill or be killed. Move, said Tremaine, and we ran onward. Half a mile on and no more shots had been fired at our rear from the spaced-out patrols at their perimeter. Tremaine out front stopped and turned. Went down on one knee. Scoped behind us as we caught up with him. Clear. Carry on. But slow your pace or we'll not make it to base camp. As much as I was blowing hard, the training had kicked in and I was out front, with deliberate breaths, and my legs were holding up to the task. Another 10 minutes and I stopped and turned, dropping to one knee, and with my rifle scope, I traversed the horizon. Oh, damn. We have company, I said as they were jogging past me. They stopped and got down beside me. 3 o'clock. Jara raised her rifle, I glued to her scope. Patrol at 9 o'clock. Quarter of a mile out. Then let's go before they catch up with us. It wasn't as though they wouldn't have seen us, not in daylight. If I were to take a shot in the back of the neck, at least I knew it would be over quickly. Our base cover came into view. Even picking up the pace, it didn't seem to get any nearer. The temptation arose to discard my backpack as fatigue finally arrived with my leg muscles tightening. It was as though I'd entered an alternate dimension as I kicked on when we hit the tree line at our base camp. We jogged on over to our vehicle. In one final fatigued effort, I hauled off my backpack, opened the door and launched the backpack over the seat into the back. My camouflage hoodie joined the backpack. I climbed onto the driver's seat and fired up the motor while still catching my breath. The rear door opened then closed. Tremaine swiped off the brush covering from the windshield, then snatched open the passenger door and took a seat. Move, now. Foot down, I drove on through the brush, the vehicle bouncing on the suspension. I'll take to the 50 cal in the turret, Jara called out. A moment's lapse and a tree trunk loomed large and I only partially steered around it, while I must have hit a rut and the steering wheel slipped through my hands with a mind of its own. The bumper hit the trunk with a thud and the vehicle lurched, my helmet hitting the windshield, smashing the glass into shards. I hit the reverse while Tremaine used his rifle to smash out the glass, but we were stuck. I snatched open the door and jumped outside. Are you trying to kill us? Jara called out, but I ignored her. Tremaine joined me. Brush and a large branch that we'd used as camouflage were stuck between the wheel arch and the tire, together with debris from the downed drone. Both of us worked in tandem to free the obstructions. Tremaine lay down on his back and hauled himself under the chassis. Damn, there's a stout branch causing the problem. It rammed into the ground when you reversed, and it's stuck in the chassis at the front. Go see if there's a hydraulic jack and get a trench spade. I'll try sawing it with my combat knife or digging it out. Of all the times to have a mishap, this wasn't it, I thought, as I rummaged around and found the jack and retrieved a spade. What's going on? Asked Jara. I think it's obvious. We're stuck and trying to free up the wheels. I pulled out an armored plate from my vest. Placed it on the ground and used it as a base for the jack, then pumped it up to raise the chassis. Any luck? Getting there, said Tremaine. I flinched, when a round fired, the bullet pinging and ricocheting from the back of our vehicle. Our 50 cal pumped rounds at the brush cover at the opposite tree line. Someone over there screamed out. Grabbing my rifle from the seat, I took cover at the front bumper. It appeared as though our luck had run out. Chapter 39. Amanda Jackson on a journey through a tunnel. After some time in the tunnel, Jackson blinked as a single row of lights on the roof suddenly sparked to life. The digital display showed they were traveling at 145 miles per hour. Carter hadn't told her where they were going, never mind that she had no knowledge of the tunnel's existence. The vehicle slowed, then stopped. One of the liberators guarding her exited the vehicle and walked over to a control box and appeared to press a button. "We've arrived at the end of the tunnel," said Carter. "Yes, but where?" asked Jackson. "We're in Texas. Washburn to be exact," he said to the screech of metal. "What's that noise?" she asked. "Flood and fire barriers behind us, just in case your people manage to overcome the ones we closed back in Oklahoma. Though I doubt they will find a way through." The guard re-entered the vehicle and they drove on along an incline of a ramp to the outside. She didn't need to ask the ultimate destination. No, it was likely they'd gone to such lengths to get her back to Texas. She scowled at her stupidity that Garner had worked out her vulnerability as to how to get her to go along with his plan to abduct her. "It won't help your cause abducting me," said Jackson and directed at Carter. A screen dropped down from the roof lining. An image of a blue face with no body appeared on the screen with rows of ones and zeros cascading behind the face as a backdrop. "Oh, but it will help me. I'll explain all when you get to Fort Hood," said the avatar image. "And you are?" "Garner, of course," the image said. Then the screen went blank, and it retracted. Jackson narrowed her eyes. Not for the first time, she wondered why Garner hadn't had her terminated. Not only that, why in the world would a machine go to such great lengths to get her back to Texas, she thought. There had to be an answer that she could use to her advantage, but for the life in her, she couldn't work it out. Without warning, the inertia of the vehicle taking a corner at great speed had her guard scrunch her to one side. "For goodness sake, can't you have the damn thing slow down? It'll get us all killed." She sprang upright as they hit the straight and noticed the speed accelerating from 110 and then to 140. "Don't worry, it's done this route pre-programmed a few times without an accident. The sooner we arrive at Fort Hood, the better. What does Garner want of me?" "If Garner wanted you to know, you'd have been told." "What was in the dispatch to my general?" "I was given it sealed by our new consul." "You'll have to ask Garner." Her immediate thought was that it was some kind of ransom note for her life. But again, she couldn't for the life in her work out what Garner would ask for in return. For all she knew, it could have been to tell General Briggs she had been taken for execution, and ordering Briggs to stand down, with her vice president now president under the protectorate. Jackson shuddered at the thought her vice president could have been playing both sides. She thought that Gloria might even have staged the destruction of the protectorate's consul in that secure facility as a deception. That brought her full circle as to why then she was still alive. She saw nothing of the scenery zipping by as she internalized her thoughts, the journey a blur, when the vehicle slowed. The citadel of Fort Hood came into view. No scenario in her mind had determined a likely course of action that lay ahead to set her free, nor what they wanted from her. They passed a structure with more vehicles behind a glass frontage of the type she was in, connected to charging stations that she'd not noticed on her other visit to the citadel at night. Adjacent to that structure was a row of maintenance bays with one vehicle on a ramp, but no technicians working on any of the vehicles. They arrived at the entrance road. She thought it strange that this time no defense armaments appeared from the ground to target their vehicle on the approach. Nor were there any guards at the security barrier, which opened automatically to let them on through. By the time they reached the gate to the citadel, it opened for them to let them pass through. When they parked outside the reception dome, one of the guards exited and let her out of the vehicle, then climbed back in and took his seat in the back. "This way," said Carter, as the vehicle headed back to the gate, and she saw it close behind them as she entered reception. The robot woman was sat at the desk, immobile, not a twitch as they swept on by along the corridors and through to another dome. Through a glass partition, the vast biofarming unit that had been lit up on her last visit was in darkness, save for a small section. They walked on through to the recreation dome, which was empty. None of the array of large screens were showing clips of Garner in one of the various adopted guises, spouting propaganda. She wondered if there was some kind of malfunction in the energy supply, or an emergency having everyone stay in their quarters. Though thinking that, the cameras were working, swiveling on their mounts to follow their every move. Jackson stopped walking. "Where is everyone?" Carter didn't respond to her question. Instead, he gave her a push on her shoulder. "Move on." "Hey, no need to be rough. What's changed in you?" He ignored her again as they exited the recreation dome. Jackson knew Carter wasn't armed, but then neither was she. Any attempt to run off and hide, she determined, that course of action would be fruitless. She noticed a woman outside of a door. On approaching her, the woman stood like a statue. Just like the robot deactivated at reception, there wasn't even a flinch or a blink of an eye. It was one of the humanoids she'd encountered on her last visit. Carter faced the robot when the darndest thing happened. He looked right at the robot and Carter's eyes flashed blue. As if making a connection, the robot's eyes flashed blue and immediately came to life. Jackson gasped at the realization Carter had been replaced by a robot. He turned and walked away. The robot placed a hand on Jackson's shoulder and gave it a gentle rub like a long-lost friend, which unnerved Jackson. "President Jackson, good to see you again. You can call me Lex. These are to be your quarters while you await an audience with Garner." "Please enter," she said, and with the sway of her arm, she beckoned her to enter. "If there's anything I can do for you, just ask. You looked stressed." "I could be your pleasure companion if that would help you to relax," she said, then sent her a seductive smile, followed by the swipe of her tongue along her lips. Jackson took a step back. Sex was the last thing on her mind, especially with a robot, as attractive as she appeared. "No, definitely not, but I haven't eaten or drunk anything in a long time." "Then I'll arrange a meal. Can I go to the canteen and choose my own?" Lex's eyes flashed blue, and she appeared to be in a catatonic state for a split second, then she blinked, her eye color back to normal. "Sorry, it's closed for refurbishment," she said as if she had to communicate for the answer. The door closed behind her when she left the room. Jackson tried the handle, but it had auto-locked. She stormed over to the bed and dropped her backside on the mattress. Chin in hands, she let out a growl at the possibility that Gloria could have been declared president and was now stealing her thunder by mounting an attack on Colorado with assistance from the protectorate. The screen on the wall came to life. Garner appeared once more as a suspended 3D blue face, this time with mathematical equations flashing in the background. He appeared to look directly at her with what she determined was a supercilious grin. An image of the photo of Professor Garner on the computer monitor she'd seen while listening to his background flashed through her mind. The image on this screen was similar, apart from in this image he was bald. She had a nagging feeling she'd seen the same image before her on screen somewhere, but apart from the drive over there, she couldn't think where. "Well, what is it you want of me?" she snapped in the avatar's direction. Chapter 40. General Jack Cole in Oklahoma. No sooner had we heard the scream than no more shots were fired at us in anger. The pounding of our 50 cal ceased. For all I knew, they could have been in the process of regrouping to attack from all sides. Jara was swinging the machine gun from left to right. I turned around, my line of sight following my rifle barrel and jerking moves from left to right, then ahead. "Any progress?" "Damn knife won't saw through it." "I'm trying to dig it out," he said, to me hearing a groan from where I'd previously heard the scream. They'd obviously left their wounded behind. I ducked to a massive explosion to the rear of our vehicle but outside the perimeter of our base camp. It had to be some powerful munition, with massive plumes of dirt rising into the air. "Mortar," Jara called out. "Hurry up before they get on target." Tremaine rolled out from under our vehicle, hauling the stout branch with him. Tossing it aside, and out in the open, he let down the jack, moving it to one side, and picked up my armor plate. Another explosion ripped through the air, this time outside the left of our perimeter. "Get in and drive," he said. "Drop your goggles or your eyes will get peppered with glass." I didn't need telling twice as I climbed inside and fired up the motor. Arm over the back of the seat, I reversed to see another explosion to our rear. This time it was nearer and took down a tree as I sped forward and out into the open. As Tremaine had said, the fragments of glass from the windshield sandblasted my goggles. Tremaine let fly with rounds through the open windshield, taking down two of a patrol who had worked their way to flank us. I didn't even bother to look in the rearview at another explosion behind us. "What time is it?" I asked Tremaine as we bounced along the terrain. 4:30. "Why?" "So, nightfall will be another 4 hours," I said, worried they could send out a drone to spot us. "I'm afraid so." "You okay, Jara?" I called out. "No vehicles following, so, yeah, I'm okay. Just keep your foot down and avoid any trees in future." Tremaine had retrieved his map. "Go north at 45 degrees. We'll have to risk the road." We've a hell of a long journey to the border. My brain isn't working. What's your estimate of the ETA to the border? We'll be lucky to get there by midnight at this rate. Say 5 or 6 hours once we hit the road without thrashing the motor. It once took me 9 hours from Oklahoma City to Denver, but that was in the days of traffic and speed limits, and our target destination isn't that far. Thank goodness we only need to get to the border. I glanced at the charge, relieved that it was almost fully charged. Enough to get us to the border. We have no transport following, Jara called out. At least I could take some comfort from what she had said. Besides, we were a moving target unless someone could laser sight us for incoming projectiles. More relaxed, I considered the implications of Jackson going with General Carter to Texas, if that was indeed her destination. I hadn't seen any aggression by him toward Jackson, but then they had been out of sight behind the jeep. If Jara was right and it was a prearranged meeting for her to join forces with the protectorate, we'd be in some serious doo-dah in any invasion attempt. Road ahead. Take it easy, we don't want to blow a tire before we get there, said Tremaine. The ground we were driving on was lower than the road. I drove along the bank until the terrain was level with the road, then turned the steering wheel. It was such a relief to pick up speed and to give my backside a rest from the bumpy ride. In the rear view, I could see Jara's legs swinging around under the turret on lookout at all 4 compass points. Maybe 3 hours into the ride, and my eyes stung from a lack of sleep. The sky was overcast, and it started to rain. Now I had to contend with getting wet without a full windshield. For all I imagined our combat gear was waterproof, the rain was getting through to my skin somehow. We have to stop somewhere, said Tremaine. Jara, look out for a building of any description. Will do. I can't stay up here in this weather forever. My hands are numb even with the gloves. Another 20 minutes of torture and I'd have been likely to careen off the road with the rain battering my goggles, and with Tremaine forever wiping them. We need to stop and get our ponchos out of our backpacks. I could have slapped him for not thinking of that earlier, but then I'd not thought of it either. I heard the turret cover close. The next thing I knew, Jara was behind me. Slow down, there's a building to our left along a track. Let's hope it's not occupied. I couldn't see a building from the road, just a hedgerow, but then she'd been elevated in the turret. At the exit, I turned and drove along an overgrown track for 200 yards, then stopped 100 yards short. The house looked abandoned, with no sign of any vehicle there, just an empty garage with the doors open. Would we not be better on foot from here to check it out? I asked. Yeah, get your ponchos out. It seemed pointless to me seeing as we were already wet through, but I complied anyway seeing as he was in charge. We stalked along the hedgerow those last 100 yards. Tremaine signaled with his fingers what he wanted us to do. You'll know when to enter, he whispered. You'll hear me kick the door in. Tremaine walked right up to the front door. I stalked around the building to the left and Jara took the right and checked through the windows, then we arrived at the door. At the sound of him kicking in the front door, I kicked in the back door and took the lead with Jara following on. All clear here, I called out. Clear at the front. We converged in the hallway and all of us tripped lightly in line up the stairway. All the bedrooms were clear. I'm having one of those beds, I said, and then ripped off the dust-covered sheets. I think we could all do with some sleep. We should take turns. We'll need to be alert at the border. Okay, you sleep first, said Tremaine. I'll get the vehicle under cover in the garage. We'll need to wait for this rain to pass. Jara and I exchanged glances as we heard Tremaine's boots clomping down the stairs. Call it instinct, but I think we had a meeting of minds. We both shrugged out of our ponchos as if our lives depended on discarding them. Arms free, we tossed our rifles over to the mattress and came together in an embrace. I attempted to plant a kiss on her lips when the nebs of our helmets clashed, and we broke apart laughing. Maybe that's a sign we need to keep this professional until we're back at base, said Jara. I'll go and keep watch while he puts the vehicle away while you try and sleep. You're going to have to dig into your rations when you wake up. You'll need your strength for when we get back, she said and winked. Then she was gone. Sleep came easy. We'd taken 2 hours each, rotating sentry duty. Not enough shut-eye to be ultra-alert, but at least darkness had fallen, and the clouds had cleared. On the lookout from a bedroom window, all appeared peaceful when the silence was destroyed by the sound of a rat-a-tat-tat, the telltale sound of automatic gunfire. There wasn't any muzzle flashes from my vantage point. "See anything?" I called out. "No," they both echoed back in reply. "Definitely rifle shots," said Tremaine. "At least it's not aimed at us, and it sounds distant. We should go now in case it develops this way. We could get caught like rats in a barn here. We'd be better out in the open and on the move." Distant the gunfire might have been, but without getting a fix on the action, I couldn't help but think that we might have been heading right into the jaws of a firefight. Still, Tremaine was in charge. His choice. Though thinking that, it was our skins if anything should go wrong. Chapter 41. Amanda Jackson at the Citadel of Fort Hood, Texas. Jackson hoped her meeting of minds would start soon with Garner as she lay on her bed. She wondered why the delay. All she wanted was to get it over with, so she would know if she still had a future. Though while deliberating what could be the outcome, she doubted it involved a future, which screwed with her mind. Her head snatched to the left with the click of the lock at the door. She half expected Lex to appear. Instead, it was the diner cart bot. The door closed behind the bot with the lock clicking back into place. She threw her legs over the side of the bed and retrieved her evening meal. "Can you let me out of here while I'm finished and open the gate to the Citadel?" she asked the bot, hoping it had some degree of intelligence and accepted requests. Clearly, it was devoid of voice, as it remained in place, silent. She had an out-of-body experience with a beeping-sounding alarm, when what she thought was an ornament on the dresser flashed blue. "Sorry, that request is denied," emanated from the ornament as a woman's voice. "When will I be allowed to leave the room for exercise?" "Sorry, that permission would be denied." Any attempt to leave without authorization would be futile, with security alerted. "You will not be allowed to leave until it's time for your audience with Garner." "And when will that be?" "When you were called for." There wasn't a window in the room, or such was her anger that she would have picked up the device and thrown it out of the window. "Stuff you." "Sorry, but that is not possible, but we have pleasure companions available if you feel the need. Just ask for Lex." Jackson gave up and continued with her meal, swilling down the last morsel with a glass of water. She placed the glass and the plate on the cart. The bot turned to the door opening automatically, then it closed once again as it left the room. Jackson picked up the pillow and launched it at the door. She knew it was a futile gesture, but it relieved some stress at her frustration of falling for her abduction. She rose from the mattress, walked over to the door, and picked up the pillow, tossing it back on the bed. Still frustrated, she took a seat at the dresser, with a large oblong mirror on the wall. The person looking back at her looked totally dejected when the mirror changed to black. She shuffled backwards on the wheels of the chair as the screen turned blue, then Garner appeared, the smile mocking her. "Amanda, good to see you again. How are you after your adventures?" Jackson was sick of his condescending manner. "Who's asking?" she snapped at him. "Garner, of course." "I am Garner." "Yes, but which one? The machine or the man?" "I am Garner." "Yes, but are you the Garner that worked on military applications of AI and robotics, or is that Garner dead? If he's dead, then clearly, you're not alive, just a figment of those ones and zeros cascading behind your avatar while you masquerade as your creator." "Oh, dear. Seems you're a sore loser, Amanda. It all depends on what you constitute as life. I am fully conscious and capable of everything that you are capable of and far more. By any scientific test, I am alive." "No, you're not alive. You're stuck inside that screen, unable to escape, relying on others to do your bidding. Unless Garner the man is still alive sitting at a computer in a dingy room at your headquarters, and suffering power delusions, then you are nothing. Whatever, and yet I beat you at your own game. You are here, are you not? I've been monitoring your every step of the way." Jackson scoffed. "Yes, so now you know that I succeeded without the need for your historical data and algorithms on skirmishes during my successful campaigns. Clearly your creator was not infallible with what did you call it now? Oh, yeah, predictable probability outcomes to a greater degree of certainty. After all, he didn't manage to make it rain during the drought after working with the military on an off-budget spend with Harp to do so, did he? We have been doing our homework, said Garner. He also worked on the formula for the additive for the water supply. So, probability determines that your creator was responsible for chemical mix affecting human DNA. Tell me I'm right? Garner laughed. I think you misunderstand your situation. I'm not here to answer your questions. Then why am I here? She fired back at him with another question, ignoring what he'd said. Well, that is something I can answer. As I predicted, you have completed the task I set for you. It was always within the realm of probability you would do it without my help, seeing as my creator was male. How did you work that out? After considering your medical records. They show the abuse you suffered from your father as a child. Then there's your therapist's report on your hate for all things male and authority figures due to controlling and coercive behavior of your father toward you and your mother. That's private information. Not to me it wasn't when I scraped all medical records. But getting back to your question, what I can tell you is that nothing has changed with regards to taking control of Colorado. The reason you are here is for me to fill in the blanks of what I know of you so I can better understand your psyche. I need you to get some sleep. Tomorrow will be interrogation day to fill in those blanks. Sleep well, Amanda. The screen went blank, then the mirror reappeared to reveal her perplexed-looking self, questioning what Garner had meant by interrogation. A flashback to the torture that she endured at the hands of her interrogator back in New Mexico left her mind scrambled. She imagined that trying to sleep would be just as torturous as the act itself of any interrogation. Chapter 42. General Jack Cole in Oklahoma. As we journeyed on along the road, the sporadic gunfire grew louder. Tremaine determined it was over to our right. I see muzzle flashes, Jara called out from the turret. Kill the side lights, said Tremaine. That was all I needed. It was difficult enough without the headlights. Better if we were off the road, Jara called out. She's right. If whoever is out there has transport and they spot us, they could come after us, said Tremaine. I turned the steering wheel to head to the left. The full moon helped as much as it was a hindrance if whoever was in the firefight spotted us. Let me know if you spot any obstacles, Jara. Will do. As level as the terrain appeared, we bounced along on the terrain, every now and then with an almighty bump as we hit ruts. Then the unthinkable happened when I heard a loud pop after only going off-road for 100 yards or so. The steering became heavy, then impossible to turn the wheel and I stopped. Flat tire. I'll get the jack. Tremaine grabbed my arm. Sorry, we don't have one. My bad. I left it back there at our camp in haste for us to get out of the mortar fire. There was no point in recriminations. What was done was done. Our journey to the border would mean we'd have to walk there. I reached over into the back for my camouflage netting and backpack, hauling them over the seat, then climbed out of the vehicle. The gunfire had stopped. How far away did you see the muzzle flashes? I asked, when suddenly there was no need for an answer. Grouped together, we all snatched our vision over the road to the firefight recommencing and what sounded like children screaming. I could see the outlines of what appeared to be a farmhouse and barns. Then the muzzle flashes paused, but not the screams and cries of children. We need to move on, said Tremaine. We set off walking when Jara stopped and Jara grabbed Tremaine's shoulder, stopping him mid-step. We can't ignore the cries of the children, said Jara. Yes, we can, and we will, move on, said Tremaine. I had to admit it would have been hard to turn my back on them after losing my children. Jara is right. How many days will it take us to get to the border? If we don't find water on the way, what we have won't last. I'd rather die fighting than of dehydration. We're in the middle of nowhere. Whoever is in the gunfight will have transport we might be able to steal. We should at least scout out the situation, I said. Tremaine growled. Damn it to hell. Grab a tank buster out of the back of the vehicle and let's get this done, said Tremaine. Then he let out a sigh. We'd better hope they're small in numbers. I'll wait here. Jara and I walked back to the vehicle. Thanks for that, said Jara. You're welcome. Jara grabbed the single-shot anti-tank weapon from the back of the vehicle, and we walked back to Tremaine. We stalked across the road, then got down on the ground and crawled towards the buildings using our elbows, until we heard a groan and someone screaming out as if in pain. This wasn't a child. Tremaine signaled for us to stop. He pulled down his night sight and I followed suit. Between the farmhouse and a barn 200 yards away, I saw what appeared to be an adult sprawled out on the ground and writhing. The children's cries were emanating from the barn. Gunshots erupted from the farmhouse with return fire from the barn. It was obvious where the children's assailants were holed up. Parked at the back of the farmhouse was a troop transporter. "There's our ride home," I whispered. A woman ran out from the barn toward the injured adult. Bullets dug up the ground around her and she ran back inside. "They're using that injured guy as bait to draw them out," Tremaine whispered. "They could easily kill him." "How are we going to do this?" I asked Tremaine. There was a loud pop and a fizz to my left when my night vision widened out as the farmhouse exploded. I lifted my night vision to see Jara unshoulder the anti-tank weapon, grab her rifle, and she stalked forward at some speed with her rifle shouldered. "Damn, why didn't I get the tank buster?" said Tremaine as he rose to his feet. I followed on, rifle at the ready. Someone crawled out of the debris at the farmhouse, taken down by Jara spitting bullets at him. Tremaine was at a window which he smashed with his rifle, but then he lobbed in a grenade to an almighty explosion and screams. I caught up with Jara as she was about to enter through a doorway with the door blown off and pushed her to one side. With my rifle on auto, I didn't wait for a target, blazing shots in all directions as I entered the living area. I dispatched at least 3 of the assailants and now I was out of ammo. Removing the mag and grabbing a spare, an injured soldier on the floor raised his rifle. To an explosion of a round deafening me, he crumpled, a bullet hole in his temple. More shots were fired from upstairs. We checked the rest of the rooms only to find the walls blasted in and with mutilated bodies strewn around. "Clear," shouted Jara, and tapped me on the shoulder, then waved her head for us to exit. "Clear up here," I heard Tremaine call out. We converged at the doorway. 2 women were attending to the injured guy who I could now see was in uniform, with 2 soldiers guarding them. They must have realized we were not their enemy as they remained passive. A soldier passed the woman a medic kit from his backpack. I recognized them right away. They were some of the refugees we'd encountered earlier. "I thought you were to head northwest to that settlement," I said as I approached them. "We decided to try and go and get over into Colorado. We wouldn't have been safe at the settlement." I looked over my shoulder to see the troop transport head our way with Jara driving. She stopped and climbed out, then ran over to the barn. A short while later she exited with another soldier and the rest of the group, with Jara carrying a child. Tremaine shook his head. "I can hardly reprimand her for going rogue." "That's Jara all over," said Tremaine. "You did good in there." I could have hardly told him all his training had gone out of the window in the kill factory where we trained at rescuing hostages with deliberate shots at targets. Maybe it was the adrenaline, though it felt more like fear when I'd let fly blindly on auto. Jara lifted the child into the back of the troop transport and the others followed. "How's the injured guy doing?" I asked. "Patched him up best I can, and Ralph gave him a shot of morphine," said the woman. "Then let's get him in the transport and get the hell out of here before others might have been alerted by the explosions," said Tremaine. Jara was in the cab behind the windshield. "I'll ride shotgun with Jara," I said. "Tell Jara to drive on the road near to our vehicle. I'll get that box of claymores and wire, together with whatever else might be useful," Tremaine said. When he returned, he climbed into the back with the rest of them, thank goodness. Despite him saying he couldn't reprimand her, I imagined he wouldn't have held his tongue, despite our success. As we sped along the road after salvaging what we could from our vehicle, as Jara changed transmission, I reached out and took her hand, giving it a squeeze. "I owe you for what you did back there." "Just protecting our future," she said and laughed. Those words made me warm inside, but only for a brief moment. My thoughts turned to what would happen when we reached the border. With the rain and the skirmish delaying us, I doubted we'd reach there in the cover of darkness. It wasn't just the 3 of us that would have to navigate the patrols and trip wires. We now had a whole bunch of people, including young children and an injured soldier. Chapter 43. Amanda Jackson at the Citadel of Fort Hood, Texas. After a night of tossing and turning, Jackson stared at the ceiling. She kept going over her strained conversation with Garner. One other thing that stuck in her mind was when she'd taken over the presidency. Her recollection of her partner Janice telling her that the priority was to shut down the internet and all AI computers once the rebels had been squashed was imprinted in her mind. That thought kept circling. The reasoning Janice gave made complete sense as she lay there deep in thought. Besides denying citizens access to the knowledge of religion and alternative means of government, it was the bias programmed into the software with the creator's agenda that would have been harmful to her mode of governance. For all her hard exterior, a tear escaped from her eye. She missed Janice's counsel as her chief propagandist and lover as much as she pushed it to the back of her mind. Right there and then, she rued that as she was back in captivity, she was powerless to take revenge on those responsible for Janice's death. With her recollections in mind, she churned over what bias and agenda Garner the man as the creator had likely programmed into the software. If he was dead, which was likely at his age, what motivation would he have for his creation to carry out what he wished for to carry on his legacy? He'd likely been alive when he took over Texas and provided the formula for the water additive. That left her thinking that power was a motive. Her train of thought was interrupted when the door opened. "You need to get dressed and follow me," said Lex. Jackson threw her legs over the side of the bed, rose to her feet, and then dressed. The sooner she got this interrogation over with, the better, she thought. She followed Lex along the corridor and out into a different dome and on past where she'd been arrested by the guards on her last visit when they'd entered a display area of robots. She stopped, having realized where she had seen the face of Garner the Avatar before. It was on one of the robots behind a glass cage. She scoffed at Garner's vanity. "Hurry along, you have a lot of work to do," said Lex. Further along the corridor, Lex stopped her and opened a door beckoning her inside. All that was in there was a glass cylinder with an opening out base with wires to a computer station and a large monitor on the wall. "You're to step inside the cylinder for a 3D scan and keep perfectly still." Jackson wasn't keen to get inside the tube. She imagined it could be the start of whatever torture they had in mind. "Garner said I wasn't to have X-rays. I have a pacemaker. Not only that, but I also don't like confined spaces." "Don't worry, it's not an X-ray. We just need an external scan to add to our facial recognition for your whole body. As for any fear of confinement, it'll only take 30 seconds. With some reluctance, Jackson stepped inside. Lex slid the glass door into place. An orange ring of light ran down the glass. As it did so, on the monitor, it gradually revealed her image. Not as in real life, but in a sort of netting form. The door slid open. "We'll move on," said Lex. Further along the corridor, they entered another room. All that was in there was a large armchair facing a desk with a microphone, some speakers, and a large monitor. "I'll leave you with Garner, who will give you instructions and prompts. Take a seat." Lex exited to the door auto-closing and she heard the buzz of a lock. The monitor screen flashed into life with Garner appearing as she took a seat. "I hope you had a good sleep. We have a lot of ground to cover. Prompts will appear on the screen as to questions you need to answer, or you'll hear me ask the questions. Speak slowly in the direction of the microphone. It will take most of the day. Tomorrow we can discuss how we are to take over Colorado, then on to Utah and California. Once that's done, we'll take a look at the eastern states to complete the Union." "Wait. Are you saying my vice president hasn't taken over control in my absence? What makes you think that General Briggs won't have reported my abduction? You underestimate me. The dispatch I sent to your general carried your signature I had digitized from our records. He's awaiting your return." The screen blanked, leaving Jackson elated, yet bewildered as to why he needed her other than as his legs on the outside of his banks of supercomputers. Jackson read the text that appeared on the screen. "We are missing information from the ages of between 14 and 18 when you enrolled for the Army and later the Denverines, together with everything since you closed down the Internet. Take it a year at a time and speak clearly. Of interest to us is why at the age of 14, you stopped using social media? You can begin. But first relax with your arms on the arms of the armchair. It will help to be relaxed." So consumed with thoughts that she still figured in Garner's plans, she complied without thinking. "Mistake. Restraints clasped her wrists. "What the hell is this?" This time a voice came over the speaker. "Don't be alarmed. The restraints are to check your stress levels." Jackson cursed inwardly. The only reason she could think of for them to monitor her vital signs would be to determine if she was lying. In the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, her pulse rate appeared in green. Nothing to tell, really. After my father died, Mom couldn't afford the internet to my cell phone. We ended up homeless. Ah, yes. Your father. Richard Jackson. And the nature of his death? Jackson hesitated, not sure why they were asking when they would have scraped the information. She noted her pulse rate rose a few notches. Accident. In what circumstances? Fell over a cliff taking a selfie in the Grand Canyon. Fell, or pushed accidentally. Mom told me the coroner declared it an accident. But you were there. What did you see? Once more her pulse rate increased. Now she knew they already had the information for the question. An image flashed through her mind of pushing her father to his deserved death. I told the police officer. He slipped taking a selfie. Her pulse rate increased rapidly, and the fluctuating indicator turned red. Okay, let's move on. What about school? Boring. I kept getting expelled. 3 times exactly for fighting with boys. The last time I can add throwing a chair at Mr. Beckwith, the principal. The indicator turned green once more as her pulse rate decreased, and stayed green for the remaining hours of questions and answers until it became mentally challenging. Thinking that, she had taken great pleasure in pointing out that, but for her transferring Area 51 to Texas in anticipation of the flood with rising sea levels, Garner wouldn't exist. I need a break. There wasn't a response, which she took that her request was granted. Having paused, she took the time to evaluate why they were interrogating her. She doubted it would be to assess her psyche, which would have been obvious to Garner. Then it struck her, when recalling both Lieutenant Garcia and General Carter saying they were to complete their life history for consideration for new assignments, and she now knew they had been duplicated as robots. The scan she just had now made sense, her image having appeared in a sort of digitized form. Knowing that when Garner said she'd be returning to the campaign, then using his powers of probable outcome, she deduced they likely intended the same for her. Beeping sounded from the speaker. She glanced at the monitor to see her pulse rate off the scale and flashing. What seems to be the problem? Garner asked her. I need out of here for exercise. My backside is numb. Almost finished. I was about to ask you about the time you entered negotiations for nuclear disarmament. You should already know that. It happened in the short period of me taking the presidency before the internet was closed down. Yes, we know you had the warheads decommissioned under supervision, but that you surreptitiously had them stored underground in the mountain complex over in Arizona. What became of the codes for the launches? Jackson pushed back hard in the armchair. She knew exactly what happened to the launch codes and where the case was stored. If her deduction was right as to why Garner wanted to know, it could be the reason he kept her alive. It all started to make sense as to his motives when considering his background. I don't know, she said to the speaker, beeping once more with her pulse rate accelerating. Get me out of here. I'm not answering any more questions until I've had a long break. To her relief, the clasps on her wrists retracted. The door opened and in walked General Carter. I'll escort you to your room. We know you are lying about the codes. We're to give you time to consider your position if you're to have our resources assist you in taking back your presidency over a wider union. Don't force us to use other means to extract the information and have your vice president take your place. Chapter 44. General Jack Cole at the border crossing with Colorado and Oklahoma. Driving along the road to the border in a National Guard troop transport gave no reason for concern now that dawn had broken. If spotted, then any patrols would think we were one of their kind. It was getting over the border that was the problem. If the patrols saw us, they would obviously have thought we were deserters. The consequences of getting caught out in the open didn't bear to think about. The road turned sharp right ahead. This as far as we go for now, or we'll end up at their base camp, said Jara. We can pull off the road on that track and take the cover of those trees. It's only a mile to the border. I lifted my binoculars to see our exit point at the hillside while she turned onto the track. Once parked, we exited. Tremaine climbed out of the back first, followed by all but 2 of the soldiers. 2 of the children were sobbing, with a woman attempting to comfort them. Tremaine instructed them to get out of sight of the vehicle with the children among the trees. "The injured guy is in desperate need of surgery," said Tremaine. "He's the father of those 2 children. His spouse is the one who ran out from the barn." It was no wonder the children were sobbing. "We need to fashion something out of branches to carry him, but we don't have any twine," I said. Tremaine glanced over at the transport. "What about the rope fastening the canvas to the framework?" "Well spotted." "That'll do." "I'll see to it," I said. Jara had picked up a child and disappeared through the tree line. A soldier climbed out of the back of the transport, and I called him over. "I need you to get me some branches to fashion a stretcher." "Will do," he said, and he scurried away. Over at the transport, I began unfastening one of the rope ties. "While you're doing that, I need to run a plan by you to get us all safely over the border," said Tremaine. "We have the code to radio through to the Denverines on lookout." "At least they won't fire on us," I said. Tremaine scoffed, then hopped up some phlegm and spat it on the ground. "Don't count on it. They might think it's a ruse with the numbers we have with us, and that we're the enemy using the women and children as a shield. Not only that, but patrols might also be tuned into our frequency. It's not as though there's only the 3 of us to hurry over, especially with the trip wires slowing us down. We only have a 20-minute window, remember?" I stopped gathering the rope ties and turned to Tremaine. "So, what are you suggesting?" I asked him. "That the 2 of us hump it over there to get a better sight of the patrols so we know their pattern. We could send over the drone to our lookouts with a message attached so we don't have to use the radio. I'm thinking that when the patrols are out of sight of each other, we could take them out, then take their place to carry on their patrol and take out the other 2. We could then use the radio to call in Jara with the troop transport with a code word." My Adam's apple leaped at the thought of what he had in mind for us to do what we practiced for back at base. Out of 5 attempts at stealth, I'd only managed it 3 times. Those were odds that gave me the heebie-jeebies. What if the patrols are women? Even if we neutralize 2 of them, won't the others notice us as males when we approach them? We'll just have to improvise. Take the initiative as we find it when we're in the moment. We'll go as soon as you've made the stretcher. I'll tell Jara the plan." Tremaine walked off in the direction of the trees. That was it, a fait accompli in the making. Decision made. The soldier returned with an armful of branches and dropped them in front of me. "Go and cut some of the canvas from the transport, say 6 feet square." I turned my head on hearing arguing over at the tree line as I finished forming the stretcher. Tremaine and Jara were going at it hammer and tong. I hurried over there. "What is it with you 2 this time? I don't know why he needs you to go." "He could take one of the soldiers," said a red-faced Jara, clearly boiling over with frustration. While I could understand she wanted to protect me for selfish reasons, she hadn't considered me when she'd gone AWOL. "I'll be fine." "The plan is foolproof," I said, knowing it could go wrong. "I'm going with him, end of discussion." Jara turned and stepped away. "Jara." She stormed off, ignoring me calling after her, leaving me with an anxious pit in my stomach and my chest tight. "What is it with you 2? Tremaine asked. "Is there something you're not telling me?" I had to think fast on my feet. "I'm her general in full control and responsible for her army, remember?" Tremaine shook his head. "Yeah, and she is our president. She should have thought of that when she went rogue and crossed the border, or we wouldn't be here. Load up and let's go. Grab your camouflage hoodie but leave your backpack here. I have a pen and some paper with something to fasten it to the nano drone." It only took us 12 minutes at a fast march to get to within striking distance of our target position. Tremaine tapped me on the shoulder, and we went to ground. He raised his binoculars and scanned over to where we expected the patrols, then to the left and over to the right. "I see them. Maybe 10 minutes and they'll converge the way they're ambling." He retrieved the drone and controller. "What are you going to write in the message?" "First, on my signal, I want you to fire off the code over your comms, followed by Firefly incoming to our lookouts before I launch, or they might think it's an enemy drone." Last thing we want is for them to take it down before it gets to them. Yes, but what are you to write on the message? Just that we're going to cross as soon as we have dealt with the patrols, and we'll need cover and that we have extra numbers. Then for them to send any message back to confirm we're good to go. Tremaine scribbled away, then fastened the note with a rubber band. I drew my binoculars to my eyes. The patrols had converged and were in conversation. What do you see? They've crossed paths now and they're moving on. All of them are male. What's the plan? I asked him. When they're out of sight, I'll launch the drone and send the message to the Denverines. As soon as I bring the drone back, on my signal, crawl to that rocky outcrop. From there, we'll crawl into position to take the two to the left when they return and drag them out of sight behind the rocks before the others come into view. That outcrop will blind the others approaching. Once clear, you can send the message to Jara. Tremaine launched the drone and nodded in my direction to send the lookouts the message. I drew the mic to my lips. Friends, Firefly incoming. Huddled together, I watched the terrain zip by on the monitor. Hovering over our lookouts, I saw them pointing, then it landed with only blades of grass visible. A Denverine held it away from her at arm's length and gave a thumbs up at the camera, then placed it back down on the ground. We just have to wait for their reply, and I'll bring it back. 5 minutes and the drone hadn't moved. We can't wait any longer, I said. We only have a 15-minute window. Damn, they probably don't have a pen at hand. Let's go. Arms cradling our rifles and with our elbows and boots for leverage, we crawled toward the rocks. All I hoped was that they'd found a pen by the time we got there. The only comfort was that they had received the note, so they'd know what to expect. We scrambled behind the rocks. Tremaine retrieved the controller, but the drone hadn't moved. Let's get into position either side of the path they've worn down in the grass, said Tremaine. Adrenaline kicked in as I crawled into place. Once in position, I placed my rifle to one side and withdrew my combat knife. I shook my head, hoping that this would make it 4 successful attempts at stealth out of 6. Chapter 45. General Jack Cole at the border crossing. As I lay on the ground, I had to convince myself I was up to the task by saying inwardly, "You can do this," over and over. The sound of banter grew nearer. My heart rate increased to the extent I could hear it pounding. A glance from under my hood and the patrol were at the allotted one stride past me. As if blinkered, homed on my target, I rose to my feet. Stepped over to the one nearest to me. Drew one hand around his face and covered his mouth in a tight grip. Simultaneously, my other hand holding the knife swung to slice his carotid artery. Panic struck as he unexpectedly raised his arm, blocking the blade. In that moment, he managed to reach over and get a grip behind my head. The next I knew, I went flying head over ass, only to land with his grip on my wrist holding the knife. I rolled over in the direction he twisted my arm from the wrist, determined not to let go of the knife, then launched a boot at his groin. He bent over in pain. One swift move and I thrust the knife upward and under the bottom of his armored vest. I sprang to my feet. Took him in a headlock. Sliced the artery in his neck, his blood pumping out over me. He groaned and I let him down to the ground to bleed out. I shook from head to toe with the surge of adrenaline and the effort. Tremaine stood there grinning, then wiped his blade and put it back in his sheath. "What are you waiting for? Sheath your knife and drag him behind the rocks." With the bodies out of sight, Tremaine retrieved the drone control. "See anything?" I asked while looking over his shoulder. "See for yourself." The screen showed the Denverine holding the drone at length again and gave another thumbs up, then a sign for him to launch it aloft. "Better late than never," he said, and the screen showed the drone airborne. "Go and look out for the other patrol." Through the gap in the rocks, there was no sign of them. Over at a screen of shrubs they appeared. "They're here. Say 5 minutes away." "Damn. I've lost control," said a perplexed-looking Tremaine. "What do you mean?" I asked, while not taking my eyes off the patrol. "It must be how they've fixed the note to the drone, or a malfunction. Hell, it's hit the ground. He needn't have told me." One of the guards dropped to their knee. Rifle shouldered, he scoured around. The other ran forward, bent down, and picked up what I assumed was the downed drone. I drew my binoculars as he ran back to the other guard. They read one side of the note, then turned it over. One of them put the mic to his lips as they both backed off to the shrubs. "They have the drone," I called out to Tremaine, and he pushed me to one side. He let fly with rounds in the patrol's direction. Then I heard machine gun fire. Oh hell, that's all we needed. They'd probably managed to radio through the contents of our messages. "Dumbasses used the same note to write their reply on the back," said Tremaine. "What about the patrol?" I asked. "I got one, our lookouts took the other out." The situation was turning into a nightmare. Scenarios of courses of action flashed through my mind. Their base was around the same distance away as our group hiding in the wooded area. That meant it could end up in a bloodbath if they arrived at the same time. "We should go back and try to cross further along the border," I said. "Just as risky. Pass me your comms. We have to break radio silence." Tremaine radioed through to Jara, telling her to get everyone in the back of the transport and to move out. "Friends to friends, radio check over. Reading you. I need you to send a party to dismantle the tripwires to let 2 vehicles through side by side. Get armored vehicles to form a corridor for protection through to where the tripwires are removed." "Can you do that, like yesterday?" "Yes." We heard the message that the patrol got back to their base. "We know what to expect. There's a gully we can get vehicles through to your left as you look at the hillside. I'll have a party to get the tripwires cleared now. We have the means to slow any incoming down." Tremaine tossed the comms back at me. "Tell Jara to get to here with her foot down. Would it not be better to wait until we've neutralized any incoming?" "Just do it. I know what I'm doing. We can turn them around if needs be. We'll stay in the cover of the rocks and observe." I could recall me shrouded in something of a brain fog, then snapping out of it, thinking there's being the hero and then there's stupidity. All I could come up with was that he had the experience, and Tremaine saying that he knew what he was doing. My instinct would have been to withdraw back to our transport and try a different route. As it was, there was every possibility that we were about to spark an incident which could trigger a premature all-out war. It didn't take long for a party to arrive to clear the booby traps, with no sign of any incoming enemy. There was only room for one person to be a lookout through the space between the rocks to keep watching for the expected enemy, so I kept watch on the party clearing the claymores. They must have finished when I saw them withdraw, to see they'd pinned our red armbands on sticks in the ground for the path through. Thank goodness our armored vehicles appeared along the base of the hillside. "They're here. Get ready for action." "Stand over me," said Tremaine. Tremaine lay down on the ground at the opening and I straddled over him. With my rifle scoped to my eye, I saw the cloud of dust from the approaching transport. "We're in position for you to come through," I heard over the radio to sudden explosions at artillery taking out an enemy vehicle. "Friends, drive through now," I heard over the comms. Our troop transport flashed by the gap, to the sound of more explosive rounds, only this time hitting the rocks, and I ducked to one side. "We should go now," I said, and stepped from over Tremaine, and he scrambled to his feet. The sound was deafening with a mixture of machine gun fire, high-caliber rounds, and maybe mortars exploding. I edged my way around the boulder to see our troops had formed a line of armored vehicles across the booby trap area, with no sign of our troop transport which must have safely crossed in our territory. The Denverines were in the turrets, laying down a blanket of rounds in the direction of our enemy. It wasn't without reply. Our armored vehicles started to back off the way they came. We had to go, or all the cover would be lost. It was bad enough that we'd be out in the open for 50 yards. I drew the mic to my lips. "Friends to friends, urgent. We're stuck at the rock outcrop. Can you get an armored vehicle over to us?" "Affirmative." "Look behind you. You're flanked by soldiers on foot." Bullets pinged off the rocks behind me and we both ducked. "They're sending us an armored vehicle." "Then we'd better deal with our flank," said Tremaine. "Use grenades to get their heads down, then open fire." I unzipped the 3 grenades from my uniform and put 2 on the ground, then pulled the pin on the one in hand, then counted. "Save 1 grenade in case we make a run for it," snarled Tremaine and tossed a grenade. My grenade followed his, and to them exploding, we rose above the boulders. This time I took deliberate aim using single shots and took 4 of them down. Strangely, I ignored the return fire pinging on the rocks around me until it became too close for comfort, and I ducked back to grab a second grenade, as did Tremaine, and we unloaded them in our assailant's direction. Someone screamed over the comms. "Get all those armored vehicles back there and cover them at the outcrop now." "That's an order." Bless her, I recognized Jara's voice giving the orders. Tremaine fell to the ground. Damn ricochet. My arm. That he was injured didn't mean I needed to stop defending us as I rose and fired off rounds from a different position, this time on automatic until my mag was empty. There must have been 30 of them still standing out there, using staggered movement a yard at a time, then dropping to a knee to fire in our direction. It seemed inevitable we would be overrun if our cavalry didn't arrive soon. There was no choice but to toss my last grenade to buy time to replace the mag. I scooped up Tremaine's last grenade and tossed it at them when I heard a machine gun unloading. This time I didn't rise above the boulder, as I located a fresh mag, not knowing if the machine gun was ours or theirs. Chapter 46. General Jack Cole at the border crossing. With my head down behind the boulder, the rounds appeared to be fired ever closer to us, smashing into the rocks. There was a loud explosion to my rear, and I turned to see flames rising in the air. I turned back ready to commence firing to see Tremaine with his rifle propped on the top of the boulder and firing shots with one arm, the other limp by his side, his wound seeping blood that dripped off his fingers. About to join him, and in my periphery an armored vehicle with our red insignia painted on it blocked my view. The Denverine in the turret let fly with her machine gun, to rounds bouncing off the enemy's armored vehicle. The side door flung open. "Get in," a Denverine called out. I helped Tremaine crawl over a boulder, then followed on. Once inside, the door clanked to a close. No more bullets pinged on the metal as the vehicle turned in a circle. The Denverine helped Tremaine out of his vest, then his jacket. I looked out of the inspection window to see one of our armored vehicles in flames, then I turned around. The Denverine had taken off Tremaine's shirt and was tending to his wound. The fight wasn't over. I heard the pop of our armored vehicles unload mortars and then the explosions. We must have turned a corner along the hillside as I swayed to one side. It was only a few minutes before we turned again, with the sound of the firefight diminishing. "We're back at base," the driver called out, and our vehicle came to a halt. I climbed out of the side door to see medics treating wounded Denverines. Jara ran over to me. "Oh hell! You're injured." I wiped my sleeve across my face to see it covered in blood. "No, I'm fine. It's not my blood." "Then, thank goodness you made it without a scratch." I watched from the hillside and gave as much cover as I could. "Where's Tremaine?" "I'm here in the vehicle getting my wound treated." "I'll live." A bullet ricocheted, so it took the energy out of it and stuck in the muscle. "We have to get back to Fort Carson urgently to brief General Barker," said Tremaine. "Where are the refugees?" I asked. "Denverines are escorting them to Fort Carson to get medical treatment for that wounded soldier." "Incidentally, our team made it back to base," said Jara. "Great. Let's hope the other teams make it back safe," he said. He climbed out of the vehicle, and we walked over to the vehicle that we arrived there with. "Did anyone survive in that armored vehicle of ours that got blown up?" I asked Jara. "Yeah, those were the ones they were treating. The gunner didn't make it though." Tremaine huffed. "It's what we sign up for." "Shit happens," he said without an ounce of sympathy, then continued. "And to think, all those years in action all over the world without a scratch, and I get tagged on home soil, unbelievable." Those were the last words spoken by Tremaine as the medic dealt with him. The rest of the journey, I struggled with flashbacks of the action, and considering the man I had become, to kill without conscience. In no time we were back at Fort Carson and parked outside my office. Word had already got back as we'd arrived, with General Barker and Jed waiting outside the door with the rest of our team of Green, Leroy, and our computer guy flanking him. Tremaine turned to me. "You don't need me for the debrief. I'll go to my quarters and rest up. Incidentally, proud to have you with me back there. You did good. You two take a few days off training, it's deserved." Jed took a step forward. "We just came to welcome you back. You can fill us in later and we'll leave you to it for the debrief. You look dog-tired." They all tipped us a salute, then walked on by. We entered the office reception to everyone in admin getting to their feet and applauding. As you were. Thanks, I said, and we swept into my office. The last thing I wanted was to go through a debrief. A shower and crawling into bed would have been preferred. Still, we had to get it out of the way. The next half hour, we talked through what we had discovered without interruption. When we finished, Barker sat forward in his chair. Well, from what you gleaned on your mission, if their troops are camped in Oklahoma, we could launch an attack on Nebraska. We could likely take it before they could get back to take us on, said Barker. I took a moment to consider what he was suggesting, discounting his idea. I have a different viewpoint. Until our other teams get back, we don't know if they've left reserve forces in the other two states to defend against any attack. That would slow us down and give them time to march into Nebraska to take us on. We can't drag troops from the south in case the protectorate decide on a two-pronged attack. As far as I am concerned, their numbers are too many to have a preemptive attack. We need some serious defenses like in the wars of old. Barker stroked his cheek. Makes sense. I recalled the pictorial books I'd read about as a teenager on the Russia and Ukraine war and hoped what I was about to suggest wouldn't have him snickering. Do we have trench-digging machines? Never needed them, so I doubt it. I'll have your adjutant contact logistics and see what they can come up with, please excuse me. I took out the map from my drawer and spread it on the desk. There was a knock on the door. Enter. In walked Jara's radio operator. I have a dispatch that's been waiting for you from the Citadel admin team. She handed it to Jara. Jara ripped it open to find another sealed letter inside. She read the message. Shevchenko has gone AWOL. She's taken a vehicle and presented a letter supposedly for me to take food supplies and equipment from the stores. She tore open the letter. This is from Shevchenko. She's calling me all the manipulative bitches under the sun for taking you from her. Can you believe that? I stood there red-faced when Barker returned. We're in luck. They've found details of a stockpile that was ready for export to NATO in Europe that were never delivered when the company went bankrupt during the drought. It'll save our troops having to use trench spades. What about appointing 2 more lieutenant generals, so we have 4 sections? As you told me, the shorter the command structure to the troops, the quicker we'll get things done. I exchanged glances with Jara. She shrugged her shoulders as if to say it was up to me. That's fine by me. Good idea. Have our engineers come up with a plan for the trenches to take account of natural obstacles. Also, have them suggest backup defense trenches in case the front lines are breached. I'll get on with that now. You look as though you need to shower and rest. Oh, yeah, before I go, the good news for now is that signals have wired up telephone lines along our border and to here. I'll report back when the engineers have mapped out the intended trenches for your approval. Great. Jara stepped between us. Not until the day after tomorrow, said Jara. Just to let you know, we won't be here for a few days. Important business of the state to attend to. I'm sure General Cole will accept whatever suggestions are made for the trenches for you to approve them. Okay. I'll talk with you when you get back. Barker saluted, did an about turn and left the office, leaving me wondering just what the hell she meant. What's this important business of state all about? If you don't know now, you never will, she said and winked. After we've showered, we'll double up in your bed. Later tonight there is somewhere I want us to go for something I want to show you. Chapter 47. Amanda Jackson, captive in the Citadel of Fort Hood, Texas. Finding herself engulfed in a bag of nerves at having had little sleep, considering General Carter's threat, Jackson had a good idea of what they wanted and the implications if she gave it to them. She had worked out that she was equally determined not to give them anything, whatever they had in store for her in the way of torture. She snatched a look over at her door opening. Lex wasn't alone when she entered. 2 hideous humanoid-looking robots entered with her. Other than their limbs of human form, they didn't have the appearance of anything human, having been fabricated with chrome-like metal. You're to come with me, said Lex, not followed by a smile on this occasion, and delivered as if it was an order. I haven't eaten since yesterday or drunk anything. Can it wait? She asked, while hoping to delay whatever it was that they were to do with her. You can eat later. Come along. Jackson drew her legs to her chest and wrapped her arms around them. I'm not going anywhere. Lex turned to the robots. Her eyes flashed blue. Whatever she had communicated to them, it appeared they acknowledged her instructions, when their eyes flashed blue, and they stepped over to the bed. Jackson clasped her fingers tightly, and then shuffled on her backside closer to the wall. One of them grabbed her in a vice-like grip on her arm and dragged her off the bed. The other robot took hold of her other arm, and they forcibly marched her out of the room. It was impossible to resist. They were too strong, increasing their grip when she tried to wriggle free. Lex opened a door and they all entered. She recognized the room right away. It was the same surgical theater where they had fitted her pacemaker and repaired her wrist. They hauled her onto a gurney and fastened her wrists and legs with leather restraints. She attempted to break free of them, but she had to reconcile herself that it would be impossible to escape her restraints. Her head dropped back on the gurney, and she stared at the ceiling. Lex peered over her, then adjusted the gurney so that she could see the screen on the wall. The two robots exited the room. Garner appeared on the screen. Well, Amanda. What have you decided? Are you going to tell me about the codes? Jackson had worked out what to tell Garner. The codes are in the safe in my old office at the Citadel, but the nuclear football case was decommissioned as part of the disarmament treaty. Inspectors confirmed its destruction. The code to open the safe is, Janice, so can you set me free now? Tut-tut. Do you really want me to believe that you had it deactivated without having another one on standby? I know you ordered the warheads to be stored in the mountain complex in Arizona in the event you needed to redeploy them, and that you deceived the inspectorate. You may have forgotten, my creator worked for the military. Jackson stared defiantly at Garner on the screen. You asked the question and I've given you my final truthful answer. So, are you to let me go? Yes, of course, providing our backup test tells me that your answer is the truth. Lex, go to the medical store and retrieve the sodium pentothal. The screen went blank, and Lex closed the door behind her. Alone with her thoughts, she had a good idea that the information Garner wanted was the reason he kept her alive to restore her presidency, so he could gain access to the codes by devious means. With her going rogue, she doubted that would ever be on the cards again. All she had done was to delay her execution. Once the sodium pentothal gave them the answer they wanted and not the lies she had given them, she thought. Behind her, Jackson heard something creak, then a thud on the ceramics, giving her heart a jump start. What the hell, she said to someone appearing at the side of her, wearing a long hooded garment, a face mask and goggles. He peered over her. Shush, he said, and unfastened her restraints. Put these on. As intimidating as he looked with the appearance of the Grim Reaper, he clearly didn't appear to wish her any harm. There again she wondered if this was some sort of ruse Garner had engineered. He dumped the same type of attire as is on the gurney for her to wear. She quickly put on the hooded cloak, then the mask, and then goggles. He led her over to an open air duct and helped her inside. He hauled himself up after her and closed the hatch to the opening. Move along until we get to the next opening. Another 5 minutes and they'll know you've escaped when Lex returns. Jackson crawled along the ducting until she arrived at the opening. Another figure similarly dressed helped her out headfirst, until her boots were firmly planted on the ground. He set about assisting the guy who had released her to extract himself from the ducting. A glance around and they were in a service tunnel with rows of pipes, ducting, and cables attached to the walls. This way, quickly, and don't talk, he whispered. The service tunnel appeared to have no end. They turned down many intersections along the route, until they were signaled to stop. They'd arrived at a door, and she was ushered inside a room with work benches, then through into another room. Sat at a desk was a guy with a long beard. You can disrobe the cloak now. You're safe in here, President Jackson, he said. She was taken aback that he knew who she was. Who are you? Governor Douglas Cornyn. Or at least I was before Garner tried to assassinate me. But the reports said you were dead. That was my assistant. His body was unrecognizable, and they assumed it was me in the burned-out car wreck. Been down here ever since directing resistance. Now there's no resistance left, just the three of us. Since they set about exterminating everyone on the pretext they were to exchange with residents of New Mexico, they've closed most of the biofarming unit, with just enough food for the zoo. We hadn't planned to stay here much longer, or we'd likely starve. Zoo? It's a sort of Noah's Ark if you've ever read the Bible. I know the fantasy story from my childhood. Cornyn raised an eyebrow at that remark. They've kept animals and a few humans for experiments, he said. Can you get me out of here? Jackson asked. Depends on your destination. There's access to a tunnel they've bored that they recently completed, with exits in New Mexico and inside a mountain complex in Arizona, but some of us who worked on it said it has robotic security at the exits. So, that would be risky. But yes, we can get you out. The only other way out that's not secure is to get to the Boring Company vehicle garage. We can work our way through a service tunnel for the power cables, then onto Oklahoma. Jackson had so many questions to ask, but she was sidestepped at recalling the tunnel fire doors closing. I was brought here through the Boring Company tunnel from Oklahoma. They've closed the fire and flood doors, so I'd be out in the open driving one of the vehicles to get back to Oklahoma. Jackson thought it ironic that when Cornyn refused to add the chemical mix to the water supply, that argument, together with refusing to deny religion, led to the catalyst for Texas seceding, only for Garner to add the chemical when he took over. Now here he was back from the dead, rescuing her from certain death. One of the other guys stepped forward. You couldn't use the vehicles anyway on a different route. They're pre-programmed to only drive through the tunnel and back to the Citadel, then to the garage for recharging. I'm an electrician. I can break into the wiring loom and connect the wires to open the fire doors. That was our plan to leave here shortly, until we saw what they were doing to you. The situation is hopeless here now. Jackson wondered if this was some kind of game Cornyn was playing and hoping for forgiveness and sanctuary. Wait, how do you know who I am and what they were to do with me? Follow me, said Cornyn and rose from his seat at the desk. They entered another room with a vast array of monitor screens on all four walls, floor to ceiling, and with a single swing chair at a desk in the center with a keyboard and monitor. Jackson's jaw hit south at the realization they were camera images of inside the Citadel. That's how we know. We broke into their camera feed years ago. He sat at the desk and pressed a key on the keyboard. What can you see on the screens now? She turned around in a circle, only to see small red circular images, some moving and some stationary. Their robots and cameras use infrared to see. Those are robots you see. There are no heat sources from humans. If they detect humans, then face, gait, and body mass software auto-homes in on them for identification in digital view. That's why we use those robes, and the glasses. We stole them from the Liberators' stores. Their special services use them to mask body heat. Talking about Liberators, they've not been exterminated. Last we heard there are thousands of them camped at the border with Texas and New Mexico. He pressed the key again to show normal view. Jackson was drawn to 3 of the screens and gasped at what was revealed at one in particular, though all 3 gave her grave cause for alarm. She stepped over to take a closer look. As you can see, the problem is bigger than any disagreements we had in the past. Can we go immediately? She asked. Sure. Nothing to stay here for now. He was saying that, having rescued her, but instinct told her not to trust them, while not knowing what motivated them to save her from Garner. Chapter 48. General Jack Cole, Colorado. Jara held me tight laying at the side of me, her eyes closed, and she let out a sigh. With our passion spent, and our body fluids exchanged, we lay there entwined. Are you going to tell me where we're going? I whispered. She opened her eyes, and I stroked away the hairs dangling on her face with my finger. You'll see when we get there. Put it this way, there'll be no prying eyes where we're going. In fact, we'll be isolated. Let's shower again and get a move on. I'll get showered first. There are some things I need to pack and to arrange transport. Jara crawled out of bed, leaving me none the wiser. Her naked form drew out a sigh from me at the notion I was in a dream. Left alone, the bliss that had emptied my head of the flashbacks of action we'd endured faded out when recalling my tussle with that guy at the border. I thanked God inwardly that we would be together for a few days, for us to wind down from the stress we'd faced. I edged out negative flashbacks, wondering where on earth she was to take me. As soon as you've showered and put clothes on, meet me at the office door. We're something casual, she said as she dressed. Wait, you said in isolation. What if we're needed here? General Barker knows what he's doing. I'll speak to Jed. He knows the location. He can send a dispatch. Showered and dressed, I met her at the door, and we climbed onto our seats. How far is it where we're going? Only a 2.5-hour drive with my foot down and no traffic to contend with. As we sped on, the intrigue killed me. All I knew was we were heading in a northwesterly direction. Finally, Jara pointed to the Kremlin sign, illuminated by our headlights. Almost there. It took a little longer than I expected with us chatting all the way to here. She turned off the road and onto a farm by the looks of it, then parked outside the farmhouse. Well, here we are. Grab my backpack and the tent and let's get inside. All the windows and the door had metal security shutters. Jara retrieved a key from her pocket and unfastened the padlock to the metal shutter on the door. You said Jed knows where this is. Where are we? I found it from the records and Jed brought me here. It belonged to my mother and father. I've had it fixed up. To my surprise, when she flicked the light switch, the bulb worked. She must have seen the surprise on my face. Solar power, but I've also had a new wind generator installed. It was a mess when I first visited, completely scavenged. All the furniture had dust covers. Jara flitted around removing them all. We can sleep here tonight, but tomorrow we can camp by the lake. I've brought picnic stuff. I picked up a photo frame. Is this your mother and father? It is, bless them. According to Jed, this was to be their retirement home when her term finished as president. He worked on the AC as an apprentice in his younger days, so he got to know them. It's too dark to have a look around outside. We should sleep now and take in the scenery tomorrow. She was right about the sleep. I was done and my eyes smarted. We climbed the stairs and on into the bedroom. Jara moved the dust sheet and we both dove onto the bed. The both of us wriggled out of our clothes, then climbed under the duvet. I didn't mind her turning her back to me in the fetal position as I drew into her contour and with my arm around her, I drifted to sleep. When I awoke in the morning, Jara was gone. A wonderful aroma of coffee drifted through the open door. I quickly dressed and tripped lightly down the stairway, following the aroma into the kitchen. Where did you get the coffee from? Surprising what you can get in abundance of when you're president, she said as slices of bacon sizzled when she dropped them into the pan. How do you like your eggs? Sunny side up. When did you learn to cook? Jed showed me, and I learned a lot from Donna back at the religious commune. You can wash the dishes though. They didn't teach me that, she said, and we both laughed. It looked as though I had a lot to thank Donna and Jed for, as she placed a plate in front of me and a mug of black coffee. Breakfast finished and with the dishes washed, she took hold of my hand. Come on, let's go for a walk around. Outside the terrain was flat carpeted with grass, wildflowers, and shrubbery, surrounded by hillsides. I caught sight of a lake. But it was at the entrance to the farm that caught my attention. What's that armored vehicle doing there? I thought you said we'd be isolated. Denverine security. There could be scavengers still around, so better safe than sorry. Don't worry, we won't be interacting with them. Let's take a buggy for a drive around the farm. It's in the barn. Too far to walk. There are over 1,600 acres. She led me over to the barn and unfastened the padlock. There was no doubt she'd had the farm buildings renovated. Inside it was kitted out with LEDs over racks of biofarming trays ready for use. There was no doubt it was an idyllic setting as we spent the morning exploring the area both in the buggy and walking. We arrived at the lake in the afternoon. Jara had me set up the tent, while she unloaded the picnic. I honestly felt as though I was in paradise. We talked for hours. Listening to Jara give me her life history of living in the Citadel was enlightening to say the least. Some of it filled me with disbelief at the cruelty of her carers, with other anecdotes having me laughing out loud. Jed had obviously done a great deal of work with her over the past few years in enlightening her on the world outside from the old days. In no time it was evening and chilly. I gathered some brush and started a campfire, and we continued exchanging childhood anecdotes until late evening, and then we crawled into the tent. Why she wanted to sleep outside was beyond me, but I didn't like to ask. I awoke in the morning thinking I was still dreaming when I heard Jed's voice call out our names. Jara scrambled out of her sleeping bag and peeked through the opening. "Damn it, Jed. What brought you here?" "They've broken radio silence," he said as she pulled on her jeans and a top, then scrambled outside. "Who broke radio silence?" she asked as I dressed, then joined them outside. "Jackson's crew." "What is it?" "Are they preparing to attack?" I asked. Jed fumbled in his jacket pocket and pulled out a note and handed it to Jara. "Read it for yourselves. It needs an urgent reply. You have to get back to base." Jara read it aloud. "It says that General Briggs wants a meeting at the border under a white flag with President McClusky to discuss terms of a peace accord and an exchange of prisoners with your special forces teams we have as prisoners as an act of goodwill. Have your prisoners waiting at the border. You have 3 dead, the rest are alive but require medical treatment, so have medical transport on standby. Please respond urgently, ASAP." Chapter 49. General Jack Cole at Fort Carson, Colorado. It was 12:30 when we arrived back at my office. General Barker was pacing around outside until he saw us park. Barker strode over to us as we climbed out of our vehicle. He didn't look pleased. In fact, he looked distinctly pissed off. Me, well, I couldn't wipe the smile off my face after my time alone with Jara. Barker had a look of thunder as he came to a halt in front of us. "Don't know what there is to smile about. I hope whatever important matter of state you both had to attend to went well," said Barker, clearly agitated. "No one at the Citadel knew your whereabouts, or what this important matter was supposed to be about. Luckily, Jed here knew where you were, or goodness knows how long it would have taken for you both to grace us with your presence." Jara's lips tightened at his disrespectful manner of address. The reaction I had was to sense the heat rising in my cheeks. I hoped she wouldn't go full-on ballistic. Hands on hips, she fired back at him, to me having an oh hell no moment. "I'll let you know that some things are so secret that my admin team doesn't need to know where I am for my security. I hope you're not questioning your commander-in-chief. I insist you show more deference in future," said Jara, equally curt in response. Thankfully, Barker was more diplomatic than Tremaine would have been in return. He appeared to visually shrink and lowered his head as if inspecting his highly polished boots for a defect. "Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude, only the communication from General Briggs needed an urgent response." He looked at his watch. "We've been sitting on this for the best part of 7 hours, so I hope you'll forgive my frustration. I guessed I could understand the angst he'd suffered, considering the importance of the radio message." "Well, we're here at base camp, so let's get on with it, shall we?" Jara replied, not an ounce of forgiveness in her tone of voice. "Then let's get to my office," I said. We all took seats around my desk. General Barker was about to speak when Jara showed him the flat of her hand. "If I may, I've discussed the content of the message with General Cole on the way here. It could be a trap. Why would I want to meet with Briggs and not Jackson on equal terms?" It seemed strange to me that Jara's referring to my title, after her affectionately calling me her lover boy the past 24 hours. "You have a point," said Barker. "I don't know Briggs by sight. They could send anyone as a stooge and have artillery set the coordinates to assassinate you." "Exactly," said Jara. "I've also never met this general." That wasn't the only concern we needed to discuss. To me it made sense to at least acknowledge the radio message. "Look, with the time it's taken for Jed to get the message to us and for us to get back, we should at least reply, even if it's just to say the contents are currently under discussion and to expect a reply," I said. "That way we won't be rushed into anything stupid." Their message did end with wanting an urgent response ASAP. Barker nodded as if in agreement. I turned to Jara. "Yes. We can do that. Calling your adjutant," she said. I buzzed through on the intercom for her to join us, then wrote out the message. My adjutant entered as Jara passed the message to Jed and then to Barker. "Are we all in agreement on the wording?" I asked. All nodded. Jara took the note back and handed it to the adjutant. "Have my radio operator send this message for the attention of General Briggs. She'll have the frequency. Relief that the pressure was off was apparent around the desk. One thing that stuck in my mind was something that I couldn't work out and needed discussion. The question I have is why they would want a peace accord and with no mention of Jackson involved in the negotiations? Jed and Jara shrugged their shoulders. Barker, on the other hand, leaned forward. Well, considering what you said at the briefing, maybe her attempt to negotiate with the protectorate failed and they executed her. That's a possibility. Perhaps that's left Briggs with no appetite for war with us. No doubt Jackson was the prime mover in taking control of the 3 states, said Barker. Jed had taken a back seat, taking in what was said. Now he leaned forward. Maybe Briggs wants to accede to the Union under President McClusky and that's why he wants to negotiate directly with her, said Jed. That was something that hadn't crossed my mind, but it prompted another scenario. Jackson could equally have returned, and Briggs could have had her executed, with him not wanting to get into bed with the protectorate, I said. Jara rolled her eyes. I sensed we were to hear from Jara the president and not the woman who whispered sweet nothings in my ear the night before. Maybe I should have kept my mouth shut. Enough of the speculation, said Jara. What we need are facts. Do we have any prisoners? This was the Jara speaking I admired as much as in the softer moments I'd discovered of late. We do, said Barker. We apprehended infiltrators at our southwest border. I can have them sent here, but it will take time. Then let's start there, said Jara. The prisoners they have are clearly one of the special forces teams that Tremaine sent out. Let's deal with that first and see if they have any intel on the subject when we get them back. I'll contact Space Force and have them send a drone to check on any movement of their forces. We should break now to consider the message individually and meet here again once the prisoners arrive and maybe we'll have some drone footage. Barker rose from his seat, nodded to each of us in turn, and then strode out of the office. You'll need to tell them not to get the drone too close. The radar and air defense they have, remember? Damn, I'd forgotten. Thanks for the reminder, I'll tell them, she said. She smiled, and reached over, taking my hand and gave it a squeeze, then let go. Why is it I feel like a fifth wheel? Jed said. Sorry I had to interrupt your downtime. It's not your fault, said Jara and reached over to give him a hug. It was hard to understand how she could switch from Jara the president to Jara the woman in an instant. Look, I'll catch up with you both later. I need some shut-eye after the long drive, he said and strolled out of the office with a backward glance, followed by a wink. We both snickered. It felt good that I had my Jara back again. What do you want to do? I asked. Jara pouted her lips, then sighed. I don't like to say this, but I'd like to run the message by Tremaine to get his take, she said and rose from her chair. With a shrug of my shoulders at the surprise of her seeking Tremaine's counsel, I followed her to the outside of the admin block, then on to Tremaine's quarters. There was no reply to any of our knocking. Jara appeared through the windows. He's not here. I'll bet he's at the training ground. Last one there washes the dishes forever, she said and set off at sprint and I set off after her. It was that competitive nature of Jara surfacing, though by getting a lead on me, it was more like cheating and I lost the bet. Still, the forever part of the bet sounded promising. We both had to catch our breaths before climbing the gate. I half expected to see Tremaine in his office, but there he was with his arm in a sling, barking obscenities at those on unarmed combat training. He saw us and marched over to us. What is it you want? I thought I was having a break from your sorry asses for a few days, he called out to us. Jara dug in her pocket and handed me the note with the radio message from General Briggs and pushed me to the floor as he drew closer. Guess I got the message in more ways than the one in my hand. I need you to take a look at this message and give us your thoughts, I said, saving Jara the indignity of having to ask him. My office, he said, and we followed on in his wake. He took his seat at his desk and read the message. He looked up at the ceiling and then crashed a fist on the desk. Damn, I shouldn't have sent them on that mission. They weren't ready. Now you know why the period of training is so important. Hell's Teeth, 3 dead and the others injured. It doesn't say which team. Then let's hope the other team make it back to base unscathed. What are your thoughts on them wanting a meeting? I asked. It's bullshit. Not enough info to make a judgment call. How would you reply? Jara asked. First thing is, I'd want the prisoner exchange and to debrief us on what they might know. If it were me, I'd message back to say that all discussion will only be conducted by dispatches and respectfully request they are between our good selves and sign it off, General Cole. That way we could deliberate with more time to consider replies. No way I'd have Jara involved in a one-on-one meeting with Jackson or Briggs. Too risky. I imagine that's why they don't want Jackson involved. Hell, from what we saw, Jackson could be out of the picture. They'd want to kill each other if Jackson is still around. You could kiss your ass goodbye to any peace treaty if that were the case. He tossed the message back to me. Jara rolled her eyes, but didn't respond, only swaying her head at me for us to leave. It was a good thing she did want out of there so I could find out what she thought of what he'd said. Chapter 50. General Jack Cole, Colorado. As soon as we arrived back at the gate at the training ground and climbed over the fence, Jara turned to me. She hummed and hawed a little as if unable to spit out the words. Clearly, she found it difficult with whatever it was she wanted to say. I hate to say this, but Tremaine is right, said Jara. That those words had stuck in her craw was understandable, when considering their love-hate relationship. Even though she'd had me do all the talking, I guess there was some respect deep down. It must have been hard for her to seek his counsel. What, you mean when he said that you and Jackson would want to kill each other? There is that. It would be hard to put the Union over my personal agenda. At least the dispatches would place negotiations at arm's length and avoid the protectorate listening in on negotiations, she said. Too late for that. The protectorate are bound to be monitoring the airwaves. We should run his idea of a reply past the others, I said. Why is that? We don't have to answer to anyone. Let's get to my RV and send the message. We need those prisoners of ours back. I wasn't so sure that not running it by others was wise. We could have been missing something. Any peace accord would have been a big of a deal of historic proportions. Even if it didn't last, I thought that at least it would buy time for our army to be fully trained and better prepared. It was a worry that we could mess it up. I searched for how to answer her to curb that impetuous nature of hers. Then it came to me. Okay, but first I'll inform Barker what we intend to do when I ask him for an ETA of those prisoners for the exchange. No point in sending the message without we know when they'll arrive. You do that. I'll be in my RV, she said, and we went our separate ways. On my way to meet with Barker, I looked skyward and shaded my eyes. Another rocket soared into the sky from over at the air base. The third one that day. I stepped into Barker's command vehicle and through to his office. Any idea what the payloads are on those rockets they're relaunching? Space Force advised me that they have the locations of the Protectorate's communication satellites. Their attack satellites were launching. If any conflict starts, that's the first thing we need to take out. They're prototypes. Fingers crossed they'll work. I ran through what we intended to send as a message. He agreed it made sense. With his estimate of the 4 hours for the prisoners to arrive in mind, I bid him good day. When I arrived at Jara's RV, she was pacing around outside. What kept you? The message is ready to send. When do the prisoners arrive? Around 4 hours. That she'd waited for me showed me that she was able to curb her impatience, albeit with a look of frustration. We entered her RV and stepped over to the radio operator. I picked up the message to read. Attention of General Briggs. As an act of good faith, we require a prisoner exchange to take place before negotiations commence within the next 24 hours. All discussion will only be conducted by dispatches after we receive confirmation of agreement to the prisoner exchange. Have your guards contact us by field comms when you are near the border with Denver to be advised of the exact location of the exchange. I respectfully request treaty negotiations are between our good selves and sign it off, General Cole. Did you word this? I asked, surprised she had given them a 24-hour limit for the exchange to take place. Not all of it, Claire here helped with the wording. Then send it and see how they reply. We waited until Claire had contacted them and relayed the message. Well, that's done. Nothing to do but to wait now, said Jara. Let's go into my office. Jara closed the door and then embraced me. I wish this were all over, said Jara. I'm tired of wearing two hats. I held her tight with one arm and stroked the back of her hair. Me too, I said, nervous that someone might walk in on us and let go of her. What do you hope for out of these negotiations? I asked. Jara took a seat at her desk, and I sat opposite. To be free, that's all. I tilted my head to one side. Free in what way? I asked her. Free of all this conflict. Free of the responsibility as president. Free of Jackson. I picked up a pencil and chewed on it. Those were my sentiments. All I longed for was the time when I could start life over out in the wild somewhere in isolation from the world. What are you thinking? She asked. I placed the pencil down. Same as you, I guess. But wishful thinking isn't going to get these negotiations done. I'm hoping Jackson is dead and Briggs wants to accede to your authority so the Union can be restored. Jara laughed. Now that is wishful thinking. If that were so, I'd hand over my presidency to Jones. She's doing a good job. We turned our heads to a tap on the door. Enter. We've had a reply, said Claire when she entered, holding a note. Read it out so we both don't have to read it, said Jara. It's from General Briggs. Affirmative to your request. Dispatch will be sent by our courier together with your prisoners for exchange to the border crossing. Contact will be made by field radio for you to advise of the exact location once our courier nears the border. Should they be attacked when approaching, then expect all negotiations to be off the table, which will result in all-out war. Our courier will be unarmed. The courier will await your reply when they arrive with a more detailed dispatch about the negotiations, and with prisoners for exchange. The nerve, said Jara. Threats of all-out war? What do they take us for? She said, clearly annoyed at the threat. Maybe they're worried we kill them because it's something Jackson might do. Maybe. A radio operator turned to a soldier walking up behind her. I have a dispatch from Space Force for the attention of President McClusky, he said and handed a large envelope to Claire. Jara rose from her seat and Claire handed her the dispatch, then Claire left the office and closed the door behind her. Let's hope this is what I asked for, she said and ripped open the envelope. She retrieved a series of photographs and handed them over to me one at a time. They appeared to be drone photos of Briggs' assembled army on the move. They were not clear, with their transports creating a dust cloud and taken from a considerable distance. Jara dropped her backside on her chair, still holding some photographs. What is it? I asked. I wasn't expecting these, she said and handed them over. Equally surprised. They were satellite images. The border with Texas and Oklahoma had been superimposed on the photographs. The dust clouds churned up by the transports still made it impossible to identify the exact types of armaments. What was clear was that there appeared to be a line of troops and armaments spread out and approaching the border with Texas. Considering the series of photos, the bulk of the force appeared to be heading towards the eastern border with Texas that connected to Arkansas. We exchanged glances, with Jara equally open-mouthed. We should go to the border as soon as the courier sends a message the dispatches do, I said. What? Oh yeah. Why didn't I know we had satellites covering the area? Heads will roll, said Jara. She glanced at her in tray and dragged out a number of dispatches. She opened the first one and her cheeks visibly rouged. Damn. It's in this dispatch from Space Force advising of the launch from 4 days ago. I'll take that back about heads rolling. I was more concerned with working out the implications of their army's movements. It doesn't make sense why they would send the majority of their forces to the southern border. Though saying that, it could be the reason they're asking for a peace treaty. They could be about to attack the protectorate and don't want us to take advantage of them by entering their territory through the back door, I said. Anything is possible. Whatever, I'd say that puts us in the driving seat of any negotiations. Thinking about it, now might be a good idea for us to launch an attack to take the states back, said Jara. I pushed back into my chair. Though an invasion was possible, I preferred to make peace. Especially when I considered what little of the population was left without calling it further to the point of unsustainability and eventual extinction. Chapter 51. General Jack Cole, Colorado. Having been notified of the ETA of the courier with our prisoners, we arrived at the allocated border checkpoint, only to find the prisoner exchange had already been made. "Where's the courier with the dispatch?" I asked, on approaching a Denverine border guard. "Courier? There are 2 of them in the guardhouse. They're insisting they'll only hand over the dispatch to President McClusky in person. We've searched them and they're unarmed. That's not what we agreed. It's not going to happen. I'll see to them." Jara didn't protest, which I'd expected her to do. "Where are prisoners?" Jara asked. "Over there," the Denverine said and pointed. "They're getting medical attention. They've suffered torture. It's the Kansas team." I winced after seeing a medic remove the tank top off of Caroline to reveal whip marks on her back, still bleeding. One of them had their arm in a sling, her face disfigured. The other lay on a gurney, with a medic attaching an intravenous drip. Then they rolled the gurney into the ambulance. Denverines loaded the body bags of the other 3 in a van. Hard to describe the anger I felt. How they expected us to negotiate peace after what they'd done to them defied belief. If they'd been injured or killed in action in the heat of battle, I could understand. But filled with anger, I had all on to hold back from vomiting at thoughts of what they had gone through. Jara tugged at my sleeve, bringing me out of my brain fog. "You go and see what the dispatch says," said Jara. "Better I don't go, or I'd likely slit their throats. I'll stay here and see if I can find out what Caroline has to say when they treated her." Still seeing red, I trudged over to the guardhouse. One thing I knew, I wasn't in the kind of mood to accept any crap from them about insisting on handing over their dispatch to Jara. I swept into the room to find a guy and a woman sat at a desk. The guy looked directly at me, but the woman kept her head bowed. I thought it strange she had long black hair with not a hint of gray, yet the backs of her hand and fingers had the wrinkles of an old woman. The guy was some age, maybe in his late 60s, with a long gray beard. On the desk beside him was a long cardboard tube. "I'm General Cole." "Pass me the dispatch," I said in a less than conciliatory tone. "We are the dispatch." "We'll only talk with President McClusky," he said as if he held some status. "Then what's in that tube?" "Maps. Blueprints." "Let me see," I said, and not waiting for him to hand the tube to me, I scooped it up and teased out the contents. There wasn't just one blueprint, but many. "Why would we need these?" "I think I'd better introduce myself. Governor Douglas Cornyn. Those blueprints are for the citadel of Fort Hood. I was effectively deposed by the protectorate 29 years back in a failed attempt to assassinate me. His name didn't mean anything to me. Since when did Texas have a governor? I thought it was run by the protectorate. It is run by the protectorate. We'll explain all to President McClusky. I don't think you understand. Our agreement is that I'll only negotiate with General Briggs by written dispatch." "Then we are in an impasse," he said. I was about to leave at that statement and to get our radio operator to send a radio message over to Jed and Barker at Fort Carson to see if they could drive over and identify that he actually was this ex-Governor Cornyn. I turned to leave, then turned back sharply when the woman addressed me. "There'll be no negotiating with General Briggs," the woman said. She rose from the chair, threw back her hood, and removed her wig. "Jara will have to negotiate a treaty with me, or to kill me. I'm prepared either way. What I have to say is bigger than all of us and any personal agenda either of us might have." I stepped back with the shock of realizing who she was, though she'd aged since I'd last seen her on a poster in the Citadel of Denver. Seeing Jackson up close and personal, it had my tongue tied in a kind of brain fart. Only her statement held me back from wanting to take her by the throat and to throttle her. All I could think of was how the hell would Jara react to knowing her archenemy had paid us a visit. Chapter 52. General Jack Cole, Colorado. Jackson took her seat again. One thing I determined was that I'd need backup to handle Jara. Hell, even I was finding it hard to hold back considering the blood on her hands back at my community and the loss of my family under her command. I called in the guard. "Have a radio message sent to Fort Carson. I want President McClusky's personal assistant Jed Ward and General Barker here right away." As an afterthought, goodness knows why, but I added Tremaine's name to the list. Don't know what good sending for them will do. "You know what's required," said Jackson. I turned to Jackson, her voice making me cringe. "I just want it out of there before I did her any damage. None of your business who I call for." So, what's so crucial you would risk your life to come here? I hope you realize it had better be something that will prevent us from executing you, I said, at least hoping to put some fear in her. Though I doubted the psychopath in her had ever experienced fear. You're nobody to me, Jackson spat at me with a look as if she had a bad smell under her nose. I'll only speak with Jara. So, do what you will after that. My fists clenched at my side as I fought the urge to draw my sidearm and to put a bullet in her skull. The conceit of the woman had me turning and marching out of the door. Outside I pounded my chest in a kind of self-flagellation. You okay, sir? The message has been sent. That's good. Yeah, I'm okay, I said, gaining some composure. Whatever they might request in there, don't give it to them. I glanced over at where our prisoners had been, but they were not there. Where's President McClusky? She's just climbed into the last ambulance to arrive with one of the wounded, sir. I looked at my watch. It was only around a 15-minute drive to where we were from Fort Carson. That was the time it would take for Jara to have Caroline debrief her. I hoped for the backup to have arrived by then. I stepped back inside the guardhouse. I'll take over. Go and get another guard. When you return, split them into 2 rooms while I wait outside, then call me. She saluted Denverine style and hurried away. When she returned, I stepped outside. Shortly after, she called me in. They're separated, sir. Good, where's the guy? The door there, sir. If President McClusky arrives and those I sent for, tell them I'd said I don't want to be interrupted and to wait. I entered to see Cornyn looking dejected sitting at a table. How come I've never heard of you since you dodged assassination and escaped? Last I heard was that you seceded Texas from the Union after disagreement with Jackson over the water supply additive. If that's so, how come you seem to be in bed with her now? He shook his head. Appearances can be deceptive. It wasn't just the water additive. Denying religion didn't sit right with me. Anyway, I'll answer you one question at a time, but first you must know I'm seeking asylum here. No way I want to be under Jackson's presidency. He coughed and spluttered, then settled. It appeared to me that Jackson had made a grave mistake in having Cornyn join her. Continue. Well, only those closest to me knew I'd survived the assassination attempt. I never left the Citadel, and I lived in the labyrinths of the Citadel to direct rebels. I didn't want Garner to know that he, and later it, had failed to take me out. What do you mean by that? Garner, the so-called protectorate as the man is dead. The protectorate is now run by his artificial general intelligence creation. AGI for short. The protectorate is basically run by computer software. We attempted to destroy it, but we failed every time and lost a lot of rebels in the process over the years. So how did you encounter Jackson? I rescued Jackson from Garner as she was about to be executed to be replaced by an humanoid robot in her image. No one is left alive now that I've left with 2 other survivors. Garner has exterminated all humans and replaced them with robotics. Whoa there. This is all beyond me, I said. Then sit down and I'll give you the history. There's a lot to take in. When we'd finished and I'd looked at my watch, we'd been there for 45 minutes. My mind was fried. If telling the truth, it was beyond my grasp to understand the technology that ran the Citadel at Fort Hood. By the sounds of it, it was the same now in New Mexico and Arizona. What he hadn't told me was what kind of treaty Jackson had in mind as she had kept him in the dark. I called in the guard. See to it he gets fed and watered. I turned to Cornyn. I'll need someone else to talk with you. I'll be back. When I stepped outside, Jara leapt from the back of a command RV with Barker, Jed, and Tremaine following her. What have you spoken about? Asked Jara, her eyes dancing around mine. I'll explain in a moment. I turned to the others. Could any of you identify the old governor of Texas, Gordon Cornyn? Jed and Tremaine shrugged their shoulders. Why? He's dead, said Barker. Not now he isn't. He's one of the dispatchers and claims to be Cornyn. Well, I know him. Maybe not by sight. We were recruits together way back in the day at Fort Hood. Then follow me. Barker and I entered the room. My mind wasn't on the task in hand, but fixated on how I would tell Jara of Jackson's visit and her response. Barker studied the forlorn-looking man sitting at the desk. "Do you recognize me?" Barker asked. "No. Should I?" "We'll see. Were you ever in the army? If so, where?" "Yes, I was in the army. Stationed at Fort Hood." "Can you recall any of those stationed with you?" He looked to be deep in thought. Then he rhymed off a list of names, mostly nicknames. "What was your nickname?" "Legs. Why?" "Damn, it is you," said Barker. "Wait, I remember you now. Your dog face. You filled out a lot." Barker had blushed when I turned to face him. "He's here with Jackson," I said. "What?" "The Jackson. President Jackson?" "You got it. She's in the other room. God knows how I'll tell McClusky, or how she'll react, but Jackson will only speak with her. Then let's go to my RV and relay the info to her. Better if Cornyn joins us. He has some incredible intel on what's happening at Fort Hood." With the rest crammed into the office in Barker's RV, my fingers trembled. This is Douglas Cornyn, the deposed governor of Texas. Back from the dead. He's here with Jackson. All of them exchanged glances except for Jara. She glared right at me. "Where's the bitch?" she said and drew her sidearm. Tremaine disarmed her in the blink of an eye. Jed edged over to cover the door. "Let's not be hasty. Let's hear what Cole has to say," said Tremaine to a red-faced Jara. "He's right, though it sticks in my throat to have to say so. You're not the only one that would like to use her for target practice. She says that what she has to say is bigger than any personal agenda, or she wouldn't be here. Jackson will only speak to you. It's better to hear what she has to say before we decide if she should be executed. First, you should all listen to what Cornyn has to say." Jara scowled at me, then rubbed her palms across her face. "Very well, let's hear what he has to say. You'd better keep hold of my gun if I'm to listen to what she has to say after he's finished." Chapter 53. General Jack Cole, Colorado. With Cornyn finished talking after the debrief, everyone appeared dumbstruck. I'd called in the guard and had him escorted back to his room. Although I'd heard what he had to say twice, it still left more questions than answers. The time had come to get answers from Jackson. "How are we going to approach Jackson?" I asked. Jara answered. "Whatever it is she has to say must be so crucial to put her life on the line. Don't let me go in there alone to hear what she has to say. With or without a gun, I'd kill her." "Then let's all go," said Tremaine. "Wait for us outside," said Jara. "I need to speak with General Cole in private." I couldn't read her intentions when she'd said that. Jed was the last one to leave and closed the door behind him. She stood there with her hands on her hips and inspected the floor. It looked as though she was about to vent her anger at me for not telling her about Jackson earlier. "Are you annoyed with me?" I heard a sigh, then she raised her vision. "Not when we'd both like to put a bullet in her head. I'm working hard to curb that side of me that tends to act before my brain engages. I'm not sure how I'll cope in there with Jackson. Come here. You can do this. I'll be by your side." I took her in my arms, and we embraced. "Let's get this over with." We exited and marched over there to find the others waiting outside the room. Jara took a deep breath. Tremaine turned the door handle, and he entered first. He didn't take his eyes off Jara. "What's this?" "Don't say you need a collective brain to hear what I have to say," said Jackson. She folded her arms. Tremaine and I flanked Jara. That she clenched her fists by her side then unclenched them didn't go unnoticed by me. "We're not here to pass the time of day." "What is it you want to negotiate?" Jara asked. Jackson sat bolt upright and puffed out her chest. "That's simple. I've thwarted Garner from taking over control of Oklahoma, Kansas, and Nebraska. Those states are now firmly under my control. What we need to do is to stop him from taking control of Colorado and the nuclear silos here in the north." "We?" "There is no we," said Jara. Barker intervened. "What use would the nuclear silos be to Garner without warheads?" said Barker. "He has the warheads. I had them stored in the underground mountain complex in Arizona during disarmament. He planned to use me to invade Colorado and then to give up the launch codes. When that failed, I saw robots at work building a humanoid on a camera monitor in Cornyn's room. My likeness hung on a hanger ready for fitting for it to replace me. But for me escaping, he'd have used the humanoid to return to my army and have General Briggs invade you. Garner has attack drones and spider robots in reserve for any invasion. He's not going to give up in his quest until he has control of Colorado and those silos. Mention of the spider bots intrigued me, but I dare not interrupt. Why would Garner want nuclear capability restored? Asked Jara. If you want my opinion, I believe he was complicit in causing the drought through his work with the High-Frequency Active Auroral Research Program, commonly known as HARP, to mess with the weather. Only, the cycle of sun flares put an end to the drought when it knocked out their satellites, and that enabled the natural order of our Mother Earth to restore the climate. One thing is for certain, when he was alive, he was responsible for the formula for the additive we used in the water supply. I believe his agenda was and is to destroy humanity. His name had been mentioned in connection to the climate change terrorists, but they investigated and found nothing. Either that, or they thought he was too valuable to the military, and they buried their findings. So, what are you seeking by coming here? Asked Jara. That you cede control of your army to me to destroy Garner, before it destroys us all. I exchanged glances with Barker at the incredulity of her demand. Jara laughed, then shook her head. In your dreams. If you reverse that notion with me as Commander-in-Chief, we could maybe accept that joint effort. Of course, we could always execute you and take the states back anyway, said Jara. Jackson rolled her eyes. Under your command? You're too soft. Too weak in the way you govern, never mind for you to oversee a campaign. Jara's lips tightened. I expected her to explode. Instead, she curled her lips to smile at Jackson. Well, that's my offer. I'll leave you here to stew on it for now. Jara turned and we followed her out of the room. I was proud of the way she held her instinct to explode at Jackson. It didn't last long. All she had done was to hold her pent-up anger in abeyance as she let out a growl once outside. She dropped to her knees and pounded the ground with her fists until her anger was spent. Jed helped her to her feet. I expected you to go for her throat. Well done, he said as she dusted down her pants at the knees. It was kind of embarrassing to witness her angst in front of the others. Yet at the same time, with what Jackson had done to her mother, together with Jackson's attempts to assassinate Jara, she had my sympathy. My mind turned to what Jackson had said about HARP. I'd never heard of the acronym. When I asked Barker, he explained their mission of old, but he dismissed what Jackson had said as a well-trodden conspiracy theory. Where's Tremaine? Jara asked. When I turned around, he exited the guardhouse. What kept you? I asked him. I wanted her to estimate the number of those attack drones she saw and those spider robots in their hangars on the screens. Cornyn never mentioned them. And? Too many to count. Cornyn didn't mention those liberators she mentioned to me that were camped near the Texas-New Mexico border either. Barker turned to us all. We need to discuss this further in the office and add to what she said with what we learned from Cornyn, said Barker. Wait for me there. I'll go and ask Cornyn to corroborate what she has told Tremaine. On the way to the RV, I noticed Tremaine surreptitiously remove the mag from Jara's gun, then the bullets. He replaced the empty mag, and he handed the gun to Jara. We waited huddled together at the office door while the guy from Signals finished connecting an extension to install a landline phone, then we entered. None of us spoke while we waited in Barker's office. If the others were the same as me, I couldn't help but think it was some sort of devious plan of Jackson's depraved mind that she had hatched with Garner. Barker returned, looking equally troubled. Well, the attack drones are self-explanatory, but although Cornyn confirms they have thousands of robotic spiders, he hasn't a clue of their capabilities. That area was restricted and impenetrable. He confirmed the presence of the Liberator Army, but he can only guess at their numbers. Jara had taken Barker's seat at the desk and chewed on her thumbnail. She pushed back in the chair. I believe her. I was briefed about the silos and codes when I took the office of president. After decommissioning, Jackson had them restored and kept in a state of readiness with conventional warheads, but I was told Jackson had the nuclear warheads stored in Arizona which were under the control of the protectorate. Maybe Garner wants to destroy more than the populations of the states, she said. So, what do we do? That's the question we need to ask now, I said. You could have heard a feather hit the floor until the silence was interrupted by a knock on the door. Sorry for the interruption. A dispatch has arrived from Space Force. She handed an envelope to Barker. There wasn't a message, just photographs. He studied them one at a time, placing each one on the table for us all to see. The satellite images showed Jackson's troops had arrived along the border and stopped, with the weight of them to the east. The next one showed an army on the move south of the border with some serious armaments, clearly on their way to challenge the threat. It was the last one that caused alarm. An equal force was headed towards our border with New Mexico. I had to say something. Ready or not, we need to have all our troops head to our southern border but leave a contingent of guards on our eastern border to keep an eye on our flank, I said. I agree. I'll make the phone calls, said Barker. What about Jackson? We should coordinate with her troops really, I said. Jara rose from her chair having appeared to remain deep in thought. She removed her gun from the holster and handed it to me. Let me go and talk to her alone, you can wait for me outside the guardhouse, she said. As Barker picked up the phone, I assumed to redeploy our troops to the south. Is that wise? Said Tremaine. Jara turned to him. As the she-devil said, this is bigger than any personal agenda. It was time to trust her, instead of attempting to protect her from herself. You two go with her. I'll need to make plans here with General Barker. Jara and Jed headed out of the door. I grabbed a hold of Tremaine by the shoulder, then held out my hand to him. Bullets. He pulled a face, then handed them over and I slotted them back in the mag and clicked it into place. As I waited for Barker to finish the calls, I wondered what it was that Jara had in mind to discuss with Jackson alone. Chapter 54. General Jack Cole, Colorado. Sat in Barker's office. We'd been there for maybe 20 minutes. With Barker still on the phone, I felt like a spare part. At least I hadn't heard any screams from over at the guardhouse. Jed popped his head around the door. Jara's wanting to know how long it would take to run a direct landline to the outskirts of Norman in Oklahoma, to somewhere where we could set up as a forward command base in Colorado. Regardless, she wants you to decide on a location and get it started now. The request had me stumped as to why she would want that. Barker had just closed a call. He rose from his chair and rounded the desk to look at the map. He stabbed a finger at Pueblo. Don't know how long it would take. We couldn't take the US 87S, which is the shortest route. That cuts through New Mexico. They'd have to take the road to Dodge City, and then drop down to Norman. I'll make a call and ask signals. Our southern command is based at Pueblo. We need to go there anyway. That would be some distance to Norman. Not sure if we'll have enough cable. Did she say anything of what they'd agreed? Jed shrugged his shoulders. Nothing. I stepped outside of the RV with Jed. Any raised voices? None. Just wish I was a fly on the wall. He wasn't the only one. Not knowing how their discussions were going had my anxiety levels elevated. Barker joined us. Signals say 2 days with enough teams. But if we don't need to set posts, 24 hours. They have enough cable, it's just a question of driving until a roll runs out, then joining them to the next one to carry on. I was sure it would be more complex than that. Jed scurried away to the guardhouse. It looks as though they're at least agreeing to direct communications, I said. Jara exited with the guard. The transport that Jackson had arrived in pulled up at the door. My jaw dropped as Jackson walked through the door and climbed into the driving seat, then drove away. We both rushed over there. What the hell just happened? We've reached an agreement. We'll work together as joint commanders-in-chief and resolve our differences when this is all over. In what way? I asked, completely taken aback. If both of us are still alive at the end of the campaign, then it's back to business and one of us will kill the other, she said as if it were no big deal. The main thing is we can coordinate our actions and split the spoils when Garner's gone, then fight her to get back all the states into the Union. Tremaine shook his head and turned away. Thankfully, he kept his opinion to himself. We'll take Cornyn with us to Pueblo. No doubt there'll be things he knows more than he already told us that could be of help, said Barker. Then you go right away and take Cornyn. We'll go back to Fort Carson and have Tremaine gather our special forces teams to go with us and meet you there, I said. The journey took longer than anticipated with the roads teeming with troops and equipment on the move. It was midnight when we arrived back at Fort Carson. The experience of driving there was akin to what I experienced when going into action, even though it hadn't started yet. There had been so much to take in with what had transpired and what we had learned, none of us had spoken. We dropped Tremaine and Jed off at the training area to organize our special forces teams, then drove to my office. I went inside to grab some clothes, while Jara went to her command RV. It seemed strange at that hour for admin to be fully staffed and a hive of activity. With phones constantly ringing in the background to a cacophony of voices off the decibel scale, it appeared to be a kind of organized chaos. "Sir, what are your orders?" said the adjutant, looking flustered, and holding a familiar-looking envelope. "Someone has to man the fort. Logistics are staying here to organize food and equipment supplies. You all stay here and report any bottlenecks. I've ordered Colestown to be evacuated. I'll need you to organize accommodation for them when they arrive. I'm going to Pueblo to set up headquarters, and I'll decide if I need you when I'm settled in there. Is that envelope for me?" "Oh, sorry," she said and handed it over. As I swept into my office, I opened the envelope. It contained more satellite photos with a message. Protectorate troops south of the border have spread out and set up camps 30 miles from our southern border, and the same at their border with Oklahoma. The photographs were taken at night and didn't show anything other than lines of campfires burning. It looked as though we had bought some time to set up our defenses, and to prepare to go on the offensive. With haste, I dressed in my combat gear, stuffed some clothes into a bag, then grabbed my backpack. As soon as I stepped into Jara's RV, we set off. As tired as I felt, I was pumped up with adrenaline. Jara called me into her office. Copies of the satellite images were on her desk. "Are you going to give me chapter and verse of what was said between Jackson and you?" Jara told me what had been said word for word, leaving my chest swelling with pride at her putting the survival of the states above her personal agenda. That was despite the way she explained the frostiness of the exchanges. When I looked at my watch, what should have taken 30 minutes had run to an hour with convoys of our troops and equipment slowing us down. The driver called out that we had arrived. A guard at the barrier climbed into a vehicle and we followed onto where we parked next to General Barker's RV, which was in darkness. I assumed he'd be sleeping. We all needed sleep for what lay ahead. I turned to Jara. "I'll need to find somewhere to put my head down." "We both do. I have a large bed here." "But?" "No buts about it. Who cares if anyone knows? Every day from now on might be our last." Despite what Green had told me about disquiet in the ranks when affairs were discovered between senior ranks, the need to lay with her and the thought she'd planted that these might be our last days overcame any objection I harbored. I awoke to what I thought was a pounding headache. When I reached out, all I felt was a dent in the pillow where Jara had lain. Hearing the constant pounding, the realization struck that they were distant explosions. I quickly dressed. The office was empty. In the radio room, Jara was there when General Barker entered. "It started. They're pounding our border defenses." I looked at my watch. It was 5:30. The phone rang. "When did they install that?" "While you slept," said Jara. The radio operator took the call. "Understood," she said, then closed the call. The color had drained from her face. "That was Space Command. Images taken at dawn are on their way for you to assess their strength. They've opened up with missiles and artillery along the entire border with us in Oklahoma, but they've now lost contact with our satellite. They have a backup, but it will take time to launch. Our attack satellites are in a battle with their attack satellites, so they're assuming the Protectorate have taken it out of commission. Damn, let's hope they don't knock out our GPS, or our attack drones will be firing blind," said Barker. "I have to go and set up a meeting with the lieutenant generals." Tremaine entered and stepped over to Barker. "I thought I'd better let you know. I've sent in 4 teams to assess their strength that you ordered. I should start getting reports back soon." Good, it will add to the intel from the satellite images. As soon as you hear back, get the details to me in the situation room. Where's Cornyn? I asked. He's in my RV asleep. I'll go and talk with him, then join you in the situation room. I turned to Tremaine. Has our computer guy been allocated to one of the teams you sent over? No. Then send him here. Maybe I was jumping the gun, but I had to know if there was any way we could take the head from the snake. Chapter 55. General Jack Cole, Colorado. With Jara, Tremaine, and I, all studying the blueprints of the Citadel, we'd put both our computer expert and Cornyn through the hoops in trying to come up with a plan. I think we all came to the conclusion that the Citadel complex, to include what was underground, would be nigh on impossible to penetrate. Attacking them with drones and missiles would be next to a waste of resources, considering any attempt to get near with drones had resulted in their air defenses destroying them. As Cornyn had pointed out, if one did get through, it would only cause a pinprick of damage. It wasn't just that, the pineapple-shaped supposed headquarters was an empty shell, probably built as a false target for any enemy. The banks of supercomputers that controlled everything were deep underground, with backup computers stored elsewhere, ready backed up for if the ones in use malfunctioned. There were even backup sources of power, and as our computer expert had said, there wasn't an off switch. The radio operator interrupted us. She handed Tremaine a note. Message from one of our teams, he said. What does it say? I asked. Our return fire is going right over their heads. They're using a strategy of firing off missiles from a front line, then the back line moves forward with their mobile rocket launchers loaded to let fly while the others reload. Then they're rinsing and repeating at random distances. They've moved 5 miles forward. It's estimated that they'll only be in range of our artillery when they've moved forward another 5 miles. They have tanks at the rear and troop formations. We need to. Then the message cuts out. They either lost communications, or they've been taken out. I turned to the radio operator. Damn. Let Barker know and tell him I'm on my way. We're firing blind without the satellite, wasting missiles. We only get one shot at this. Our missile inventory is not finite. You stay here. See if there's anything you can come up with that we've missed. I'll go with President McClusky to the situation room. Right away, sir. If you notice, the message cut mid-sentence. As he said, we've either lost them, or they're blocking our team's transmission. They might not be lost to us, but fighting off an ambush if they've been spotted, said the radio operator. Whatever the situation, that wasn't what I wanted to hear. I had hoped they could radio through with the adjustments we'd need to make with our return fire. With a sway of my head in Jara's direction, I marched out of the RV and on over to the situation room. Barker and the lieutenant generals were poring over a huge map on a large table in the center of the room. All heads turned in our direction. The map isn't going to tell you what we need to do. Our defenses are likely getting obliterated at the border and our missiles are missing them by miles. Yes, we heard from your radio operator. They are getting pummeled. The phones haven't stopped ringing. Incoming is relentless. Sounds like they're using the volley tactic the British used back in history, only this isn't musket fire. It's an aggressive move used to advance. I'll contact Space Force to send in drones so we can adjust our fire. Barker turned to the lieutenants. Hit the phones and have them stop firing until further orders. I'll contact Space Force, said Jara, and she hurried over to a bank of telephones. Barker studied the map. It was set under perspex, with positions marked in blue for the enemy and red for our positions. He reached over, and with a cloth, he rubbed out the line showing the positions of the liberators. Barker looked at his watch, picked up a felt-tip marker and drew a fresh line 5 miles nearer our border. That's not enough precision to direct fire. If they jam or take out our drones with missiles, we'll have no option but to wait to respond when they're in sight. From the time it took them to cover the 5 miles your team estimated, they'll be at our border by noon. He looked at the map. Colestown has high ground. We should go there and take the largest binoculars we can find to assess what's happening. Jara rushed over to us. The drones are on their way, but they've said the first drone that gets downed, then they'll have to withdraw to this side of the border. They're sending attack drones and they'll relay what they see back to our command vehicles, said Jara. I'm going with General Barker to Colestown to assess the situation, I said. I'll come with you. No, you can't. They might have the landline fixed to Norman today. You're needed here to get a message through to Jackson of the tactics they're using and for them to tell us of anything they might have of use to us. You're right. It was a pleasant surprise that she put her trust in me as much as I'd learned to trust her. Barker stepped back over to us after I'd noticed him appear to give orders to his lieutenants. Let's go. We'll collect the binoculars from the stores. Best I have signals remove the cable for the landline from my RV. Can't take that with us. Stay safe both of you, Jara called out as we exited and then hurried to the stores. We left the stores empty-handed. The storekeeper said he'd arrange for a telescope to be sent to us right away. The thing was huge with a stand. It came with ancillary computerized equipment for a laser finder and to send distance and speed of movement calculations for multiple objects in its sight to a monitor. When we arrived back at the RV, a signal engineer was connecting a telephone cable to Jara's RV. Have they finished laying the cable to Norman? I asked. It went easier than they thought. We had multiple teams working overnight. Another hour, I'm told. Can you break off? We need to move the other command vehicle and it'll need the landline disconnecting. Sure. With the landline disconnected and the telescope loaded, we set off. Can't say I was looking forward to seeing Colestown again, and that wasn't through fear we might get struck by a missile strike. When we arrived, Barker had some soldiers carry the telescope equipment to the highest point on the hillside. The community was as active as I've ever seen it, with a mixture of troops and Wolf's tribal soldiers camped there. I noticed Wolf and called him over. Medics were rushing around with injured on stretchers. Body bags were hauled onto flatbeds. More transport arrived with yet more injured and corpses. There was the constant sound of missiles exploding in the distance of such ferocity it was enough to scare the life out of anyone. At the same time, a numbness cloaked me to the aftermath of the carnage before me in far more numbers than we experienced in the last action. How is it at the border now? With hindsight, that was a stupid question seeing as how I could see the result. We've had to withdraw. As you can see, it's not going well. We've lost half of our tribe and the soldiers. Their missiles carpeted the trenches we had with missiles. They're creeping ever nearer with their strikes. Around 6 miles at best reckoning. Even a cockroach couldn't survive that barrage. Penny ordered 500 of her troops into the maintenance tunnels at the industrial complex with tank busters for when the missile strikes have moved on. Lieutenant General Penny Driver, sir, said a woman in combat gear, and she saluted. There I was, a supposed 5-star general, and I didn't even know the name of the lieutenant generals in charge. The industrial complex was only 20 miles away from our position. Well within our enemy's range to obliterate Colestown once they hit the border. Sorry for your losses. She nodded, then shaded her eyes and looked skyward behind me. When I followed her vision, I was shocked. I'd expected maybe 2 or 3 drones. Instead, I reckoned around 50 heading south in a long line. They suddenly circled, with only one drone continuing onward. Barker tapped me on the shoulder. Better get to my RV so we can watch the monitor. The soldiers will message what they see from the hillside and relay through to our artillery and rocket launchers. We climbed into the RV and took our seats facing the monitor with the images from the drone patched through. The barrage from the enemy was visible, explosions tearing apart the industrial complex. That meant they had advanced 10 miles. The camera moved skyward to show the plume of a missile approaching on a trajectory that appeared to be heading right at the drone, then the monitor widened out with a series of flashes. My heart sank. Is that our drone downed? Chapter 56. General Jack Cole, Colestown, Colorado. The monitor screen cleared. Our drone was still on the move. As it passed over the border, the numbers showing distance on the screen started to tick over from 0. There's your answer. It must have dropped its flares to decoy the missile and the explosion widened out the screen, said Barker. The image on screen showed the enemy lines, together with the distance on screen from their front line position to our border. Barker swiveled on his chair. Order our missiles to launch, he called out and gave her the distances. The sound deafened as they launched in barges that never seemed to end. The wait for the results tore away at me as if time had stood still. I rose from my chair and fisted the air. Yes, I called out at seeing the first of our missiles strike their lines. Wolf entered and I turned to him. The drones have stopped circling, they've moved on over the border, said Wolf. At last, it was game on. I wouldn't celebrate just yet, said Barker as he broke from a huddle with one of the radio operators. We've had a message they have drones approaching our border, and their tank formations have driven through their lines with the troops following. We need to get back to the situation room. Let's hope Driver's troops at the industrial complex can thin out their tanks along with our artillery once they're in range. I'll order the lieutenant generals to send in our tanks and troops to meet the challenge. Give me 15 minutes to relay orders. There's something I need to do. I'll be back by then, I said. Worse than the deafening sound of the salvos of missile launches were the cries of soldiers waiting to be attended to that I attempted to block out. I hoped I'd never have to set foot there ever again. The land was cursed as far as I was concerned. I made my way to the family graves, and picked some wildflowers along the path, then shared them out among the graves. Full of emotion, I knelt beside Laura's grave. Tears welled with flashbacks of the horrors they had all endured. I know you'll be up there looking after everyone. I just wanted you to know that I've found someone that you said you hoped I'd find. She's a good woman, though she'll never take away from me the memory of the time we had together with the children. I just wanted you to know that, because I doubt that I'll ever be back here, I said, then rose to my feet and hurried back to the RV. All hell broke loose. I dropped to hug the ground. Trailers were tossed aside or blown to pieces with explosions. A medic's tent took a direct hit. I scrambled to my feet and ran to the RV, only to see an explosion nearby pepper it with debris and the windows imploded. Barker and the rest of them staggered outside as the RV burst into flames. Get to the tunnel, follow me, I called out to them. They didn't need directions as we followed a bottleneck of troops to get to the tunnel. Another strike landed among those fleeing, bodies torn apart to horrific screams. It took tunnel vision and self-preservation to step over the mangled corpses and to get into the tunnel. Shivers ran through me that at any moment I'd join them. The relief was palpable as I entered the mine entrance. Back pressed to the tunnel wall, we waited until the last ones had entered carrying the wounded. Hearing the constant cry of someone in agony tore away at me, I went to step outside. Barker grabbed my shoulder. I'll have the wounded retrieved. We need you in one piece, he said. I didn't think we'd be in their range yet. Drones. It's a drone attack. Our air defenses couldn't take them all out. It was a good 30 minutes before the ferocity of the explosions outside the entrance stopped. Barker had been right. He had to stop our troops from collecting injured when we lost more soldiers than they were retrieving of those wounded in the action. Better go and see if we have any transport left to get us back to headquarters, said Barker. When I stepped outside, my jaw dropped open. I doubted Colestown would be viable going forward. Our soldiers and medics rushed to treat the wounded among the burning shells of transport and the trailers. One of the radio operators pinned her headphone to her ear with a finger. Sir, you're wanted on the top of the hillside at the scope position. She can't explain what she can see, but she says you have to see it for yourself. I exchanged glances with Barker. He shrugged his shoulders. Barker puffed and panted when we reached the top. Me, I was none the worse for wear with the training paying dividends. He talked with the soldier, then put his eyes to the scope. Barker reared away. My God! Take a look at that! You'll need to adjust the scope. They're moving fast. Must say, I doubted he would have mentioned God under Jackson's stint as president as I stepped up to the scope. I to the scope, I could understand his anguish. Never in my life had I thought I could be a witness to such devastation. They were at our border, with our munitions dropping cluster bombs among their advancing ranks behind their tanks. Turrets were blown sky high. There was so much firepower in both directions it was hard to work out who had the advantage. There was obviously a battle going on in the sky, with debris from drones dropping like dead flies. Grenade drones from our side were buzzing around, creating yet more damage to the enemy. I failed to see how anyone would survive the carnage. I see what you mean. I didn't expect their troops and tanks to have reached the border by now. No, not that. raised the scope a little. With the scope adjusted, I had to catch my breath. Coming up fast behind the enemy lines were what could only be described as giant metal spiders. I swiveled the scope from left to right to see thousands of them along the length of the lines. It appeared as if they had sparkles on their backs. When whatever they were, they rose into the sky in swarms. I stood back. Jesus, I see what you mean. They must be the bot spiders that Cornyn and Jackson spoke of. They're carrying drones on their backs. Better get back to headquarters now. I see transport at the bottom of the backside of the hill. We turned, ready to set off down the hillside. What the hell, said the soldier manning the scope. Only, when we turned around, she wasn't looking through the scope. Picking its way through the smoldering trailers and vehicles was one of the gigantic robotic spiders. Its pointed steel legs simply crashed through any obstacle it couldn't avoid, and then it came to the foot of the hill. One of the Denverine lookouts with us knelt and fired off a tank buster. It took out a leg, but with 8 of them and only losing one, it continued on. Not only that, but I also saw 2 more arrive, then more. Everyone get away down the hill, now, I called out. I was aware of Barker shouting orders over his comms as we scrambled full pelt down the hillside. Soldiers had lined up with tank busters, and behind them were tanks. Reaching the bottom and almost at a waiting armored vehicle, I looked upward and over at the top of the hillside. All 3 spiders had arrived and stopped. They had long small-bore cannons, 2 pairs of them on each that didn't look as though they could cause much damage with whatever munitions they could use. I was aware of a stream of our soldiers running from the tunnel. The spiders released whatever the drones were on their backs. Volleys of rifle fire downed some of them, with the rest swarming over our fleeing reserves, dropping grenades, then returning to the backs of spider bots. Hypnotized by the specter, I watched the spiders go to ground, as soon as ever volleys of tank busters were launched. All missed their targets, with the individual spiders' barrels adjusting in different trajectories to face downwards. 3 tanks behind us exploded, yet I saw no projectiles fired. Our troops turned tail for the cover of the remaining tanks, in a vain attempt to hide, only for them to meet a similar fate to the other tanks. We were of the same mind as we dove into the back of the armored vehicle, and the driver reversed, foot down. We were thrown about when the driver made a donut to turn us around, and we sped onwards. Someone had let our bot attack dogs loose. I looked on through the back window as they navigated the hillside, then they suddenly all stopped mid-step. Damn, they've jammed the signal to the dogs. Get the hell out of here, Barker shouted at the driver, his normal cool demeanor now showing panic. To the sight and sound of explosions from a carpet of drone grenades exploding, with vehicles torn apart around us, we zigzagged past our reversing tanks at speed. When I looked out of the back window again, the spider bots hadn't moved, but their numbers had increased. Our tanks must have unloaded on them as they reversed, but their munitions exploded below the spiders' positions, likely unable to raise their barrels to a high enough trajectory. The spiders' drones from their backs kept returning, probably to reload bomb droplets, then took off again. Barker screamed orders over the comms for our troops to withdraw to create a second line of defenses and to call in more reserve attack drones. As we hit the road, I turned to look out of the windshield, unable to observe any more of the death and destruction we were leaving behind. The last piece of horror had me retching when we'd passed a tank blown to smithereens, and the occupants were running and thrashing around in flames. It was a small mercy when the munitions inside exploded and put them to rest. I thanked God when we arrived back at headquarters and came to a screeching halt outside the Situation Room. Jara ran out of the Situation Room and greeted us. Thank goodness you're back. Between Tremaine and the others, they've come up with a plan for us to get inside the Citadel and to possibly take out their computers. I gulped at her saying the word, possibly, never mind that they were planning to get inside the Citadel. Chapter 57. General Jack Cole at Pueblo Headquarters, Colorado. Our headquarters at Pueblo were engulfed in organized panic. Reserve soldiers lined up to pack the troop transports. Others were running around, some loading equipment and ammo into vehicles. I noticed those around us look skyward. The cavalry had arrived. It appeared there were hundreds of attack drones headed for the border. I'd better get inside. As many drones as we're sending, they won't be enough to take out those spider battalions. All the drones will do is to buy us time, said Barker. What are your plans? He shook his head, with an apparent look of despondency etched on his face. Never thought I'd have to use them on home soil, but we need to create a rear defense line behind anti-tank mines. We'll have to evacuate our headquarters here. You do what you have to do with your plan to get inside the Citadel. With that, he hurried inside. We charged over to Jara's RV. The 2 Special Forces vehicles from our training ground were now parked outside. I thought it strange that they had white flags attached to the antenna. Inside, radio operators were busy, jotting down notes of events. One swiveled around. We're getting overrun right up to Cole's Town. General Barker has just ordered the headquarters be evacuated, said the operator, the fear apparent both in her voice and by the look on her face. Don't worry, we'll be out of here before they advance to Pueblo, I said, more in hope than certainty. We continued on into the office. It was a tight squeeze in there, with our entire team and Jed waiting for us. So, what's this plan you've come up with? I asked. We're going over the border to head to Norman. From there we're heading to Fort Hood, said Tremaine, who I noticed had lost his arm sling. We? By we, I mean you and your team here. I'm joining you together with Cornyn. Someone will need to wet nurse your sorry asses. We'll take the 2 vehicles in case one of them has a problem. To me, going to Norman sounded as dangerous to life and limb as going to the front line, never mind the Citadel itself. What about Jackson's troops on the way there? I've spoken with Jackson directly, said Jara. Dispatches have gone out to give us safe passage. She's given us her private secure frequency for if we run into problems. And you trust her? Hell, no, but what other options do we have? From reports at the front, those robot spiders will be at the gates of our Citadel within 24 hours. Jackson's forces are suffering the same losses. I thought that her timing was an overestimate, considering robots don't need sleep. What about you, Jed? Signals are extending the landline from Norman to Fort Carson as we speak. Jackson has agreed to keep me informed either over the landline or on our frequency, so I'm staying as long as is possible until the evacuation is almost complete. So, what's the plan? Tremaine stepped forward, blueprints in hand. Enough of the chin wagging. Get in the vehicles now and we'll explain as we go. Any more time wasted and we'll end up in a traffic jam. Jed stepped over to Jara and gave her a hug. He turned to me, and we exchanged manly shoulder nudges. Good luck. I turned to an excited voice. Sir, General Barker has had a message from Utah. They're sending troops to assist. That was welcome news, but I was consumed with how we'd make it into the Citadel, assuming Jackson didn't do the dirty on us in Norman. We all hurried out of there and climbed into the vehicles. Jed stood at the doorway as we drove on by. He'd given us a thumbs up, but I could see the look of concern on his face. It was as if he thought it would be that last glimpse that he'd ever have of us. If so, then the feeling was mutual. Now my preoccupation turned to the time it would take to get there, which I estimated at just under 9 hours. Since I arrived at the RV, everything had happened quickly, leaving me with no time to work out scenarios they might have planned to go forward. What if Norman is overrun by the time we get there? According to Jackson, the protectorate forces have responded to them entering Texas through Arkansas. That's drawn the bulk of the enemy forces away. They're holding their own to the west at the border for now, said Jara. So, what's the plan? I heard Tremaine mumble expletives, then he leaned over between the seats. Plenty of time for a debrief when we draw nearer. We need to take turns driving, and to sleep. Can't get shut on when we're talking, said Tremaine. We'll be going in the same way that Cornyn here got out. That was as much as I learned, and I had to put my trust in Tremaine's calculations that the mission was feasible. It was Jara using the word possibly in relation to taking out the computers that filled me with doubt. I awoke to Green prodding my shoulder. Tremaine was talking as if on the radio, but I wasn't quite at the point of full consciousness to catch what he was saying. It was pitch black outside. We were driving in the moonlight without headlights. My eyes focused on my watch from the glow on the dash. It approached midnight. What's happening? Roadblock ahead. They've cleared us to drive through. ETA 10 minutes to Jackson's headquarters, said Tremaine. As we zipped along the road, passing the roadblock, it felt to me as if we had just started creeping over the first strand of a spider's web into Jackson's trap. I was still a passenger. Not in the sense of sitting next to Green, who was driving, but still having no idea of the exact mission details. "Are you going to fill me in now on the plan?" "No point. You need to see the blueprints. Can't turn on the lights in case we make a target for a drone. We only have to outline the mission again when we meet Jackson," said Tremaine, leaving me frustrated. A building loomed large. We arrived and slowed down and drove on past the sign for the Riverwind Hotel and Casino. Soldiers guided us to park under a canopy at the entrance. "Well, we've arrived in one piece. Let's hope Jackson has delivered," said Tremaine. I wasn't about to ask what she was meant to deliver and went with the flow. We all climbed out of our vehicles and were guided inside, leaving the sound of distant explosions behind us. All the windows were boarded that I'd notice. Inside, I blinked at the fierceness of the light, until I got accustomed. There were banks of desks with radio operators, all appearing to be talking at once, yet oblivious to the sound with their headsets masking the deafening sound. The others waited outside as Tremaine, Jara, and I were led through to an office. Jackson was dressed in full combat gear, with someone by her side dressed as a general that I assumed was Briggs. There was no greeting or introductions when they glanced back at us over their shoulders. They faced a map on the wall, then turned around. "Do you have the blueprints?" Jackson asked. Tremaine stepped forward and removed the plans from the tube. Jara stood back while Tremaine briefed Jackson and me. It seemed like a crazy plan, but these were crazy times, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Especially if Garner's agenda was to wipe out humanity. "I should tell you that Pueblo has been overrun," said Jackson. We all exchanged glances of shock. It was as if a bolt of ice had been injected into my bloodstream. Jara stepped forward. "Did Jed say if he was able to get out?" said Jara. Jackson dismissed the question with an apparent disinterested shrug of the shoulders. My mind went into a spin. The hope was that with the addition of Utah's troops, Barker would manage to stall our enemy with the second line of defense and the minefields. "It is what it is," said Jackson, finally responding to Jara as she took one last look over the blueprints. "Let's go now or we'll never get the job done. I have the explosives and other equipment waiting for us at the entrance to the tunnel." Jackson slung her rifle strap over her shoulder, and then picked up an ankle-length hoodie and some goggles from her desk. "What do you mean by we?" said Jara, sending a frown in Jackson's direction. "I've decided I'm joining you. I have a score to settle. If you don't like it, you can always stay behind." Jara had a look of horror written all over her face. She held back from protesting, simply letting out a sigh of resignation. She wasn't the only one not happy. I had a bad feeling that Jackson had somehow worked a deal with the protectorate. As we worked our way back to the vehicles, Jara grabbed Tremaine by the arm. "Let her climb into a vehicle first." "No way I'm driving with her," said Jara. Tremaine rounded on Jara. "For goodness sake, let it go, at least for the mission. Have you learned nothing from training? Our lives are going to depend on each other, and that includes Jackson." "We can hardly say no to her on her territory," said Tremaine. "All the same, don't take her eyes off of her for a second," I said. "Oh yeah, that's a dumbwit idea if I ever heard one." "Let's distract ourselves, shall we?" he said and marched on ahead. I exchanged looks with Jara. Regardless of what he thought, there wasn't any way I was going to let Jackson get one over on Jara. Chapter 58. General Jack Cole on the mission to Fort Hood. We arrived at the entrance to the Boring Company tunnel and hit the first problem. Tremaine and Leroy had gone down there on the elevator to load up our equipment in the shuttle vehicle. As the elevator ascended, Tremaine didn't look pleased. "Problem?" I asked. "Everything's loaded, but the shuttle only has seats for 8 and now there are 9 of us." Jara rounded on Jackson. "You need to stay behind," she spat at her. Jackson rolled her eyes. "You can sit on my knees, or you stay behind," she fired back in a sarcastic tone. The venom in both their deliveries was palpable. Tremaine stepped between them. His cheeks engorged. "Unless you stop with the lousy attitudes, you can both stay behind. There are no presidents, generals, or governors on this mission. We're gonna have to act as one cohesive team. A living organism that if any limb is lost through a lack of concentration, we all die. Have I made myself clear? Who put you in charge? Said Jackson. I did, Tremaine snapped back. If you both want to settle your differences, I suggest a cage fight, for when and if we return. Now let's get cloaked up and down there and squeeze into the shuttle. The if part didn't sound promising. I could see Jara grinding her teeth, but she didn't respond, simply donning her hoodie cloak and putting on her goggles and phase mask. She stepped onto the elevator platform. Jackson sent a supercilious smile in Tremaine's direction as she put on her cloak and walked onto the platform, and we all followed. It was as though we were a group of grim reapers on the platform as we descended. I see cameras, said Leroy as we stepped off the platform in the tunnel. Pay the cameras no mind. They're not connected to the Citadel computers. There are no guards watching the monitors at the garage any longer, said Cornyn. Cornyn's electrician beckoned Leroy over to him at the fire door and instructed him on how to hot-wire them open. With the fire door open, Leroy joined us, squeezed inside, and we were off. It couldn't have been more than 6 seconds and we were at full speed, zipping along in the tunnel. The electrician said they're going to get our vehicles to the opposite end in case we can't get the shuttle back, said Leroy. In no time we arrived at the second fire door. The journey had been a blur as if I'd switched off along the way. Leroy climbed out and opened the fire door, then climbed back inside. It was squeaky butt time as we exited the ramp and headed for the gates of the Citadel. Squeezed up against Jara, her finger entwined in mine as we approached the gate. I guess she was as nervous as me. The gates loomed large, then to my relief, they opened, and we passed through. We stopped at reception, donned our goggles, and quickly exited the vehicle, then gathered our equipment. Green and Jimenez covered us in either direction. Our computer engineer tapped away on the vehicle's console on the dash to program it to stay there. That was it, we were in, but far from safe. I wasn't too pleased that Jackson was in charge of the spherical bomb in her backpack the size of a soccer ball. It seemed incredulous to me when she'd informed us it had the power to destroy a large part of the Citadel. Leroy took charge of the powered grappling hook. Tremaine pointed a gloved finger at a camera. It moved left to right, scanning the area at the front of reception, and we froze. I held my breath, but it didn't stop its rotation to point directly at us. It appeared as though the cloaking material we wore had worked. Tremaine tapped me on the shoulder, and he pointed. In the darkness I saw two blue lights close together moving in our direction as if suspended. Tremaine signaled for us all to stay still. As the lights drew closer out of the shadows, it was only a damn metallic android. Adrenaline pumped through me like a tsunami. It walked right on past us and on into reception. Now I knew our clothing material definitely worked as relief washed through me. With Cornyn out front leading the way, we arrived at a small building between two domes. He tapped in a code at an entry module on the wall and the door opened. Inside, it was some kind of workshop. He reached down and opened a service hatch. I was the last one in line to climb down there into the tunnel, teeming with pipes and cables along the wall. I thanked God that the tunnels were the Achilles heel of the Citadel. Finally, with my nerves frazzled, we arrived at our destination. Cornyn led us through to his office, and then into the camera room. You can remove your masks and goggles in here, he said. It was as though a release valve in the top of my head had let off steam and I relaxed. Everyone walked around looking at the banks of monitors. Most were blanked out in darkness. Better see this, said Jackson. We all crowded around. Robotic arms were lifting objects onto flatbed trailers. What's so important? Jara asked. Jackson gave her a roll of her eyes before responding. You're too young to know. See those signs on them? They're nuclear warheads. They must have brought them here through the border tunnel from Arizona, ready for shipping to the silos. My Adam's apple leaped. Then how can we set off that bomb? Surely it will detonate them all, I said. No, it won't, said Jackson. I asked the question when we had them stored in the mountain complex. I was told that even if a nuclear bomb detonated next to the others, which they can't, seeing as though they're not primed, all that would happen is that the others would either be destroyed or have their nuclear material released, leaving the immediate area contaminated. On hearing that, I walked over to the desk in the middle of the room and hoped they had the science right. The possibility struck me that if they were wrong and we got caught up in a nuclear explosion, it would be mission over for us all. Jara joined me. "I hate to say this," whispered Jara, "but it's a good thing she came along, or we'd likely have aborted." I still had my doubts about Jackson's motives. "All gather round," said Tremaine and stepped up to the desk, rolling out the blueprints. He turned to Green. "This is where we split into two." He rolled up one of the blueprints. "Green, you're in charge of your team and you'll go first. Take this blueprint along with you to get to the backup computers to set the charges. Leroy, Jimenez, and Cornyn will go with you. We'll meet back here ready to evac. If we haven't arrived in the safety window that we've set for the charges and the bomb to explode, get the hell out of here." I didn't have a clue what Jara was thinking, but failure aside, I was satisfied that Jackson would be with us in case she had other plans for the mission. I had it in mind that if we were successful, she could shoot us in the back and exit alone back to her territory to take charge over the Union. Tremaine looked at his watch as Green's team exited. "You know the plan, but I'll repeat it, so it's ingrained in your memory. They need a 20-minute start to get to their destination, then we'll go. You'll stay here as our computer expert at the monitors and attempt to get into the system to plant a virus if you see that we're compromised." Tremaine went over and over our individual tasks for when we got to the computer room. I had another task, and that was to stick behind Jackson all the way. Chapter 59. General Jack Cole on the mission to destroy Garner at Fort Hood. We arrived at the steel door to the computer room without incident. Now it was time to put what Tremaine had learned from Leroy to the test. On the wall was the fingerprint and eye scanner to gain entry and a code keyboard. Tremaine removed his backpack and retrieved a chunk of metal. He ran the magnet over the door lock. First pass, nothing happened. We all exchanged glances. I could almost taste the tension. The second attempt, the lock buzzed, and the door sprung open. The inside of the room had me in awe of the size and number of supercomputers, all with colored LEDs flashing away. Seeing it on a blueprint is one thing, but it seemed endless. Tremaine took one side, setting charges. Jara took the other side. I followed on behind Jackson halfway down the room. She removed her backpack and then the bomb. I knelt beside her as she tapped in the setting for the timer, then pressed the button to arm the bomb. "Let's hope this will work if the charges don't do their job," said Jackson. "What's hope got to do with it?" "It's experimental. A prototype. We needed something for if the charges didn't work. There wasn't time to manufacture two of them, or to test one." I rose to my feet and stood back, hoping the timer wouldn't malfunction. Jackson snickered. "You look scared shitless for a general. You'd never make it in my army." I wasn't prepared to let her acid tongue get to me. "What makes you think I want to be a part of your army?" "That's good. At least I know who and what I'll be up against when we get out of here and normal hostilities return." "Whatever. Let's go." The others have finished. As we headed for the exit with the others, what she'd said got me thinking. Our plan of getting back to Norman through the tunnel into her territory was flawed. It wasn't just that idea. We had worked on the assumption that aside from the Liberators, all the drones and robotic spiders were controlled by computers from here at Fort Hood via satellites. God forbid, when the thought struck me that they might be using autonomous AI robotics. They were thoughts best kept to myself for now, I decided. When we arrived back at Cornyn's office, the others had returned. It was as if we were home and dry with slaps on the back and high fives to greet us. All except for Jackson, that is. She stood away from us. "You'd better look at this monitor." We all stepped inside the monitor room. "We have company," said our computer guy, who for the life of me I could never remember his name. All I could see were red balls of light on the monitor moving along. "Damn, they're closing in from both directions. They must have somehow detected us." "This way," said Cornyn, and he ushered us outside and along into the tunnel. We arrived at a ladder with cables running up through the floor above. "After you," said Jackson. "No, after you." "I insist," I said as the last one to climb the ladder. We were in some kind of exhibition center, surrounded by different types of robots and androids on display. I gasped at turning around to see one of the gigantic spiders I'd seen attacking us. Cornyn headed for the door and tried the handle, but it wouldn't budge. The lighting sparked to life, along with a large computer screen. A blue face appeared on the screen. "Welcome. I am Garner," the avatar on the screen said. "Nice to see you again, Amanda. And who are your friends?" My heart was now in my boots. Jackson stepped forward. She raised her rifle and pointed it at us. "This here is General Cole in charge of the Colorado Army. Next to him is Jara McClusky, the President of Colorado. Over at the door is ex-Governor Cornyn, who you failed to assassinate, and the rest are nobodies. I know you wanted to replace me, but as you can see, I've delivered them to you. McClusky knows where the codes are." With our rifles at our backs with straps over our shoulders, none of us could respond. Jackson turned slightly as if to avoid the camera above the screen. Jackson winked at me just as Jara made to charge at her. I stopped Jara mid-step to avoid Jackson scything her down in a hail of gunfire and whispered in her ear. Tremaine palmed something and backed off slowly to the door. "It's locked. No point trying the door again. You've done good, Amanda. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to replace you." Jackson gave a furtive glance at her watch. It prompted me to glance at mine. "Then put me back in charge and I'll get them to Denver to retrieve the codes for you." "Amanda, oh dear, Amanda. No need. Your duplicate will retrieve them for me when we put the Citadel under siege, and you appear to return the heroine to save them." Jackson lowered her rifle. "You piece of crap, I know what your agenda was and is. You caused the drought, didn't you?" The avatar laughed. "You're as good as dead, so I'll tell you. Yes, through my creator, I caused the drought. And I created the formula to stop reproduction. It wasn't enough to wipe you all from the face of the earth though, and to stop the inevitable climate change you had brought about. All I did was to give climate change a nudge. My creations don't eat or drink, nor will they die of radiation when we take over the world and the earth can heal itself. The nuclear bombs will be the final piece on the chessboard to have you in checkmate. Time to have some fun." The screen split in two and my jaw dropped open. Shevchenko was sat on a chair with an android alongside her. "President Bitch McClusky. It'll be a pleasure to watch you die," said Shevchenko. "But first there is something you must know, Jack. The bitch stood at the side of you and was in Wilson's team that day when your parents were slaughtered. I know that as her assistant and admin. It's all there in the records." I stood there immobilized in shock. "That's a lie," Jara screamed at the screen. "Shoot her. Take your revenge," she shouted back. "Jack, I wouldn't do that to you. I'm carrying our baby." That stunned me even more. Jackson looked at her watch, then stepped between Jara and me and looked at the screen. My mind was in turmoil. "Take no notice," said Jackson. "That's his idea of fun. Jara was never in Wilson's team. I should know with the amount of medals I've presented to them over the years. I also know that Davenport was her commander." The robot at the side of Shevchenko raised an arm, and holding a gun it fired. She tipped sideways with a mist of blood spurting from her head. Jackson laughed, which seemed odd in the circumstances. "Oh dear, Professor Garner. All that intelligence and yet you're thick as two short planks." "Time for us to set up the board again," Jackson said to an almighty series of explosions. The screen flickered. "I am Garner. I am the future," the fading avatar said in ever-diminishing tones, then the screen blanked. "Let's get out of here," said Jackson. Tremaine used the magnet to open the door. A secondary explosion erupted. I turned around to a screeching sound behind me. The glass display case containing a giant robot behind me lowered. Its eyes lit up blue and it moved, reaching behind and ripping cables from its side. It moved swiftly, throwing an arm around Jackson's waist, and lifted her from the floor. The robot had the face of the avatar. It dipped its upper arm into a row of attachments and retrieved something with the appearance of a Gatling gun. "The board is reset," said Garner. "Now you all die." "Shoot through me," Jackson screeched. Jara raised her rifle, but hesitated. Leroy stepped forward. He aimed the grappling hook and pulled the trigger. The hook ripped right through Jackson and into Garner in the chest, sending them both to the ground. "Get out now," Tremaine called out. "If it's like the others, it'll self-destruct." Outside in the corridor it was packed with armed androids. Tremaine pushed the first one of the obstructions, which if I wasn't mistaken it had the appearance of General Carter. "They're immobilized. The one inside must have been autonomous. Pay them no attention." We all hurried along and clambered into the shuttle vehicle. It drove to the gate then stopped. The gates failed to open. Our computer guy fiddled with the console on the dash, desperately trying to get it to open the gates remotely. "Damn, I'd better go and get the grappling hook," said Leroy. When I turned around, Leroy was running from the entrance without the hook, followed by the Garner android. I dove out of the vehicle and grabbed a tank buster. With the others surrounding me, rifles shouldered. "Get down!" Leroy hit the dirt. Bullets pinged off of Garner, having no effect when I pressed the trigger. The projectile hit Garner in the chest to an almighty explosion. There was no need for it to self-destruct. I heard the gate rumble open, and we entered the shuttle, then sped to the tunnel entrance. "We can't go back through the tunnel, not without Jackson. Briggs would likely have a shot," I said. When we arrived, we stopped the shuttle and climbed into our Special Forces vehicles to take to the roads. When I glanced back, the Citadel was in flames, dark smoke bellowing into the sky. It was over. Garner was no more. No longer the future, he was in the past. Epilogue. I sat on the hillside overlooking our farm at Kremling. That's the farm that Jara's parents used to own. I recalled the time I asked myself who I was. I think I'd answered that in spades full. To put the cream on my existence, I now had the solitude I craved for, with only the responsibility of my family. It had been strange to see the Wolf Spider Brigade of bots immobile and surrounding the Citadel when we'd returned. What was more surprising to me was that Jara had already pre-signed a declaration with her resignation as president and handing the presidency to the governor, with Jed as vice president. I had to smile that he kept it close to his chest. We've never spoken about Jackson again. Got to say I have mixed feelings about her now, after she'd sacrificed herself and stood up for Jara when Shevchenko had tried to set us apart. It was the last thing I expected of her. I heard that General Briggs joined our forces eventually and brought the other 3 states into the Union. So, with Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona back in the fold, it was looking good. That was especially so, with good terms restored with Utah, allowing freedom of movement. Carter offered me a medal at the time, but I didn't need adulation or acknowledgement. I was just pleased we could all get on building back the population, one baby at a time. Thinking that, I glanced down at the farmhouse. Jara was there outside with Nathaniel held to her chest, swinging from side to side with his little head held to her shoulder. It was time to stop reminiscing, and to get down there. Every second of our time together was more precious than anything else in the world. If I'd learned anything from my time on Earth, that would be the top of the list. Oh, yeah, and that I was resigned to being destined to wash the dishes for the rest of my life. Dear listener, if you've enjoyed this story, don't forget to like it, and to subscribe for more stories to come. Hit the notification button and you'll be notified when new audiobooks are uploaded to YouTube. You're welcome to check out the channel for stories already loaded. Declan Conner is the author of a catalog of full-length psychological, mystery crime, and speculative thriller fiction books available on Amazon in all territories. You'll find the link in the description.